From being broke and having a terrible gaming setup in 2013, fast forward 12 years later, and I spent over $50,000 on gaming setups. And today, I'm reacting to 100 of the best gaming setups from my Discord to inspire and motivate you. I'm not only going to be reacting though, I'll be rating every single person and giving tips and tricks so you can start improving your setup ASAP. This is honestly the video I wish I had 12 years ago because my setup would have gotten so much better a lot faster. And I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. So let's go ahead and get started with setup number 1.
This is Smitty Mason setup. Okay. 15 years old from Texas. Already an amazing setup for 15. He streams on YouTube and he's a high school student. That's great as well. Love the peripherals here. His main game is Fortnite. That's awesome. I love everything in the setup so far. His old setup was just a Chromebook. That's kind of a come up though. I can't even lie. That's a come up. Inspiration for his setup is to never stop or settle. That's cool. I love this room, dude. Just the room in general. The lights coming down the wall. The Govee lights up here. The aesthetic. The panels. The lighting in between. All of that's amazing. He gets his earnings from YouTube and creator code revenue. Dang. Okay. He bought a setup from creator code revenue on Fortnite. He started building my setup in June 2020. Okay, so he's went from 2020 to now. So he started building this when he was 13. So basically content and live streaming is what he uses it for. But looking at the setup, I love everything. I mean, from the cable management to the usefulness of every single part of the desk he's used on. Everything has its place. It's beautiful looking, like just like the cable management as well is managed very well. I just love like the whole aesthetic. I think personally, this is like a 9 or a 9.5 out of 10. I really enjoy the aesthetic of this. I think the aesthetic is what sets it up for me. And then not to mention all how clean his cable management is. It's great. This is Archie's setup. I love this already. He's 15 years old from England. Man, a lot of 15-year-olds in the setup video. Holy. He makes tech talk content. Okay. His main game is Call of Duty, and this PC looks insane. Also, love the keyboard, love the accents as well. Various setups on TikTok inspired him to build his. He's a setup for gaming, editing, and graphic design. Really talented kid. He got his first setup in 2017, and he's been upgrading it since. He built a setup using birthday money and work. He built a setup with some help from his dad. Okay, understandable. You're 15. I love this aesthetic. Looking at it like this, I love the double stack here. I think you did a great job with this kind of vibe here. I also love the Govee glide and the nanolleaves up the side. I think it adds a really nice aesthetic. Also like you got, you know, dual chargers for both mice. I think that's kind of elite. And then I also love your PC aesthetic. The keyboard mouse combo. I love how it's like, I think this is maybe a 75, kind of similar to mine. Got the F-row, love the accents, love the mouse too. If I were looking at it just by itself, I would probably rate this like an 8, but knowing that he has cable management and everything as well, like cable management is kind of bad in the setup, I'd probably go like a 7.5, but yeah. Oh yeah, but I love the setup. I love the aesthetics. I think the only thing that needs to be better is his cable management. The next setup is by Ryan. Okay. He's 17-year-old from Texas. Okay. He's a CFA manager. I don't even know what that means. His previous setup was just an Xbox and a single monitor, so he's kind of on the come up. He's got a PC now. He built a setup from editing pictures plus videos for school and gaming. Cool. That's cool. Cool job. Photography work and video work is awesome. I built his first PC in June 2022. Okay, so he's kind of been upgrading since 2022. That's awesome. So I love the personality in the room as well. He's inspired by seeing amazing setups online and wanted to replicate it. Awesome. He built this setup using the money working as a CFA. I've been slowly building this setup since I built my PC. So he probably built his PC in June and then he's been upgrading over time. So looking at the setup as a whole, I think he did a great job with the aesthetic. The only thing I would say is maybe move this PC a little further back. If you need longer cables, then, you know, extend those cables. But yeah, I also love the pegboard on the left side. I didn't talk much about this, but I like how you stored everything here. I like how you did like everything in the different jars and how you started hanging up stuff. I think that's really cool. Also, you know, since he's a subscriber on YouTube, he's definitely a winner. You can see first place right there. So if you subscribe on YouTube, you're a winner. But yeah, also the cable management looks pretty good for what you got. Also love the backgrounds too. I think you did a great job with that as well. I would probably rate this like an 8, honestly. It's actually really well put together. So the next setup is by Braden. He's from Vermont. Sheesh. He currently mows lawns. Okay. His main games are 5M and Rust. His old setup was just an Xbox and a monitor, so he's on the come up here. I built a setup around a year ago. I would say the leg room is not enough, in my opinion. His mom and his dad helped me build this setup. Okay, cool. Took about 3 hours to build it all in total. He plans on upgrading the PC specs in the future. Okay, yeah, definitely needed. The one thing I'd really say about this setup is you don't really have much leg room, but I honestly would have went legs instead of Alex drawer here, just because you don't have a lot of room. I would just say also go for a 60% to kind of save some more room. But I definitely think taking the Alex drawer out, putting 2 more legs and everything would be the goal here, just because again, like your PC overall, not a bad setup. I'd probably rate it a 6 out of 10. All right, moving on to the next one, Sicilian. I hope I said your name right. The Sicilian setup. They're 13 years old from Dublin, Ireland. Really clean. All right, let's take a look. The main game is Warzone 2. Okay. He built the setup a year and a half ago during COVID. Okay. W. The room looks insanely nice. Setup took about 6 months to build. Okay. W. His old setup was a PS4 and an old monitor, so he's kind of upgraded a lot from there. He built the setup using his birthday and Christmas money, which is cool. So he's kind of upgraded during birthdays, Christmases, and stuff. That's awesome. And then his dad helped him build the entire setup, which I really like the space bar, by the way. That's really cool on this keyboard. I mainly use my setup for school and gaming. So, yeah, the one thing I noticed right off of the rip was there was no mouse pad, right? Just because I run a mouse pad business, you know, like that's the first thing I noticed. I don't know if this applies to everybody, but for some reason, that's like the first thing I noticed when I walk into a setup. I think mouse pad number 1, you got to get a mouse pad. 2, I would say to mount this monitor on the wall, since the stand has a really round, like it's really round. And it kind of like blocks off your keyboard more. I'd say if you can mount this to the wall, I would mount it to the wall. PC and the Lee Mini, love it. Love this AIO, the way you built it in here, the black and white aesthetic, very, very clean. You did a great job building your PC. On top of that, I love the room and the shelves and everything, and the aesthetic you got going on look really good. For 13, this is an insane setup. Love the painted wall behind the monitor. I think it adds so much more than you think. Cable management is great as well. I also love how you did headphone hangers here on the right for both your headphones. Really clean. Keyboard and mouse combo, really solid as well. I love this setup. I think it's really clean. Like just the room, the aesthetic, everything. So I would probably rate it an 8 out of 10. All right, the next setup is by Scoop. He's 25 years old from England. Okay. He's an active duty Air Force. Oh, that's cool. He mainly uses a setup for streaming and editing. So thank you for your service as well. That's awesome that he streams and everything. That's pretty cool. He has a dual PC setup for streaming. Okay, all right, love to see it. I started building my setup September 2020. Dude, I love how you have the dual mouse pad. This is cool, bro. It took about 2.5 years to build it all. That's really cool. I was inspired by Gutsy, Matty K, and TechSource. Awesome. He'd like to get a 4th monitor and upgrade his lighting a little bit more. Such an insane setup. So much personality. The double mouse pad with the keyboard tray that matches the desk is wild. That's such a unique thing I've never seen anybody do. A mini version of my mouse pad of the same one and bought the same. That's so sick. In my opinion, the only thing I would say for this is the cable management for sure. You know, it could be a little better. I also love all the personality in the background, the Lego Thor, the Lego Hogwarts, the fridge, all the paintings on the wall, everything. Like this is just a really nice, like aesthetically pleasing setup for sure. So I'd probably rate it at 9.5 out of 10. I really love the aesthetic, and you get another point for me using both mouse pads. I think that's so sick. The next one is by Scott. Scott is a 9-year-old out of Scotland. Okay. He's a setup for watching YouTube and Discord. We're getting a lot of 9-year-old setups now. His old setup was a laptop and was super ugly. Okay, so he's kind of like upgraded since then. He started building a setup in December 2022. He built the setup using his birthday money. That's a W. His parents helped me build most of it. That's cool. I love the aesthetic, man. So there's not a whole lot to the setup. Honestly, it looks really solid for what you have. It looks like you got a pre-built there. For a 9-year-old setup, pretty freaking clean. I'd probably say a 7. Yeah, it's probably good. But yeah, I love this setup. I think it looks really clean and the aesthetic's really nice for, you know, 9 years old. This is Michael's setup. I think this is the last setup of the day. I'm 15 years old from Tarnow, Poland. Okay, he's in middle school and he plays COD and Valorant as his main game. His old setup was an Xbox One S and a TV. Okay, that's kind of a huge update though. He started building his setup in the 2020 during COVID. Okay, that's kind of a W. He's inspired by Gutsy and TechSource. I use my setup mainly for school and gaming. Okay. He built the setup by doing chores and birthday money. Okay. But yeah, it looks pretty clean. I love the shelves, all the boxes you're using, the Lego Baby Yoda, all the personality there as well. Cable management, honestly, pretty solid. Gaming PC could use some work. Intel stock fan could use some work for sure. Also love the wallpapers and all the foam you put around it. I think it adds such a nice like aesthetic as well. I think personally, I'd probably rate it. I'm gonna go an 8. No, I'm gonna go a 7 out of 10. I think it looks good.
This is Adam, a 14-year-old student out of Ireland. His main game is Rainbow Six Siege and COD Modern Warfare 2. Previous setup was just a PS4 and a TV. What inspired him to build his current setup is Vermax, me, and TechSource. So thank you for that. He built a setup for gaming, watching videos, and he built the setup in Christmas 2022. It took him around a year and a half to build it all. He afforded his setup by birthdays, Christmases, and working around the house. So looking at it, I mean, the pictures aren't the best, so I'm gonna go with my gut here and kind of just go with what I have. It's honestly not bad. I think the biggest thing, it's very chill, run-of-the-mill setup, and I do like that you've got like the figurines and you're starting to build a personality. Like I can tell like you like Marvel and Spider-Man, then you like, you know, Star Wars and stuff like that. I think the little Lego guy is kind of cute. But yeah, I think overall it's super clean. Cable management is not bad. Could be a little better, but you know what? You did what you could. That graphics card's gotta go. I don't know how that thing's alive. And how you're running 3 monitors off that GPU, I don't know how you're doing it. I just don't. So yeah, the main thing I would invest in is a new GPU, 100%. Overall, the setup's not bad. The personality's decent. Cable management's decent as well. And I'd probably rate this a solid 7 out of 10. This is Eric, an 18-year-old out of Kansas. His main game is Apex Legends, and his previous setup was just a corner desk with 1 monitor and a PS4. What inspired him to build his current setup now is watching esports players play in their setups and the simplicity of Optimum Tech setup. He built this setup for schoolwork, streaming, and GTA with friends. He started building this setup in 2021, did most of it in 2022, and then did the final upgrades in 2023. It took him around 3 years total to build this entire setup. He afforded this setup through earning money by working on his grandmother's farm, working at a dog boarding ranch, and his graduation money. He got the PC with his college account his grandmother set up. Do people actually play like this? There's no shot, right? I mean, cable management's great. The foundation isn't bad. Starford's PC, so oh, this is the first time I've seen one. Okay, this is definitely a typical Asmongold viewer. Look at bro's keyboard layout. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. You definitely should buy a rug. I mean, it's not a bad setup. I think you do need to add more personality. I would honestly take down these foams. They ain't doing so. Yeah, I would take them down. I'd put something better on the walls, maybe some more, you know, some more posters, stuff like that. But the monitor is crazy. I mean, me personally, I would never play this way. I think the mic would have been better, maybe above the monitor, like right here, like somewhere right here. Put this further back and then put it over the top of the monitor. Overall, I'd probably rate this a solid 5 out of 10. Next up is Gabe, a 15-year-old student out of Washington. His main games are Fortnite and Rocket League, and his previous setup was just an Xbox, and so he's kind of upgraded a lot since then. What inspired him to build his current setup is to play with his brother, and he built the setup for his PC. He built the setup in 2023, and it took him around 2 months to build everything here. He also afforded this setup by working hard. Looking at this setup, I mean, it's pretty clean. You know, I actually like the 18x16 Miami swirl. I think it fits so well in this setup. Nice, a really nice monitor. Also, I think it's like more of like an esports ready type of setup, you know? Honestly, I really like it. I think the only thing, so one thing's holding the setup back, I think, is personality. I mean, if you look at the whole setup, I feel like there's not a whole lot going on. I think it's just like very run-of-the-mill, but it's also very clean too. So it's not like he did a bad job. It's more like he just needs to add to it, and that'll come with time. But overall, I think the aesthetic, like the color aesthetic you're going for, good. I would keep on this path you're on. Overall, I really like it. The thing, you know, you could mount this power strip. I don't know how big that is, so I don't know if that's even mountable, but I would try to at least clean up the cables a little bit, maybe go down the leg or something like that and over. But overall, it's not bad. Yeah, he definitely should have invested most of the money into the setup stuff, like, you know, like in the PC, the monitor, the peripherals, like get that exactly where you want, and then improve the aesthetics to it as well. Maybe a second monitor could help, a monitor mount to the desk. That's one thick ass power brick. That's what I'm saying. That thing's probably gonna power him on for a week and a half if it goes offline. But I give this probably a solid 6.5. I think it's not like crazy, but it's also really nice. Some mouse pads in the setups in this video are my own company, GutzyAiden.com. So if you like what you see, check out the description down below, and let's get back to the video. Next up is Ralph, a 12-year-old from Virginia. His main game is Fortnite. His previous setup was an old brown desk, a Nintendo Switch, and a small TV, so he's upgraded a lot since then. What inspired him to build his current setup is TechSource, me, and Low. He built the setup for gaming and maybe content creation in the future. He started building the setup in May, and it's taken him around 3 or 4 months now to build this setup. He afforded this setup by doing chores around the house house and helping his family. And his dad also helped him build the setup so that he wouldn't break anything in the process. So looking at the whole setup, I mean, the wires gotta get some help for sure. It's an Xbox setup, so I didn't really expect much. I was kind of looking for the PC, if I'm honest. It's not bad for a console setup. I think the desk fits this console setup very well. But if you were to upgrade to a PC, it's probably not gonna be, you might need a bigger desk if you want to upgrade to your PC, because like you might be able to fit one here, but it might be like kind of tough. Keyboard and mouse is nice budget one. The speakers are kind of cool looking. Instead of putting the power strip here, I would have ran one cable up and then mounted it on the bottom of the desk instead of here. And yeah, overall it's not bad. I just think it needs a little bit more organization of cables. So looking at this though, I mean, the personality is there, like a lot of figurines across the whole desk and setup. Plants there, you know, a lot of aesthetic there. The clock on the wall with the little Spider-Man guy. Yeah, I'd rate it probably a solid, I'm gonna go solid 6 actually. I'm gonna go a solid 6 out of 10. This is Raphael, a 13-year-old out of Montreal, Canada, and his main games are CSGO and Forza Horizon 5. His previous setup was just a PS4, so it looks like he's upgraded a lot since then already. What inspired him to build his current setup is me and TechSource. He built this setup for gaming and to live his passions. He started building this setup at the very beginning of coronavirus. Damn, long time ago. This setup took him around 2 years to finalize his dream setup. He afforded this gaming setup with his party money and the money he makes by cutting grass. And who helped him build this setup is his dad. Ooh, coming off of a like a low-key setup to a banger. Look at that. Okay, I do actually like the aesthetic of having like things that you do on the walls. I've seen a lot of people who like, you know, like this is really chill to me. I think this is cool. In my opinion, I really like the aesthetic he's going for, like kind of encapsulating the monitors with the skateboards, and then, you know, the bonsai tree over here. I think that's cool with the light, and the mic placement's good personality. Yeah, you got a little race sim below when he wants to use it. That's pretty cool too. PC looks clean. I think that's really dope. And the whole room looks like a vibe. It looks like a vibe, dude. The little bing bag in the corner. I think it's actually not bad. And then also I like how you kind of scattered the personality throughout. I think you did a great job with your aesthetic and what you're going for. Cable management's not bad also. I would have recommended maybe putting a raceway in front of this. But looking at the setup on the front, I love how you did like the little light bar up top. Solid. I would say this is like a solid 8. Next up is TJ, a 15-year-old out of New York. His main games are Valorant and Fortnite, and he's a student and he also plays basketball. His previous setup was a really tacky and cluttered setup, and now it's getting better. And who inspired him to build his current setup is his brother, which is really cool, I think. He started building the setup around 2 to 3 years ago, and it's taken him around 6 months to a year to build it all now. And he afforded this setup by working a job, and also his parents helped him from time to time. Take a look. I mean, hey, there's a lot of personality. It's not necessarily in the setup. It's more in the room. Like you can see in the far top right corner, like there's a bunch of album covers and stuff like that he maybe drew or made. And he's got like shoes, and I'm assuming there's a shelf more on the other side of the room. But the room looks really clean from this angle. Also, I think you did a great job with like just making it a really solid foundation. 2 monitors, PC, keyboard, mouse, controller if you need it, speaker if you need it. You know, very run-of-the-mill, really clean, very chill. Also, I like that I saw the $100 bill rug on the bottom, dude. And this is his PC. It's a little outdated for sure. I don't know if this is supposed to be oh no, it's a 1660 Ti. Going back to the setup though, I think it's dope. I think you did a great job. Really love the setup. Yeah, overall I'd probably rate this a solid 7.5 out of 10. He's 14 and he's from the UK. His main game is Fortnite. He was on Xbox One and an old TV before this, and now he saved up for a PC, and he afforded this by mowing his neighbor's lawns for a year and a half. Here's his main stuff he uses, and he plans to get a high to mid-range PC in the future and sort out my cable management. So looking at the setup, I mean, it's a laptop setup for sure. I do like how you set up the laptop here. I think this is very unique for sure. Having the monitor on the side and then the main monitor is better because it's like better hertz or whatever. This is pretty good, but the cable management is really bad. On top of that, this desk is a little scary. Like, look at how you're balancing this. Like, and then over here, it's like way in the front, like it's just thrown together. And like, I definitely would say to get a new countertop or try to fix this and make it look a little less like that. It's funny that you spent money on the nail lease when you need a PC, you know? I feel like those are expensive. Like, I feel like those are things that come after unless you were gifted it. But yeah, interesting enough. I mean, the keyboard and mouse combo is not terrible. Completely honest, I'll give it like a solid 4.5. I think the only thing that sets this setup apart from others is the way you mounted this monitors, like the way you did your laptop and your monitors, but everything else just needs work. So I'd recommend doing that. This is Astro's setup. He's a 15-year-old Twitch streamer that also plays soccer in a local academy. He's from Sweden. His main game is Sea of Thieves, Fortnite, Minecraft, and he built this setup to play video games, study, and have fun with his friends. It took him around 3 years to save up working at his dad's place to reach the goal. He built everything by himself except for the shelves that my dad helped me build, and he used to play Xbox One S for 4 years until he switched and he wanted to spice up some stuff. I really like the aesthetic you're going for. I like that you put the Gobi Glide above the shelves. I like how you put the plants like kind of hiding the shelves and stuff like that. Also really like the PS5 controller stand. I think that's really cool. Gaming PC. If I'm completely honest, I know you put it on the floor because you thought you didn't have enough room, but I think it would have looked better right here on the desk. Am I tripping to think that? But oh, why does it go like that? But I think it would have looked better on the desk right there. Looking at your monitors and stuff, really nice. I like the lighting around the room too. Really clean. Cable management's okay. I mean, it's got a tray on its own, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah, I think this PC on the desk would actually look pretty good. Maybe I'm tripping on that, but I think it would look good there. And I think you should also get a Vivo mount and mount your monitor. That way it's like floating. And then you won't have these bubbles in your mouse pad, you know? I think personality wise, it's a solid 7. Setup itself wise, I feel like there's a few things it could organize, but overall this is really solid. I'd get, you know what, I'll give it a 7.5. This is Remedy's setup. He's a 13-year-old that is from Florida. He makes cool YouTube videos and FPS games and survival games. Interesting. His main games he plays is Valorant, Minecraft, Rust, Call of Duty Black Ops 1. He built a setup to have a nice time with his friends, cousins, and play video games. Okay. It took him around 3 to 4 years to get everything after he got the laptop, and he's been adding to it since. Here are some of the things he uses in his setup, and he afforded this setup by collecting money for birthdays, chores, and getting stuff for Christmas. Dad and his brother helped him build this setup, and yeah. So looking at the setup, I wish I would have seen more around the room. I'm being completely honest with you. Yeah, I would, if I'm being completely honest, I feel like there's a lot of stuff you can do with this setup. I think you need monitor mounts for sure. I think you need a bigger desk if possible, like a thicker desk, not just like this carbon fiber one. And then I also recommend maybe putting your drawing tablet somewhere else. Problem is you have this drawing tablet on the desk and it's not really useful. You should make a thing where you just pull out the cable and you plug it in when you need it. Also, cable management is kind of bad. I would recommend some raceways as well. The drawing tablet's cool. I just think you need some more room and you don't have not a lot of setup room to do this. Also, I think the mic placement's really bad as well. I'd recommend a boom arm if you can, but there's 0 personality in this, to be fair. What do you guys think, chat? 4 out of 10? A lot of people are saying 4 out of 10. I'm gonna give it a solid, like, there's really not a whole lot to go off of and I feel bad, but I'd probably give him a solid, I'm gonna go a solid 4. This is Drake. He's 13 and he got inspired by you and tech stores to build this setup. He uses this setup for schoolwork, gaming, and he plays Fortnite, Call of Duty, Rocket League, and Valorant, and he raised money through Christmas money, and his dad helped him build the setup. Love the Prove Them Wrong sticker. Sheesh. Dude, he's got 34 out of 50. Dude. Yo. See, this is an OG viewer of mine, for sure. Because I did this. If you are a newer viewer to me, that's okay. But I did this in 2021. I went up to the warehouse and I signed like 50 mouse pads and I made them a gold colorway, and that we've never released any of them ever again. It's literally one of a kind. Like there's literally, and they're numbered. I like the theme a lot. I think the only thing you could really improve on here is just more personality in the setup, but you're already doing such a good job here with like the shelves and the lights and the hoops right here, and then your cable management seems pretty decent from what I can tell. Extra points for being an OG, for real. The streets are saying it's a 10, but in my opinion, I think it's like a solid 8. This is Frank. He's a 19-year-old college student from Puerto Rico. His main games are Valorant and Minecraft, and he built the setup for gaming, studying, and the first time he submitted his setup was a year ago in episode 19. And now I'm here and upgraded with my setup, which took me a whole year and 2 months to build, and he got his first PC 8 months ago. Okay, awesome. Yeah, but look at this, man. I mean, this is beautiful. I like the double monitor setup. Cable management's actually really nice. Really solid foundation. Love how you cable manage behind the PC as well. Yeah, really nice cable management. I agree. Mic placement's good too. Monitor placement's decent. Mousepad room's great. Cable management's very good. So, in my opinion, I think the only thing that this lacks is personality in the room itself. And that's totally okay. Because like I said earlier, he built this whole setup and he's got a really solid foundation. So once you have the foundation, you can start to like sprinkle in the sauce. You know what I mean? If you don't have the foundation, there's like levels to it. If you don't have the foundation, you're not going to be able to build the empire. You know what I mean? Overall, I would rate this a solid 7 out of 10. I really do enjoy it. I think it has a really solid foundation, but I do think thinks it's a little higher, but I think it's like 7. It could use some more personality for sure. This is Sam. He's a 13-year-old from Canada. Still a student, but he acquired his setup through progressing, adding in the 2 years of building the setup. From either birthdays or Christmas gifts, that's how he's kind of acquired everything in the setup. He used to play games like Valorant or more in my years. Sadly, have stopped though due to boredom and tiredness. Okay, buddy, bro's tired. He's kind of just built the setup as creatively as he can, and he always wants to improve and make new ideas. He wanted to build a setup to relax and enjoy his time, example watching anime or movies, and he did everything by himself. Here's some of the things he uses in his setup, and let's take a look at the images. So you know what's crazy about this though? It's so minimal and it's nice. Wait, I really like the idea of being able to play on one side and then just move it and watch something and like lean back, you know? I really like that idea because like you can see like here, he can put it off to the side and like watch something and lean back in his chair. I think that's pretty cool. Really, really chill setup for 13. I mean, this is really nice. Most setups you see at 13, you know, they have like kind of everything everywhere. They don't have it organized, but this is like minimal, functional, nice. It's not over the top. The only thing I would really recommend is like more personality throughout the room probably, but this is really chill. Also, W Demon Slayer. Yeah, I can't really think of what I could build more, what more I could give you for advice. I couldn't tell you really to get a second monitor because you like to move it around. I would recommend a second monitor in the future. I would give this a solid 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10, I think. I'm going to probably butcher his name, but Jumar. He is 32. His occupation is a private driver. He is located in Abu Dhabi and his main game is Valorant. His previous setup was just a normal laptop setup, and what inspired him to build his current setup is he's seen a lot of setup videos on YouTube. He built a setup for just gaming and watching YouTube. Plain and simple as that. He built a setup in June of 2022. It took him about 2 months or so to build his setup. He afforded it by his salary, making, you know, being a private driver. And on top of that, he just built his setup himself, and he doesn't have any future plans to upgrade it. He just loves his setup the way it is. Let's go ahead and check it out. Right off the rip, we have this really cool pink and blue and white aesthetic that we've got going on with some, you know, the black accents, stuff like that. Chair looks massive. I think it's just because of the picture, but overall, we just already off the bat, this cable management is on a whole nother level. I mean, look at this. He's got the USB hub here. He's got 2 pencil drawers, got the raceways, beautiful cable management. The way that he built this out is awesome. He also plugged in the subwoofer at the bottom behind the leg and down, which is so sick. And then here's the top side of the desk. He's got this mount here for his monitors, got that mic on the right side, and also it looks like he has a mixer or something like that on the desk. And then I also love the symmetry of this. The PC looks beautiful, the symmetry looks beautiful, like everything is on point. This is beautiful. Thank you so much for submitting. Such an insane setup, man. You guys can submit and then you guys will probably be on the episode. Just make sure you follow the directions to a T. So he is 14 years old. He's a student. He's located in Hong Kong. His main game is mainly Hitman 2 or Euro Truck Simulator, which is interesting. His previous setup was just a laptop and it did its job. He needs to get another monitor sooner or later, and he wants to slowly upgrade the laptop only setup since he pulled the trigger on a monitor and desktop during the summer of 2022. What inspired him to build his current setup is mostly TechSource, Setup Wars, and his Discord server, as well as your own React to setups, which was mine. Thank you. I got many helpful tips there and a lot of inspiration, which helped me ship my setup. It took him about a year or so, but it was definitely worth it for him, and he afforded it by working jobs with his parents and slowly saving up allowance. So we're rocking a one monitor ultra wide setup. I love this view already though. Wow, what a view. That's nice looking. And this is the setup, the laptop setup he was saying that he wanted to upgrade. Okay, this line on the wall, I don't know how you did this, but it looks so nice. Also his cable management's great. Underneath we got the cable ties underneath mounted to the bottom of the desk, and all the cables are mounted there, as well as a little hub here for his mouse plugins and, you know, SD cards and whatever. Looks amazing. Everything fits well, and just the aesthetic of this wall with the paintings and stuff like that. Incredible job. For a 14-year-old setup, this is really clean. So I would definitely say that this is a solid 7. I would give this. Beautiful setup. I love the view. I love the ultra wide. I love the wall. in the way you did this. Aesthetically pleasing. It's great. And thank you for submitting, man. The next person up is Daniel. He is 14. Right off the rip, amazing color scheme, pops like crazy. He is a student out of England. His main game is Valorant, and his old setup was previously just his mom's old Mac. And what inspired him to build his current setup is he started watching a lot of YouTube videos about gaming PCs and stuff like that, including my amazing content, which that is what he actually said. Thank you. He built his setup back in August of 2022, which was only like a month ago. He got all his money for doing jobs and reselling stuff on eBay and some birthday money. I'd love to look into your setup, man. I love this aesthetic already, so let's go take a look. So I love this wall, even though like it seems kind of like old art. Like this, it just great for a budget setup. Like you called it in the notes. This is beautiful. I love the way that the lights are diffused on the desk. I like the monitor, the aesthetic from the pink and blues. They really pop. On top of that, your cable management is just like really great. I also love the way that you built this desk and the space you used it in. I don't really have much to say about it. I love the aesthetic. I love the way it looks. And yeah, there's not really much advice I would give. Looks awesome. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next setup. We're gonna go on to Elias. Elias is a 14-year-old out of Norway. He's in school, so he doesn't have an occupation. His main game is Valorant, and his previous setup was a stacked vertical setup, which I've never seen. When inspired to build your current setup, I wanted a clean setup where I can get some natural light. And what did you build your setup for? My gaming, for game with my friends, and have a little place where I could escape everything. He started building a setup back in 2018, and now it took about 4 years to get to where he's at now. How did you afford your setup? Helping at a home at my grand family. His future plans for the setup is he wants to get a third monitor again, but I'm holding myself to this layout, and I'm probably getting some more plants for the setup. Off the rip, we've got this beautiful blue on white colorway for the entire setup. The way that he set up his monitors, the lighting, the shelving, all of this is great so far. Keyboard, mouse combo, G Pro Superlight, and regular keyboard. But this PC looks good too. Overall, this aesthetic and the way that he built this for 14 years old, this is beautiful. The aesthetic is great. I love how the plant comes down with the monitor. I love the shelf, the way you showed some of your personality up there. Man, it's beautiful. From what I see right here, I would say it's probably a solid 7.5. Yeah, looks great. Thank you so much for submitting. Let's go on to the next setup. Okay, this is Juan. He is 13 years old and he goes to school, obviously. His main game is Apex Legends and he's from the United States. His previous setup was a Nintendo Switch and just a monitor. What inspired him to build his current setup is Setup Wars. 6 months ago, he started his building the setup, and it honestly took him about 20 days to keep upgrading. He afforded his setup by saving up and doing some side hustles, and his uncle helped build his setup with him, and his future plans for his setup is to upgrade it to where he has more upgrades for the physical parts of his setup, like monitors, PC. I love the aesthetic we're going for. This pink and blue, I'm seeing this a lot between people's setups recently. I like the pink and blue, and I love this lighting in this setup. I think it like lights up pretty nice, but the desk orientation is interesting. Like you've got your PC to the left, right? And you have your monitor on this right side. This lighting behind the shelf looks great somehow. I don't know how you did this, but that looks great. Also like that the top of the setup is pink, and I like the bottom setup blue. I think it gives this really interesting aspect to the depth of the setup, and that's cool. And then his cable management is decent for the most part. It's like he made an attempt. He's 13. This is a beautiful setup for 13. For 13 years old, I would probably say this is a 7.5 out of 10. I really like this setup. I think for 13 years old, I love the aesthetic you've got going with it. So moving on to the next setup, this is Leo. He's got a nature theme setup, which chat, I think you guys will like this one. This one is Leo's setup. He is 15 years old and he's a student in Italy. His main game is Rocket League, and his previous setup was very, very minimal with a taxi theme setup. So it was like yellow and stuff like that. Before upgrading this, the setup in the summer, he had a yellow theme setup, and he didn't have a TV, but he stacked a monitor layout, and he recently upgraded to the LG C2, which he loves it. What inspired him to build his current setup is he built a setup with his friends and schoolwork. He found out about setup related videos on YouTube, and ever since he's been binging them and wanting to upgrade his own setup. He used the setup for photo editing and video editing as well, and some schoolwork and some light gaming as well. He built the setup over the summer, and it took about 3 to 4 months to get his setup exactly how he wanted it. In total though, it took him about 3 years to just get everything that he has in his setup. He afforded his setup by saving up, and as well, he's planning to get a better audio setup as well. All right. Cable management looking awesome. Looking beautiful. Already, this is looking sick. Man, these pictures, dude. These are beautiful pictures. So off the rip, I just love this setup. From the lighting to the plants to the way that he set this up, the aesthetic, absolutely stunning. I love the wall grain, like the way that this looks on the wall. The shelves match the desk exactly. It showcases his talent in video editing and photography. He's got some of his lenses, stuff like that. This is amazing. It just gives this shock value. I would rate this probably a 9.5 out of 10. Thank you so much for submitting this, Leo. Awesome, awesome. The next one is Tim. He is 13 years old, out of New York, and his occupation is school and trading stocks. His main game is Call of Duty, and his previous setup was just kind of bad, so he wanted to upgrade it. What inspired him to build his current setup is moving to New York and wanting to have a nice setup, and he combined these two things. He built a setup for gaming and productivity, and he built this setup about a month ago. It took him about 1 month and a week to get everything exactly how he wanted it. He afforded his setup when he bought a lot of Grubhub stock during the COVID, and it skyrocketed, making me enough money to sell off the stock and buy the setup. Now that's insane. I can't lie. That's kind of cool. The only future plan he has is to buy a GutzyAiden mousepad. So I really appreciate that. So cool. That's awesome that you sold stocks to get this setup. That's cool. I was really excited to see this because like you can see like underneath his desk is floating in the air, you know? So I was like, that's really cool. So I would really recommend to try to space some stuff out or like rearrange the room a little bit so you could make out more room. But I would love to see like an ultra wide and then you just have a nice ass view. Look, it probably looks insane during the morning, but I love that you have this white, black, and wood theme going on, which I would love to see more of. I just want to see an ultra wide setup that is very clean and minimal, but overall really clean. And I think you've done a great job. I really love that it's on a high-rise setup, and I love your story as well, that you sold the stocks to get your PC and your setup. So I think that's really cool. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. What do you guys think? 9, 10 out of 10. He's 13. Yes. This video is sponsored by GutzyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mousepads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. This is Drew. He is 13 years old and his occupation is a Roblox dev and mowing lawns. He's located in Texas and his main game is Rainbow Six Siege, COD, Fortnite, Roblox, Forza, and Madden 23. His previous setup was just an HP Office laptop and a $5 mouse, which obviously this is a huge upgrade since then. His main inspirations to build the setup is me, TechSource, and Casp, which is dope. He built a setup for gaming / schoolwork, and he built the setup in 2022. It took him about 2 years to build this entire setup. His future plans to build his setup is to order a brand new CPU, motherboard, and a liquid cooler. So yeah, this is super cool. At 13, this is pretty insane. So this is really, really clean. Let's take a look through the setup. I mean, I love the orientation of the monitors. I think that's super cool. The PC case is awesome as well. I've never seen like dots like this with a light. That's so cool. I've never seen that in some sort of case like this. And then here's the cable management. I would have liked to see a little bit more organization. I love that you mounted your power strip, but I would have liked to see like an actual raceway with this organized. But overall though, love the theme and aesthetic. I love that you put the wall panels up and the lighting on the wall panels looked actually really solid. 8.5. I agree. So this is Blake's setup. He is 14 years old, out of Australia. His main game is Rust. What inspired him to build his current gaming setup is me and TechSource, so I appreciate that. He built a setup for gaming and he built a setup in January 1st this year. So dang, this is pretty new. It took him about 5 years to save up and also build this setup. And then he afforded his setup by saving up money he found on the ground and what he saved up for Christmases and birthdays for 5 years. Dang. Money he found on the ground, bro. Bro must have found like thousands of dollars on the ground or something. That's crazy. His next upgrades is he wants a larger mouse pad and a webcam to start streaming. For 14 years old, this is really great. I'm already looking at this going, this is nice. On top of that, I love like the wood with these white peripherals. I think it's great. Thank you for the mouse pad order, by the way. But I do love how the blank wall and the lighting behind the monitor gives this really nice glow and it makes the setup look really great. These white peripherals with the natural light coming in, I love it. I also like the hints of blue too. I think this is great. I also like, yeah, the case looks really clean too. I think that's literally the same PC case as my gaming PC. I think that's the NZXT H5 Flow. Love the peripherals. I love how, you know, he's kind of turned them to blue, white, and kept the aesthetic throughout the whole setup. And I love the hints of wood too. Yeah, could use some under desk glow. I agree. That chair's on life support though, bro. Jesus, dude. That chair is falling apart. I think overall, I would rate this an 8 out of 10. This is Alaya, I think that's how you say her name. She is 14 years old. Her occupation is dropshipping. They are located out of Israel, and their main game is Minecraft and Beeman Drive. What inspired her to build her current setup is tech source. They built their gaming setup for gaming and work. They built their setup in 2021, and it took them about 2 years to build their entire setup. They afforded their setup by saving money and also my parents' money to buy certain things for me, and they did it themselves. That's awesome. So let's take a look at this setup. I mean, already off the bat, this is looking super clean. I love the PC as well. I love how much RGB's in the PC. The peripherals looking super nice as well. Cable management's looking really tidy under here as well. I like how each cable is kind of like where it's going is cable tied, which is really well done there. The PC is one of the coolest things I've seen though. I don't know what these RGB cubes are, like rectangles, or what are they called? I don't even know what you call these, but it makes the PC look insane. Very minimal. I would have liked to see the lights diffused on the bottom there, or just like on the bottom of the desk instead. Like I'm really impressed with the color scheme. I really like it. Overall, I love the setup. I think it's a great solid foundation. 7. Yeah, I would say this is a solid 7. Albie, he is 15 years old, out of England, and his main games are Fortnite and Rocket League. His previous setup was pretty bad, he says, and what inspired him to build his current setup is everyone on TikTok. So he built the setup for gaming and schoolwork, and he built the setup over about a month ago. It took him about 3 weeks to build the whole thing, and he afforded his setup by Christmases, birthdays, and working around his house. Who helped him build the setup and why? And no one really helped him out to build the setup. He did it on his own, and he wanted it a clean space for himself. Let's take a look. Here's his PC, looking like a little rough there, looking like a little budget build here. Not too bad. For the most part, this is a really solid build right here. I love the skylight right above your setup. I think that adds so much nice lighting into your room, like into your setup. Everything else though, I love the color theme and the idea you're going for. I love the skylight. I think there could be so many cool things you could do with this. Overall though, what do you guys think about the setup? I like the pegboard on the left. I wish you would have showed more of the room so I could see, but I love the painted wall with the white. I think it makes the setup pop. I would love to see more cable management and a little bit more personality put throughout the setup, but I love this skylight. I think it adds so much personality. Super cool. Yeah, I could probably rate it like a solid 6. The next setup is Trevor. Now he is 19 years old and he's a salesman out of North Carolina. His main game is Fortnite, Call of Duty, and scary games on Steam. His previous setup was just a coffee table and he used to sit on the ground and play the keyboard and mouse on his knees, that's kind of crazy. I used to do that too. What inspired him to build his current setup is YouTubers like me, Casp, and Slush, and he's built the setup for gaming and entertainment. He built the setup in October 2022, and it took him about overall 4 years to save up and build this entire setup. The monitors and stuff like that, kind of a unique layout. Double ultra wides, one up top, one curved on the bottom. It's really interesting. I've never seen someone really pull it off very well. But overall though, it's not a bad setup. I just think it needs more reorganization with the cable management, with the orientation of the monitors, stuff like that. Color scheme is there. Yeah, it's probably like a 6. I agree.
This is the Jin. Such hard names to pronounce sometimes. Y'all are crazy. He's a 14-year-old from the Netherlands. Okay. He uses a setup to play games and watch YouTube plus anime. Anime kind of W. I wonder what anime. His main game is Minecraft. Okay. His first setup was a laptop and wasn't meant for gaming, so he's kind of like upgraded since then. He started building a setup in June 2020, and yeah, it took him about 4 months to get it to this point where it's at right now. He built it by selling Lego and delivering newspaper. He wants to rearrange his monitors and upgrade his GPU. I really love what he did here. I mean, these Funko Pops aren't the most expensive, right? You know, like they're not like insane collector's idea, items and stuff like that. But I think he did a great job with designing the room with what he had. And same with like the shelf too. He kind of put like the boxes and the plants and like all the decorations are really nice as well. Hardworking guy for 14 years old. I mean, this is a beautiful setup. And I mean, his PC looks really nice for what specs it has. It seems like he said he wants to upgrade his GPU, so he knows that the GPU is a little bit whack, but everything else seems really highly spec'd for the most part. Pretty banger setup to start up with, you know? The only thing is, bro didn't activate Windows. Hey, maybe if you win the $100, you'll get Windows from it. Yeah, I mean, it's a really solid setup for 14. I think chat's really right on the nose with that. I think an 8 out of 10 would be like perfect with this setup. Okay, this is Maddie. Maddie setup. He's 14 years old from Texas. Okay. He's a student and uses his setup for CS:GO. His old setup was a laptop and had horrible monitors. Okay. I was inspired by GutzyAiden and other TikTokers to build my current setup. Thank you, bro. That's so awesome. He built the setup with my money and as well as my parents' money. And it took him about 2 to 3 years to build it where it's at now. He built the setup all by himself, which is cool. And he's currently building a new PC right now. Yeah, I love the shelf and the nano leaf like going up the side. Yeah, I love to see like this type of stuff where you put a little bit of personality in your room with a little tiny shelf. I would have liked to seen like a longer shelf because I feel like it's kind of out of place. You know, it's not symmetrical or anything. Or you could have just centered this shelf with the monitor. I think you did a great job with that. Personality in the setup too, having like the little shelf to the right side is cool as well. And for this to be a laptop setup, this is awesome. I think you did a great job with your KO management. I appreciate you supporting the brand as well. Also like the little plants you kind of added throughout the entire setup. And you know, it's a console slash laptop setup. So this is great. Love the monitor layout too. I think you did a great job with that. I would probably rate this a solid 7. I love the personality and where he's headed. I just think the symmetry and there's like a little few things with it that kind of throw it off. Like, you know, the shelf just isn't like very centered. Random clock in the middle of nowhere, you know, like those little things is kind of like, I don't know. They just throw it off for me a little bit. But overall, the setup is great. I think you did a great job. So this is Raylan. He's a 14-year-old out of Toronto, Canada. He's a streamer and mainly plays Fortnite and Valorant. He started building the setup in January 2023. Took him around 1 month to put it all together. I was inspired by JXLO, Gutsy, and Cast. He mainly uses it for streaming, gaming, and homework. He built it by streaming and using his birthday money to complete the setup. He would like to upgrade his case and as well as his GPU. I really love the wall behind you. I think this is one of the most insane parts of your setup is the wall plus the couch plus this. I think that's so insane. Beautiful setup. I love where you've mounted your camera too. I think it's great. I mean, I would personally, I think for what he's done, cable management wise, personality wise, and everything, like just in his room as well, it's a vibe. I would probably say it's a solid 8.5 out of 10, just because the only reason I wouldn't give it like anything higher is just there's a lot of like little things like the monitors for me. There's just like little things like that where it to me just seems out of place. Like the cable management too. Cable management's decent, but yeah, overall, I would say it's an 8.5 out of 10. Beautiful setup, and let's go on to the next one. This one is Evan. He's a 12-year-old student. Their main game is Valorant and Sons of the Forest. His old setup is a single monitor and a horrible keyboard and mouse, and he's upgraded a lot since then, it seems like. Also running a Fifine mic. He started building his setup last month. I use it for gaming, school, and watching YouTube. My dad helped me build my setup. I built my setup using birthday money and Christmas money. If you'd like to be a content creator one day and make a living from it, that's cool. Only thing I would recommend is PC off the carpet. Like PC off the carpet Insta. That can really affect your power supply, and since it's on carpet, it could ruin some parts inside. But I love your mic placement. The monitor is massive on the left. What in the hell is this big ass monitor doing? Like that is a massive monitor, bro. That's like, holy crap, bro. Look at that. Like that is huge. But I also love that you put the hexagon panels and these panels. So what I would say is like, I like your symmetry. The clock, I would say almost hang on this wall. For his age, he's 12 years old. Beautiful setup. But overall, I would say headphone hanger, cable management, fix the tile in the back, take the PC off carpet, and I think you have a solid setup. Now, I would probably rate this a solid 6.5 out of 10. Pat's saying 7, but I would say 6.5. This is Cash's setup. He's 15 years old from Georgia, and his main games are Valorant and Warzone. Mainly use his setup for gaming and schoolwork. And his old setup was horrible and a plastic table. It's taken him around 3.5 years to get to the setup where it is now. And he built the setup using the money working for my dad. He's inspired by me and other content creators to build this setup, so I appreciate you. I'm glad I can inspire you. He wants to basically make this setup more minimal than this. Off of the bat, I love this PC. I think you did a great job with the thermal take case. I haven't seen a lot of people be successful at making this like an actual nice case. I love the desk. I think the desk is almost custom made, no? It kind of looks custom made, but you did a great job. Whatever desk this is looks custom made and it looks great. Overall, I do love what you've kind of done. I mean, you've custom desk. PC looks great. Nice little budget setup. I think you've done a great job. In my opinion, I think he's done a pretty good job of being minimal and also getting his needs for Valorant and gaming out of the way. And for 15, beautiful setup, man. Beautiful setup. Yeah, 7 honestly is a pretty good rating. I think you did. I think 7 fits. 7 does fit as well. This is Grant's setup. He's 11 years old from Minnesota. Holy budget setup. He uses for schoolwork and gaming. Cool. His main game is Fortnite. It has taken him around a month to build this entire setup. Okay. He was inspired to build it by GutzyAiden and TechSource. I appreciate it, bro. He built the setup using his Christmas money and chore money. Okay. He would like to get a new monitor in the future. Man, for 11 years old, I can't complain. This is beautiful, man. Like, this is very, 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 like, minimal. Like, there is nothing to it. It is keyboard, mouse, laptop. And then some panels on the wall and some lighting. If I'm not mistaken, this is a laptop that has, like, one of those, like, reverse screens where you can, like, turn it around. I think that's so genius. I think that is, like, one of the most genius things I've seen someone do. Is put the laptops upside down and have the screen, like, flip up. That way you could use it like this with a keyboard and mouse. That is genius. And this is what I mean about budget. Like, you know, everybody's budgets are different, but it's how creative you are within that budget, right? Like, look at how creative he is. He's 11 years old and he doesn't have a PC or anything. He has a laptop, right? He legitimately flipped his laptop the other way so it could have better cooling and he could see everything on the screen. Like, that's beautiful. I would personally say this is a solid, like, 6 because there's really not much to it. But 11 years old, this is crazy. And he actually took the time to cable manage it too. Like, some of the other setups didn't even take the time to cable manage it like this. The next setup is Buck. He's a 13-year-old from Tennessee. He uses a setup for gaming, school, and YouTube. His main game is Fortnite. His old setup had a horrible L-shaped desk and was super tight around the corners. He was inspired to build a setup by me. He started building his setup a few days ago. Nah. It took him a couple days to put it together. That's cool. He's on the grind. He used Chris's money, birthday money to build it, all of it. That's cool. Personality-wise, beautiful setup. I mean, beautiful. Like, look at the color scheme on the keyboard, to the mouse pad, you know, to the Funko Pops, the lights in the room. Like, it's kind of chill, no? Personality-wise, you were killing it. I think you did a great job, like, building personality without spending that much money. Thank you for submitting. I think it's going to be a solid 7 from me. This is Bentley's setup here. He's a 13-year-old from the United States. He uses a setup for gaming and watching YouTube. Looks like it's a laptop setup with an Xbox, I think. His main game is Warzone. Love the keyboard and mouse combo. He started building a setup 3 months ago, and it took him about a week to build. His dad has helped him build this setup as well. He built the setup using Christmas and birthday money. So it's a console laptop setup. That's clean. He'd like to paint his room white and a new desk and PC. Look how nice this is for a console and laptop setup. Like, I wish I would have seen more, you know? Also, I love the color of the desk. I think the color of the desk really makes the setup pop. But for the most part, though, you did a really great job. I mean, I love this setup. I think everything you built was great. Thank you, Bentley, for submitting. We're going to be going down to the votes now. So, well, don't worry. We'll be showing you guys the setup again. It's going to be Matt, Buck, Pigeon, like that, Evan. All right. So we're doing 1 vote for the 4 of them. And then we have 4 more to look at. And then they'll go 1v1. Vote up. Right now, Evan is winning right now. Evan is winning this. Okay. So Evan is the clear winner of that one. So we're going to keep Evan in mind. And then we're going to go to the next one right now. Okay, guys. So we're going to start out the poll. Vote up. Hash bottom left. Grant, I Show Tech, and Grayland. Who will win? Damn, Grant is taking this. Grant is taking this. Oh my gosh. Yo, it's between Grayland and Grant. Oh my gosh, it's so close. It's so close. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have a tie, bro. We might have to like revote one of them. Everybody voted up which setup you like them both. Grayland wins. Oh my goodness. Who will win? Who will win the $100? Will it be Grayland or will it be Evan? Vote it up. Vote it up. Come on, y'all. Vote it up. Come on now. Come on, vote it up. Evan's win. Oh my gosh. Evan is taking this. I think it's gonna be Evan, right? I think it's gonna be Evan. Evan is your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Evan's setup. I'll be reaching out to you on Discord. And yeah. Justice for Grant. Dude, okay. Grant, I'll give you $100 too. My entire chat literally is putting a poll in the chat to make you win $100. So I'll give you $100 too. Because everyone is literally voting for you. So I'll give $100 to Grant and Evan. So as you guys saw, Evan won fair and square. But after we chose the winner, which was Evan, my chat started really getting mad. So I decided to give the solution of giving them both $100. And I'm gonna call Evan right now to tell him that he won. Yo. Hello, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, dude? Well, I wanted to tell you that my Twitch chat voted your setup to win $100. So
Really?
yeah, I just need you to send your PayPal and then I can send over $100. But yeah, I just wanted to get your raw reaction.
That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Well, I hope it goes toward your setup and, you know, you can upgrade it and build it up and maybe submit on the show when you're done. Awesome, man. Well, thank you for answering. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, see you later.
This is Alan's setup. They are 14 years old and their occupation is doing chores for my parents and siblings. They're located in the United States and their main game is Overwatch. Their previous setup was my dad's old laptop on a corner desk, and what inspired him to build his current setup now is me and other people he saw on TikTok. He built the setup for school and gaming, and he built the setup around this Christmas. It took him about a few years to get everything to actually save up for everything and build it. A custom keyboard, knockoff Gobi glides, IKEA pegboard, GutzyAiden mousepad, and an IKEA desk with a school laptop. That's pretty cool. And his future plans for the setup is to cable manage and add more storage to their PC. So I love the mousepad. Thank you for supporting the mousepads. I also really like your shelves showing everything you have displayed. I love the plants, the anime figures, the personality in this setup. Cable management could use a little help, like you said in your notes. I would have liked to see, you know, maybe a raceway or something like that on the back of that. Looks really, really clean. Also, I love like whatever these knockoff Gobi glide bars you have. I also really like, you know, the guitar on the wall. I think it would have been a little bit better, more spaced out to the left more. And I love the color of the setup. I think it just blends in super well. This is an 8.5 out of 10. This video is sponsored by GutzyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mousepads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. All right, Olave, this is Olave. He is 10 years old. He does not have an occupation. He's located out of Finland, and his main game is Apex Legends. His previous setup was just a crappy keyboard, crappy mouse, and one monitor setup, and he's upgraded to this. What inspired him to build his current setup is your setup build videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. He built the setup for gaming, and he built the setup about a little bit ago in 2022. It took him about an entire year to get to where it's exactly at now. So he was like 9 when he started building his setup. He afforded a setup by birthday and Christmas money, and he built the setup entirely by himself. His future plans are just to get a bigger mouse pad, and that is pretty much it. This 10-year-old has a better gaming setup than you. No. I love the blue color scheme. PC looking like it's on hardwood floor. Perfect. Cable management seems like it's okay. You know, he's got some posters in his room. He's got a controller holder over there. It seems like on the left side of his setup, he's got a pegboard and some things that he likes, you know, Red Bull and Monster. Looks like a HyperX keyboard and Glorious Model O, it looks like. This is such a really nice setup for 10 years old. I'm very impressed. Just because of his age and like what he's built at this age, like my age at 10, I didn't even have a setup, bro. I had a little $7 IKEA table that had like a big ass TV, and I played on an Xbox 360. That's what I had at 10. This is Sasha's setup. They are 12 years old and their occupation is gaming and school, and they are located out of England, London. Their main game is Minecraft, and their previous setup was an M1 MacBook and 2 Dell monitors attached to it. What inspired to build their current setup is TechSource and GutzyAiden, so I appreciate that. They built their setup for 50% gaming and 45% watching YouTube and 5% schoolwork. They built their setup starting in August 2022 and got it to this point at December 2022. They afforded their setup for saving up about a year, sold my M1 MacBook to my mom, did chores, helped around the house, saved some birthday money, and also got the 3070 Ti for Christmas. They built the entire setup by themselves, and their future plans are to get a 4070 or 4080 for their next PC and get one of your mouse pads. And also maybe a third monitor and an Elgato Low Pro mic arm. Thank you. I mean, I love the PC off of the bat. Love this all white build. Looks like it's in the H5 Flow, the same case I built in. So I love how you organize the consoles. I think this is great. I think this is a GMK Pro as well. Looks really clean. And the cable management has these raceways, which look really nice. Love that. I think it's a flexi spot desk, right? The stonks meter, I like that. I think it's really clean, like the light bar above it. I love it. And also, like, you know, your mic arm, when you get that, will be really helpful as well. But overall, I'd give it like an 8.5. I love the aesthetic. I love like where you're headed with the setup. This is Julian. He is 15 years old. His occupation is school, and he's located out of Germany. His main game is Spider-Man, Star Wars Battlefront 2, and a little bit of Valorant. His previous setup was just an Xbox One and a TV, and he was tired of it, so he wanted a double monitor setup. And this summer, he built it. What inspired him to build his current setup is me and Tech Source and some of his friends as well. He built this setup for gaming and schoolwork, and he built it summer of this year, so 2022. It took him about a few hours to actually build the setup, but he's been starting to build his setup in 2018 from a Nintendo Switch to an old TV that he had with it from his uncle, and he's been upgrading it since, so that's pretty cool. 1070, an Asus B450F thermal take RGB case, so that's cool. He afforded his setup by saving up for birthdays and Christmases. His future plans for the setup is to upgrade his desk, and he really wants to save up the money to have one of my mouse pads. So I really do appreciate that. I love this aesthetic he's building, like with the brick wall and then like the lights and stuff. I think it's really unique, but I really love the vibe you're starting to build with the setup. And then you have like a gaming setup here. And I like the position of this. This is a really good organization. The setup could use a little bit more work, you know, maybe some monitor mounts, putting the PC on the floor to have more room, maybe a mic arm as well. I think it's probably an 8 though. I think it's probably an 8. The boy Tech Tinker. His name is Josh, and he's 11 years old. His occupation is school, and he's located out of England. His main game is Call of Duty and Ark, and his previous setup was no cable management and a different PC with only 2 monitors. He built the setup for gaming, and he built the setup in 2019, and he slowly upgraded it over time. It took him about 4 years to completely build this entire setup. Ryzen 5 3600, 1660 Ti, perfect. And the Lian Li 11 Dynamic. He afforded his setup by saving up by birthdays and Christmases, and who helped him build a setup, which is pretty much himself because he knows a lot about tech. His future plans is to cable manage the setup just a little bit more than it already is. Let's take a look. I love the shelf with the personality. I love the anime, and then also like the Nanolise. I think it looks really clean with the shelf. I also love the 2 monitors and the desk as well. I think he's done a great job with that kind of design, organized setup, and I feel like the only thing that kind of holds it back is the PC, which is not a huge deal. He's 11 years old. Thank you for supporting the mouse pads too. I do appreciate that. For the setup portion, I would give him a 7.5. All right, moving on to the next setup. This is Benji. He's 11 years old. We got a lot of youngins in this episode. His occupation is school and gaming, and he's located out of Australia. His main game is Modern Warfare 2 and Valorant, and his previous setup was a TV in the living room with a PS4. What inspired him to build his current setup now is Tech Source and GutzyAiden, so thank you. And what built his setup now is for gaming and school. He built this in February 2021, and it took him about a year and 3 months to build his setup. He afforded his setup by birthday money and also a lot of work over time. His future plans for the setup is to mount all 3 monitors on a monitor arm and also clean up the cable management and maybe a little bit more accessories for the setup. I love like the Galaxy projector in the room. This is his keyboard and mouse combo. Overall, I really like the 3 monitor setup. I think he did a great job. I love the color scheme, but I feel like you should try to match that with mouse pads and peripherals and stuff over time. I would probably say it's like a 6.5. This is Makio's setup. He's a 17-year-old male out of Washington. He afforded this setup by mowing lawns during the summer, selling eggs, and anything that pays. Okay. His setup purpose is gaming, watching movies, schoolwork, coding, and editing. It took him around 4 years to build this entire setup, and the main games played on this setup is Valorant, Minecraft, and Overwatch. Here is the gear list right here. Here's his PC specs, looking pretty healthy there. And let's take a look at his setup. What a nice one to start to. Keyboard and mouse combo is pretty nice. Oh, the room is nice too. Be awesome. Love that. Cable management's okay. PC looks nice. Cables are not in sight. Lot of personality. Lots of nice living things in here. Lots of plants. I would give this a 10. This is Koki. They are a 14-year-old out of California, but they used to live in Japan. Okay, so they moved from Japan to California, and then they're moving back to Japan soon, it looks like. Their main games is Minecraft, Forza Horizon 5, and BNG Drive. They built the setup to have a nice place to study and play games, and it took them around 4 years to save up and 3 years to upgrade everything in the setup. All right, let's take a look. This is very minimal. I actually agree. It is very minimal. The cable management could be a little better, obviously like a raceway or two, but since you're planning to move back to Japan, you know, you're probably not 100% doing everything, but I were to say, when you go to move back, I would say cable manage a little bit more, get a raceway before you go or something. MacBook is nice. I love how it's a dual PC setup. You know, you got your Mac for productivity, and then you have your actual gaming PC for games, and I love how you can just switch between them. That's really clean. At 14, this is really nice. PC looks good too. Second monitor needed? Maybe so, maybe. But I think there's not enough room in this setup. So if you move back to Japan and you get a bigger space, I'd recommend maybe a second monitor, cable management, and maybe a little bit more stuff on your walls, and maybe some more personality. But I love how minimal this is. But overall, I would say probably like a solid 6.5. This is Landon. He's a 19-year-old from New York. His main games is Fortnite, COD, and Valorant. He built his entire gaming setup, and it took him around 2 days to build it all. He's a dad to a 10-month-old son, and he's making the submission he used for his setup to relax and play games. This is really nice. My question is, why do you need that many monitors? Like, why do you need this many monitors? PC looks nice. Oh, I love the little sticker, W. Oh, that's adorable, actually. Love to see the symmetry with the phones on the left and right and the box in the middle. Honestly, cable management is solid, too. I love this, how you did the raceways and you put the power strips on each side so you have more power and stuff. Cable management behind the monitor is pretty good and organized. Lighting's great too. Okay, the door, what is happening with the door? Why is there a hole in the door? My thing is though, with these paintings, I know you're trying to make them center with the PC, you know, so they look there. It just feels really out of place. Maybe do them like diagonal or something. I feel like it's just too much in one spot when you have all this empty wall space. I love this. Overall, I would give this probably a solid, I'm gonna give it a solid 9.8 out of 10. This is Jay. He's a 13-year-old out of California. He mainly afforded the setup from reffing soccer games and content creation. His main games is Fortnite and Valorant, and he built the setup for school. It took him around 1 year to save up for everything, and let's get into the setup. There's a lot of things here. You guys can pause and read if you need. Dude, look at that. Dude, that's beautiful. 13-year-old is crazy. Yeah, I agree. Cable management's beautiful too. On a cable in sight, setup looks good. The only thing I will say though is that the monitor sitting on the mouse pad like this can be kind of a nuisance sometimes, and probably could be kind of quite annoying. So what I would recommend is maybe getting another mount or 2 individual mounts to mount for this top monitor and this bottom monitor. But this case is beautiful too. The way you built your PC looks really nice. I love the pegboard, how it stores some extra keyboards and, you know, your headset and a couple controllers if you use that. What do you guys think about this? I love the personality. The lighting in the setup's great too. I'll give this like a solid, I'm gonna give this a solid 8. No, I'm gonna give it an 8.5. This is Lane. He's a 14-year-old out of Texas, and he goes to school and he drop ships for his money. His main games is Fortnite and GTA, and he wanted to level up his gaming experience, and that's why he built this setup. He afforded it by saving up money over Christmas, birthdays, and doing chores as well. Say less. Take a look. The PC is funky. Wait, is this a... Wait, okay. Okay, he's got a laptop too. Okay, I was gonna say it's not a laptop setup, right? No, see, this is nice. The chair, it needs some help for sure. Yeah, the chair does need some help for sure. Yeah, overall, it's not a bad setup. I mean, you didn't really give me the best pictures, to be honest, but looking at the PC case, I like how unique it is. The monitors are stacked pretty good too. The only thing I would recommend is like this top monitor could be angled down just a little more so you hide the Spectre, but if you can't do that, then flip it. I would say I would have liked to see more personality because I don't see the rest of the room. Like this, I would have liked to see more of the surrounding setup, you know what I mean? I don't really like how the TV's like this. I would have liked to center it above the setup. I'm gonna give it a solid 7. I'm gonna give it a 7. Chat, I'll give y'all one picture and I will let you guys decide if you guys think I can say anything about this. I'll give it 1 note. Cables are clean, nice cable management setup, but I'm not gonna give you a whole submission. Thank you for submitting. You didn't give enough pictures. Chat doesn't want to see it, unfortunately. This is Braylon. He's a 13-year-old from Colorado, and he started making this setup around 2 years ago. He earned $1,500 for mowing and modeling. So that's how he afforded this setup. Wait, this is kind of nice. I wonder what he modeled in. If someone said foot model. Maybe he is a shoe model. I don't know. Okay, I love this room. It has so much personality. Like, I love this. I love how you did like the little waves on the wall, the lighting, the shelves, the posters. Cable management could be a little better, right? I mean, you did what you could with this rack. You could have chosen a better rack for this. Also like that you were watching my stream when you submitted this. This is great. I like the lighting in this room too. Personally, I would give this like the setup itself. We're looking at the setup itself objectively. Personally, it's not that insane, right? Like just this corner room. It's nice personality. It's got 1 monitor, very chill setup. So I would give the setup itself maybe a 7, but the room I'd give a 9. This is Connor. He's a 14-year-old almost, and he's from England. His main games are Fortnite, Rocket League, Call of Duty, Apex, and Valorant, and he built the setup mainly for gaming and a bit of streaming. It took him around 4 years to get to the setup. My mom and dad helped me make the setup. I like how he mounted like the old controllers in this. This is really nice. Also like how he put the disc plates on the wall too. I like that. Okay, the personality is great throughout the room, all right? But what in the hell is going on with this setup, man? You have so much potential, right? You have an Xbox and a gaming PC, right? You got to find a way to declutter and cable manage. It would carry this setup. I think maybe what you need to do is just cable manage and organize and then mount your monitor to the wall. It would actually help a lot because wait, you have 2 Xboxes, 1, 2, and then 3. You have your PC. Oh, it's a fridge. It's a fridge. It's a fridge, chat. It's a fridge. Oh my. I would put your Xbox here instead of your fridge. Okay. I'd put the fridge over here on the other side of the desk or something. It's cool to show off, but I literally thought that was your Xbox, dude. It's a cool thing, but like I'd put it over here or something. If you want to keep it there though, I'd move the Xbox on top of the PC and run all the cables similar and over. That way you can cable manage and everything. The room itself and the personality throughout the room, I would give it like a solid 8 with the room aesthetic. But the setup itself, I think is like a solid 5. This is Landon. He's a 14-year-old from Nebraska, and his main game is Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and Madden. He built the setup for gaming, school, and video editing. Let's take a look. Okay. I like the personality throughout the room. See, this is very nice. But the cable management, dude. I'm not one to talk because my cable management is bad right now, all right? And I'm working on it. But it has a ton of potential if you just cleaned up the cables, right? But it's a nice vibe. And then I also wouldn't lean your PS5 on the side like this. You know, I would just put it vertically. But I do like how you kept it right here instead of on your desk somewhere. I'd recommend getting a bigger desk here. Like if you can move your room around a little bit and get a little bit of a bigger desk, then you can have more mousepad room. Put your PC in this very back corner, keep the speakers there, and then run another side table if you need it. I would give it like a solid 6. This is Risky. He's a 15-year-old out of Illinois, and his main games are Rocket League, COD, and Fortnite. It took him around 2.5 years and counting to build this setup, and he wanted to play games with friends and have good performance while doing so. Looking at the cable management, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not good either, right? I mean, like, why is that stream camera on the ground? What's going on here? A lot of the cables could just be like literally attached to the bottom of the desk, and it would fix itself. Looking at the PC, right? Looks normal at first glance. Why is bro's fan not on the CPU cooler? It's hanging off. It's got one attachment at the top. Why is it's literally falling off. It's touching his RAM, dude. And then the monitors, bro's got the giraffe looking type of monitor. Like it's so high up. And this monitor seems abnormally like big. Like, is this a TV? You know, like this seems very like massive. Like this seems a big side monitor, right? Like overall, I mean, the setup has a nice aesthetic with the lighting. I think you should really improve on that by like adding some more stuff on your walls and maybe, you know, a little bit better organization throughout the setup. But I think there's a few things you should fix, like the cable management, this fan, right? And then also the monitor layout, I guess. Maybe get a bigger main monitor. Looking at it overall, I'd probably say it does need a little bit of work. I would give it like a 5.5 out of 10. I'll give chat the opportunity. Do you guys want me to react to this? I'm getting a lot of 2s and a lot of 1s. I'm gonna flip a coin. Chat, heads, I react to it. Tails, I don't. It was tails. So we're gonna skip this one. This is Aaron. He's a 16-year-old and he lives in England and he's in his last year of secondary school. His main games are Fortnite, Warzone, and GTA. He built the setup so he can play with friends and also do some schoolwork. He's currently using the Xbox Series S and his sister's laptop for a second monitor, and he's hoping to upgrade his PC in the future. The shoe collection is kind of fire. My question is, bro has a better shoe collection, and this probably is super expensive. They most definitely could be fakes. I really like the personality of the room. I think it's great. The one thing I would say is like, why have a very cheap laptop? I mean, you could definitely upgrade to a PC very soon, but the cable management, there's like a bunch of random cables here. Oh, I think that he's wearing the headset in the pictures. He's wearing the headset and he's taking the picture, right? But he didn't take the controller with him, so it just connected to the to the controller. Personalities there. I would say a little bit reorganization of the actual setup itself could be a little better for this specific setup, because it seems like the laptop and the Xbox seem very weird and the monitor's like so far to the right where it's not centered with this at all. So I would recommend maybe a monitor mount to center this one. The cable management could be a little better too. Maybe a raceway or so could really help us out, but overall not a terrible idea. I'd give this like a solid personality of the room. I'd give it like a solid 6.57, and then the setup itself I'd probably give like a 4.5 5. I'm gonna give it a 5 actually. Adam, age 19, my setup's been upgraded pretty much from the ground up. I started with a very cheap PC back in 2016, and I've been selling and upgrading parts one by one over time. I started with one cheap monitor and a cheap desk with the bare minimum peripherals. I arranged my setup like this because it allows me to have not only a vertical screen, but also have a second horizontal screen as well. It helps with reading chat, Discord, and any multimedia on the top screen. I forwarded the setup by getting my money through my birthdays and Christmas parts and selling other things to upgrade at a lower cost. All right, let's take a look at your setup. Off the rip, I really like this aesthetic you're going for. Overall, I love the aesthetic. I love this wallpaper you've got going, this blue and white theme with this cyan blue. I think it's beautiful. Rocking the low swirl mouse pad, and then on top of that we got G Pro and a keyboard as well. Yeah, it's awesome, man. The one recommendation off the rip I would say is this setup with the cable management. I feel like you're making them tidy per se, but I feel like overall it doesn't really fit this desk because you can see it all from like if you're standing or like you're looking back. So to make this less seen, raceways and maybe making the cables a little tighter to the desk might help. Overall though, it looks really good. I think you've done a really good job at the aesthetic and making the top of the desk look good. The aesthetic is great. Mic placement's great. I'm gonna say 6.5. Moving on from Adam's setup, this is AI setup or Al setup. At first, my setup was a college dorm desk, one monitor, and a pre-built and a custom keyboard. I was limited to the amount of space I could put my desk in, but I didn't have that much room for creativity. I promised myself one day that I have enough money to build my own setup no matter the cost, and I've always wanted to build a setup like this. I saw in the YouTube videos and the gaming setup reviews, and I strived to accomplish it. I worked all summer to and almost maxed out my credit card to build everything I wanted in this setup. After college, I planned on streaming until my career really takes off. I really told that I could be a great personality and a great streamer in the future. Thank you, man, for submitting, and let's go ahead and take a look at your setup. Looking at this right off the rip, I really love this aesthetic. I love the wide monitor with the bigger monitor on top, and then the Gobi bar across the top. I really like that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of this. Yeah, I love the keyboard combo with the mouse. The mouse pad's cool. Not for me, but it looks cool. On top of that, I really love this Nintendo Switch with some speakers and stuff like that. The speakers are placed awesome. And then the cable management isn't awful, but it could be a little bit better, but it's great. The PC aesthetic is great too. I love this red, white, and black theme you're going for. And then you got like a Spider-Man holding a controller, which is kind of cool. But overall, man, this setup, it has a really great wow factor. Love the lighting in your room, man. This is a beautiful setup, man. Like this is awesome. Really, really great. I would say this is a 9.9 out of 10. Thank you for submitting. We're gonna move on. People who were asking to submit, by the way, just letting you know, there's a full YouTube video on how to submit. All right, Albert is up next. My last PC was an MSI laptop with a 3070, and I bought it piece after piece, working hard as an aviation flight dispatcher. My plan is to upgrade my setup, and he wants to upgrade his motherboard, his DDR5 instead of DDR4 RAM, CPU, and another 4000 GPU after the new year. Dude, this is sick. For a 28-year-old that just plays games and as a flight aviator, that's really cool. I've never heard that job before. This is really dope. You know, it's a minimal setup. It doesn't have a lot, but he just plays games casually, man. It's not like he wants to be a streamer or anything. He literally just plays games to have fun, and his main game is Rust, which is interesting to me. Bro plays Rust and he's a flight guy, man. He's gonna be flying the helicopters in Rust and being like, welcome to landing. It looks great right off the rip. I love the PC, little mini Lian Li PC with some fans and a nice GPU with the hints of red. I love that. Cable management is decent, works so well. Dude, this is awesome. I mean, there's not really a lot to tell him. I can't really complain. I mean, if you just come home, you play like 3 to 4 hours of games a night, and you don't like stream or make any content, like this is the perfect setup. Like overall, man, this is a beautiful setup. Overall though, I would say this is probably a solid 7 or 8. That's awesome that you're 28 and you want to play games and you're getting into the setup stuff. I love this, man. I think it's great. Thank you for submitting. All right, on to the next one. This one is Damien's setup, age 14. Before, it was just an Amazon black L-shaped desk with an Xbox. Once I turned 13, I started messing with it and started saucing it up a little bit. Now I'm 14 and this is what it looks like. I changed it all to white because I like the lighter colors, and I feel like that would go great with RGB, and it took me over a year to get it how it was now. I got the money from doing chores, side jobs, and everything else, and I bought a PC for myself as well. In the future, I plan on cable managing a little bit and probably upgrading my PC. Any recommendations on what to add? Awesome. Going off the first pictures, the first couple pictures and first impressions I see, I really like the aesthetic you're building. You've got this really nice wall space to work with. You've kind of filled it in a good way. You've got like the stack shelves here, the pegboard, the leaves across the wall. It's got like this nature vibe to it. I also like that you've got 2 of my mouse pads. Thank you for supporting. And then on top of that, you've got like a workspace and a gaming space, which is great too. KO management, it could be a little bit better if you had maybe some raceways and stuff like that. But overall, man, I love this setup. I think you built it incredibly. I think also you did a great job with having some shelves and some wall panels and stuff like that. All of it fits really great. Overall, this is beautiful. Yeah, I think this is probably a 7.8 or an 8. Overall, looks great, man. Thank you for submitting, Damien. Give him chills. Now, this setup I had a really big glimpse of, but oh my god, this setup, give him chills, is beautiful. It's a dual setup. He is 27 and he's doing tech content is how he afforded it, and rebuilt his PC into a smaller case for space reasons. So let's take a look at this entire setup. This is beautiful. Man, this makes me jealous of my setup, man. This makes me jealous, man. Okay, look at how beautiful this pegboards is. Like how he did the wall, the lighting. It's all symmetrical with the monitor. And then on top of that, like the light bars on the floor. And then he's got like a working setup over here with the MacBook. Like, this is awesome, bro. This is beautiful. Oh my god. Do I dare say it, chat? Do I dare say this is a 10 out of 10? This is 10 out of 10, bro. Down to the Xbox being skinned the same as all of his peripherals. From the aesthetic to everything. He's got his Xbox skinned to his Xbox controller skinned to his phone case to his headphones. He's got headphone hangers on his pegboard. This is immaculate, bro. I love his PC. He also said that he built it into a smaller case, which he didn't have pictures for, but he went down as far as to cut his light switch out of the panels. Like, dude, that is incredible. This is insane. I don't even know what to say. Thank you for submitting, I guess. I mean, it's the most beautiful setup I've ever seen. It's literally fucking perfect. All right, looking at the last setup here. This is Jerome's setup. We're gonna go and take a look. I was rocking a laptop setup since I'm a doctor and I practically live in the hospital. But then I transitioned to a PC eventually, and I like to keep my setup nice and clean with a bit of RGB. Yeah, I have a doctor in my chat. Damn. I'm rocking a Ryzen 5 3600 with an RTX 3080 and a B550 motherboard. Also rocking a Lean Lee case and a 34-inch 1440p ultra-wide monitor and the Edifier R112. Working as a doctor, not much. I'm probably gonna upgrade the setup for a while since I got a 3080. All right, let's go take a look at what this doctor setup looks like. I mean, honestly, this is beautiful. I really like this setup with the 2 speakers up top. I love that you've got some stuff underneath your monitor to hold everything. It also looks like you have a shelf up top. I don't know if you have a picture of it. On top of that, though, I really love the aesthetic of like your mouse and your keyboard. Looks really good. On top of that, I like that you have like your cable management and your headphone hanger down there, which is great as well. Cable management's pretty good. Got some cable raceways and stuff like that, or cable clips to hide all the cables, stuff like that. On top of that, he's got an AIO and a GPU as well. But yeah, man, very minimal. I love the aesthetic. I love the Govee glide with the little wall panels behind that. Thank you so much for submitting. Grant, let's take a look at his setup here. He's 12 years old from Tennessee. I love the backgrounds already. He's a student and he mainly uses his setup for gaming and schoolwork. His main game is Fortnite, which I love the keyboard, by the way. Keyboard looks really clean. And his old setup was a PS4 and a TV, so he's been upgrading a lot, as you can see. He started building the setup in 2021, and it's taken him about 2 years to put it all together. And he built it from working jobs around his neighborhood. Looking at the setup, I mean, he built it by himself. It's really solid. And in my opinion, I mean, I really like the color combo. Like, I think you're doing a really good job with that, staying true to black and white, you know, and then the monitors and then the mouse pad and the keyboard. I think it really just matches all the way through. The only recommendation I'd really give here is putting your PC maybe off the desk. It would give your setup more symmetry, where you could put your speaker right here next to the monitor, and then you could put your PC on the floor or something like that. Honestly, for 12 years old, I'm pretty impressed. It looks great. I'd probably rate this a solid, I'd probably give it a solid 7, right down the middle. Like, you know, I think a solid 7 would be great for this setup. Personality's on point. Cable management could use some work, but I think it's great. I think it's great for what he's got. The next one is by Sam. Sam is a 15-year-old from Maryland. He's a student and he uses a setup for gaming. He started building setup in 2019 and he's still not finished, so he's still upgrading, and it's taken him around 4 years to build all of it. He built it by saving money and working for his dad. The biggest thing that's holding this setup back is cable management. Alone, that was like the first thing I noticed. Also, I'd recommend maybe moving your audio interface maybe to underneath your desk. It can hide it a lot, and you can also put your headphone hanger on the side. That way it can like kind of all hide together, which I think would be great as well. I think the biggest thing is cable management and add more personality here. The mic placement I think could be better too. I think I could probably rate this a solid 5 out of 10. Love the aesthetic you're going with. You know, this is a great aesthetic. I think over some cable management, more personality, it would be better. So all right, next up is Victor. He's 14 years old for the Netherlands. He's a student and he uses his setup for gaming and studying. He started building his setup in 2020 and 2021 kind of, and it's taken around 2 years to save up all the money and build it. He's inspired to build this setup by TikTok and as well as GutzyAiden. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I love the black and white theme. I always said this all the time. Like, I love black and white theme setups. I think that they do really, really good. The only thing that I can complain about the setup is it just feels cluttered. It just feels really cluttered. Like, there just seems like to be so much stuff in one area. So I recommend like maybe getting some shelves or making it to maybe mount your monitors stacked in some way, you know, something like that, to where there's both. I like to see more personality in it, and like you can see literally in this PC case, like you can see the rest of his room here. Like the rest of his room has more personality, we just don't see it, right? But I would like to see that like in your setup, incorporated in your setup as well. I think honestly I would probably say a solid 7 out of 10. I like the color theme a lot. I think that has a lot of potential. We're gonna move on to the next setup here. The next setup is Tommy. He's 11 years old from Mississippi. 11-year-old setup. He's a student and he uses this setup for gaming. His old setup has an old Xbox One and a TV. Started building this setup in December of 2022 and it took him about 3 months to build. He's able to build it all by working and doing chores. Me personally, I like the theme of the setup. I think it's kind of wacky, you know, like I would have liked to see, like, if you're going blue and like red and like stuff like that mixed in your setup, I would have liked to see more of that reflected on your monitors. It seems like when you bought your keyboard and mouse, you're going for a different color theme, but if you're gonna move to this black and white color theme, I think it could benefit you a lot. Also, I like that you did add a little bit of personality in the corner of the shelves, adding things you like. Yeah, I think the keyboard and mouse need an upgrade a little bit, and I know you're a little young to like make that decision, but I mean, for the most part, I mean, cable management is really easy. You could fix this pretty easily. And then also like the shelves I like a lot. Yeah, I think that the keyboard and mouse could be upgraded a lot for sure. In my opinion, I'd probably rate this a solid 6. The next setup is by Landon. Landon is a 13-year-old from California. He's a student and he uses this setup for gaming and relaxing. His old setup had a TV, chair, and an Xbox, so he's kind of upgraded a lot. It's taken him up until now to build it to where it's at now. I was inspired to build this setup by watching other setup videos, and he's able to build this setup by using Christmas and birthday money. It's PS5 setup. I mean, love the mouse pad. Thank you for supporting, you know. Keyboard and mouse matched together. That's great as well. Also, it's very interesting that you said you upgraded from like a TV and you just used another TV. I think it's funny. I really like it though. I think it's super unique, you know, like having a TV and then PS5 and a desk like this with keyboard and mouse. I think it's really interesting. The panels I really like in the background too. Also, the image of the room, like just the room itself. Look how much personality the room has. I genuinely like it. All the different things about this person, I feel like I could literally go into each part of the room. I could figure out a different thing about the person. And I think this is a really good example of like, you don't need to have an insane setup. You just need to have like a really nice personality and like a vibe to your room, you know? I'd probably rate this setup a solid like 7 out of 10. I think I really like it. I just think that the personality along with the setup area too, like the setup area itself is kind of clean as well. I like it a lot. Going on to the next setup by Rudy. He's a 13-year-old from Texas. He's a student and mainly uses their setup for gaming. On the side, he resells on Facebook Marketplace and sells food at school. I started building the setup around a week ago. It only took about 3 days to put everything together. He's able to buy his setup from reselling on Facebook Marketplace. And if you'd like to add Natalie's Gobi lights soon, looking at the setup, I think it's really chill. I like the cars like on the side. I think this area is put together really nice. The controllers are nice. The plant's nice. Cable management looks good for the most part. Also really like where the PC is placed. The plants like really hide all of the cable management too. It's a really good vibe in the setup. I really like it. I genuinely think that he did a great job for what he had, and for him to like save up and build that, I think it's great. Red does ruin it though. I agree. I think he should get a new mouse pad and maybe like, you know, cover up the red with some different things as well. But overall, I think this is probably a solid 8. I really like how he like put everything together and like it's very unique and chill. Moving on to the next setup here. The next one is Caden. Oh man, a laptop setup. He's 12 years old from Pennsylvania. He's a student and he mainly uses the setup for gaming. His main game is Gorilla Tag. Okay. His old setup had an old Xbox One and a TV. He started building his setup in December 2021 and it only took him about 3 days to build all of it. He was able to build the setup using Chris's money, so that's kind of a W. Okay, so we got a laptop setup here. The only thing I could give you is like maybe getting a monitor, and once you get a monitor, like you could put that PC to the left side and then make a main monitor setup type of thing. it's a laptop setup. There's not really much to really expect from it, right? It's honestly a pretty good setup for what he has, you know, and I can't really complain about that. Like, I can tell him, you know, move your mic here and stuff like that, but I think the biggest thing is like making the setup usable for what he can use. If he uses it perfectly fine and it's good for what he has, then that's great. I'd probably say it's a solid 5.5. There's really not anything that I can say that's like, you know, oh, this setup's insane. It's, you know, it's a work in progress, man. He's gonna build it over time. I'd probably rate it a solid 5.5. Moving on to Grant S. He's 11 years old from Minnesota. He's a student and he uses the setup for gaming and school. I started building his setup in February 2023 and he just finished building his setup as of today. I built the setup by using his Christmas money and chores. This is what I mean about a perfect laptop setup. You know what I'm saying? Laptop mount on the side with single monitor, keyboard, mouse, right? The other setup was what I was saying is like, this is a great example of what the other setup should do. You know what I'm saying? And he's 11 years old. I mean, this is beautiful for an 11-year-old. Like, this is great. And honestly, I think you did a great job with this. Keyboard and mouse look great as well. Even though their budget, I think they work very well. And yeah, I think this is great, man. I love it a lot. Also, the cable management is also great as well underneath. It's like, you know, at least tidied and pulled as tight as he could. I think that this is a solid 8 out of 10 in my opinion. For 11 years old, beautiful execution. It's very clean. Lighting's great. And yeah, I think he did a great job. All right, the next setup is AJ. He's a 12-year-old from New Jersey. He's a student and he also makes tech content. He built the setup for gaming, editing, and YouTube. And his main games are Fortnite and Minecraft. I started building his setup in 2022. It's taken him around 3 weeks to build it all where it's at right now. He was inspired to build it by TikTok and wanting to make content. So looking at the setup, I mean, I love the aesthetic of it. The mic placement, the beacon mic being white, and also like, you know, the mouse pad with the keyboard mouse and the case being black and white too. The theme is really clean. And also like, I like the little two plants being white and black. I think that's really dope as well. One thing I want to say about the cable management, all you'd have to do is mount this power strip to the back of one of the Alex drawers. I feel like there's not enough personality in the setup. Yes, the setup's very, very clean, but I would have liked to see stuff on the walls, like, you know, shelves, panels, anything, like literally anything about you. Overall, it's really clean for a 12-year-old though. Like, you did a great job. Next up is Jonas's setup. He's 14 years old from Austria. He's a shoe reseller and he mainly uses the setup for gaming. His main game is Valorant and Fortnite, and his old setup had a bad gaming laptop and monitor and keyboard and mouse, so he's kind of upgraded all that. And he started building his setup in 2022. It took him around a year to build it to where it's at now, and he built the setup using birthday money, Christmas money, and reselling shoes. So looking at the setup, I really like the natural light in the setup. The plants are great. I love the pegboard as well. Keyboard and mouse that he's using in this with this Jordy mouse pad looks insanely clean. I really do like the vibe you've got going on here, but overall, I love the color theme you're going for. I think the keyboard with this mouse pad matches like perfectly with this keycap set. Like, I just think it matches like really, really good. But the personality is also there. Like, we got the pegboard in the top right, we got the cars there. You know, I would have liked to see like maybe a poster up here or something. Overall, he's got shelves and everything like that. He's got a lot of personality in the setup, so I can't complain. I think he did a great job with the setup. In my personal rating, I'd probably rate it, I'm gonna go solid 8 out of 10. All right, next up is Callum. He's 28 years old from the UK. He's a full-time content creator and CEO of a videography company. His mainly uses setup for gaming content and work, and his main games are CSGO and Valorant. He started building setup in April of 2023, and it only took him around 8 hours to put it all together. He built the setup using free products and reviews, and as well as in his work. So looking at the setup, I really like everything I see here. I think so far, like, he built a lot of personality in his setup. Like, the camera is in a good spot. You can tell he likes Star Wars, Game Boy, he likes Valorant. You can see the Valorant jet knife there, gimbal for his camera work, and then like the pegboard on the left side with a bunch of personality in there. And you can also tell he likes Adventure Time. There's just so many like little aspects of personality that he likes in his setup, and I think it adds such a nice vibe to the setup. I would probably rate this like a solid 9 out of 10. I think cable management wise, great. Personality wise, great. Organization wise, great. Use functionality, great. Like, I think this is like a solid setup. Let's take a look at the next one by Ahmed. I hope I said your name right. He's a 13 years old from Dubai. He's a student as well as a stock trader. He built the setup for gaming, Netflix, and stocks. He started building this setup in May of 2020, so he's been upgrading a lot since then. It took him around 3 years to build it all. And he built the setup for a saving and as well as stocks. But yeah, looking at the setup, it's super clean. I mean, 13 years old, and you know, I would have, again, personality is like key for me. Whenever I react to setups, I always talk about personality. And this setup doesn't really have much personality in it. It's very clean. I love the PC. The color scheme is beautiful as well. I think you did a great job. Cable management, you know, could be better, but it's tidied enough. And like looking at the entire setup, I think you did a great job though. Like looking at that, you know, you did a great job. I just think that there's so much room on, like, this wall is massive. You know, you got this massive wall that has like so much room that you can just like put anything on. And I think there's so many things that like could help you know, build this setup a little bit and make the setup like stand out. I would probably rate this setup a solid, I'm gonna go a solid 7 out of 10. I think everything else he has is great. I think he just needs to add personality. Next up is Aaron's setup. He's a 14-year-old from Tennessee, and he works at Chick-fil-A and uses his main setup for gaming. His main games are COD, War, and Warzone 2, and he started building his setup in the last month of April 2023. It took him up until now to put it all together, and he built the setup by working at Chick-fil-A. That's kind of cool though. All right, let's take a look at the setup. Again, with this personality thing, I always talk about this in every setup. You know, there's just not enough personality, you know. Like overall though, the setup looks really clean and minimal and like blacked out. I think it looks great. I would have just liked to see like that reflected on the walls too. I just feel like it's super minimal but doesn't have a lot of personality. But overall, I think the setup is great. I think you did a great job. I would probably rate this a solid 8 out of 10, just because I really like the natural light in the room and that it's a black and stealth look. I just think he needs to add a little bit more personality. Let's move on to the next setup here. This is Banjo's setup. He's a 15-year-old out of Australia. He's a student and he built a setup for gaming and content. His main games are Rainbow Six Siege and Apex. His old setup was a single monitor setup with a bad keyboard. He started building this setup at the start of 2023. It's taken him around 1 year to build the entire setup. He's inspired to build it by GutzyAiden, TechSource, and Low. That's awesome, man. So looking at this setup, I mean, I kind of like how it's like built in to the setup. I really like that. I think the cable management coming through the shelf is a really genius idea. I think this is super unique and like underrated kind of, because then he could like maybe I would recommend mounting the monitor more center, because it would look a lot better if it was like straight like this. In my opinion, I think it will look better like centered. But overall, I think this is a great idea of having your monitors like this. And I like, it's kind of like, it's almost like a cubicle. I just think it's really unique. And also I would have liked to see a headphone hanger, maybe underneath the side of the desk, maybe on the wall, you know, somewhere just, you know, to where you could have it hung up instead of just like on the side of your desk. There's not a whole lot of personality. I see some cars and stuff like that, but you know, the theme is consistent. You know, there's purple, white. But yeah, overall, what do you guys think out of 10, chat? What do you guys think? Yeah, a lot of chat saying 7, 5, 8. All right, we're gonna move on from this setup. All right, the next one is by Ryan. Oh my gosh, he's 12 years old from Philadelphia. Oh my god, what? He built this setup for content, 3D modeling, and for my brother. He builds PCs and upgrades them for a side of work, and his old setup was a triple monitor setup. He was inspired to build a setup from GutzyAiden and TechSource, so thank you, I appreciate you. I started building this setup in 2022. It's taken him around a year to put everything together. Oh my gosh, this is kind of crazy, man. That's insane, man. So looking at this setup, I mean, this is nuts. It's like, this PC is crazy. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot of personality in this setup, I can't lie, but the keyboard is cool. The keyboard's very cool. I like that a lot. So looking at the setup, I mean, I really like the monitor layout, the 4 monitors. I'm assuming that since he said he built this for his brother, I'm assuming his brother's maybe older submitting as him. So I'm assuming that's what happened here, but this could be a 12-year-old setup. This could be one of the 12-year-old plays on this setup, and it could be his, or they share it. But I really like the setup. I think it's very plain though. I would have liked to see a lot more personality, or if you guys are like brothers, I would have loved to see like a dual setup together. Overall, I really like this setup. I'd probably say this is a solid 9 out of 10. I really love this setup. I think it's a great, overall, really clean. Thank you for submitting. The next setup is by Henry. He's a 12-year-old from England. He's a student and he mainly uses a setup for gaming and YouTube. His main games are Minecraft and Fortnite. His first setup was a PS4 TV and a sofa, so he's kind of upgraded to an actual desk. Started building his setup in February 2023, and it's taken him around a month to get where he's at now. He built the setup by washing cars and other jobs for neighbors. I think the biggest thing about this setup that I like is that it's super clean and minimal, and it has hints of his personality in it. Now, the walls are still blank. I still think that we could have some personality there, but I like that he's added, like, you know, the dog, the plant, you know, the headphone hanger, like things like that. And then like when you look around the room too, you'll see that there's like different things that like make his setup him. And I think the color scheme, like right here, this thing right here, where there's like the baby Yoda and like the plants and the shelves and stuff like that, I think it's really solid for his age. Like, I just think he built a really nice setup. The green and white setup, I think it's great. I think the color scheme is great as well. I think overall, I'd probably rate this a solid 7 out of 10. I think it's great. I think you're doing a great job with it. And yeah, I think you did a great job. Dude, this episode's gonna be full of insane setups. You guys ready for this one? This one is Denai's setup. He is 27. His occupation is operator at Mayan, I think is how it's said. He's from Italy, and his main games are CSGO and Minecraft. What inspired him to build his current setup is my channel, so thank you so much. And what he built for his current setup is work and gaming. He built the setup in June. It took him about 3 months, and he afforded this by working permanent jobs for years. So he started saving money for a new PC. He built the setup himself, and here it is. So this is my boy Denies. Man, this guy is crazy. Already off the bat, I'm loving this white and black color scheme with the panels behind it and the shelf. I love this. I think how clean this is. I love the lighting as well. The only thing I'd like to see is if the wall panels continue to the end of the wall and to the end of the side here. For the most part, I love the plants and the aesthetic you've got going on. I think you've done a great job of making everything fit, and on top of that, you know, having a great workspace. I love how like the cable management is solid here as well. Like, as well as you put the clock in your PC, which I haven't seen anybody do. All these people want to hang the clock on their wall, but they don't want to put it in their PC, so that's cool. I would almost rate this a 9.5. This video is sponsored by GutzyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mousepads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. All right, moving on to the next setup here. This is Damien. He is 14 years old, and he's a content creator out of Florida. His main game is Grand Theft Auto 5, and his previous setup was just an Xbox and a TV. And what inspired him to build his current setup is just playing games over time, maybe want to upgrade, and I started recording my progress on TikTok, and I found it very fun to me. I started making videos upgrading my setup, and I've been doing well. That's awesome. He started building his setup about 2 years ago, and it took about 2 years to build this entire setup. He afforded this setup by working for his dad and his side hustle, and he built his setup himself, and he doesn't have any ideas that he wants to add to it currently. So this already off of the bat looks really nice. I'm loving this stacked monitor setup here with the nice personality and the leaves on the side. I also love how you have a bunch of cool space here, and you've done a great job with like the space you have. I love that you've got like things you like on the shelves, and I like that you have like a bunch of personality, and then you have a keyboard building station on this side. Everything else just looks so nice, and I love the aesthetic you're building. I love your PC. It looks really nice. So it looks so sick, man. Great job. So if I'm honest, I'd rate this an 8 out of 10 or a 8.5 out of 10. I love this, man. It looks so nice. All right, we're moving on to someone that is in chat. This is Etchy's setup. Etchy is 16 years old. He's a content creator out of Houston. His main game is Overwatch 2, and his old gaming setup used to be really cluttered and not functional for videos and content creation, which I agree. I've seen his old setup. What inspired him to build his current setup is I've always wanted to see what my setup looked like if I just cut it down to the bare minimum and while trying to maintain a personality. He built the setup for streaming and content, and he finished his current of the setup about 3 weeks ago. He's been building a setup for almost 6 years now, so that's dope. He afforded a setup by content creation on TikTok, which is so cool. Various creators on TikTok help me inspire different aspects of my setup, and I can't say one in specific person gave me inspiration. My goal within the year is to have a full content studio separated from my bedroom for videos and streaming. That's a W. So off of the bat here, it's looking like a black, blue, and white setup. On top of that, I love this monitor layout. I also love how you have your camera on this boom arm. And I think this is, oh yeah, this is his old setup right here. On top of that, PC, here's his PC right here. Everything else looks really solid, man. You did an insane job. It just looks so good. I would say it's a 8.7. And this is Valentin. He is 13, a student out of Germany. His main game is Valorant, Overwatch 2, and Fortnite, and his previous setup was just a MacBook first generation. That's crazy. What inspired to build his current setup is mainly setup wars and my videos. He built the setup for gaming, watching YouTube, and a little bit of schoolwork. He built the setup on December 1st of last year, and it's been about 1.5 years to build his entire setup. He afforded this setup by saving money on birthdays and Christmases, and he built it on his own. He wants to get another monitor and an RTX 3060 and maybe a new desk. Yeah, dude, this is really solid, bro. I love the wall. I think the wall is so sick. Dude, this is so nice, dude. For 13 years old, this is insane. I love this PC case too. I think it's like Corsair. Keyboard, mouse, RK61, I think. Dude, this aesthetic is so clean, bro. Like, your cable management's on point. I will say this is some of the best cable management we've seen on the show. in a long time, and this guy is rocking a budget setup and has better cable management than you. So how do you feel? I would say it's probably a solid 7.5. This is Chasen. He is 14 years old, and his occupation is that he works at the lake during the summertime, and he fills up gas in the boats. That's kind of cool. He's located in Alabama, and his main game is Apex. This is his very first setup, and what inspired him to build this setup is it is his current hobby and enjoys computer building. He built the setup for school and gaming, and he built it about 6 months ago. It took about 3 years to save up and build this setup. He afforded his setup by filling up boats in the summertime. His dad helped him with the table, and he wants to see him prosper, so he helped him with the setup. He wanted to start a YouTube channel to teach people to make money and tips and tricks and stuff about how to make more money. So off the rip, I love that you've got these Pokemon cards up top. I think it's really cool. I love the Gobi glide across this as well. I think it looks really, really dope. The PC looks really nice, and it is well spec. Props to you. I love the way this looks. I think you could have went with a 360 mil rad here though. On top of that, I love that you have a racing sim on the right side and a bunch of like Lego Star Wars stuff. I love the ultra wide as well. I think you should mount that to the wall. I think it looks solid as well. The way you have everything is really nice. It's just you need to figure out a way to like declutter and move everything around and have a place for it. But yeah, I think it you know, it has all the potential, but you just haven't like unlocked that yet. In my opinion, I would say it's a 6 out of 10. This next setup, his name is Mason. This is Mason. He is 13 years old, and he's a middle school student out of Florida. His main games are Valorant and Overwatch, and his previous setup was boring and a console setup. He got inspired by me, TechSource, and Opium Tech to build his current setup. His setup is built for gaming and schoolwork, and he built it in late August of 2022. It took him about 2 to 3 months to build his setup, and he afforded his setup by saving up at Christmas and birthdays and small side hustles in his neighborhood. I mainly built the PC myself, but my dad helped me with the wall shelf and the pegboards as well. My friend helped me build the PC, and he wants to upgrade his PC specs in the future. His current PC is very budget and sometimes slow, so he'd like to also mount his main monitor. So I love the little shelf off the bat on the right and the PS4. I think it looks really dope. On top of that, I think it looks really nice. You got like this little pegboard here. I love that. And then I also love the keycaps and the mouse pad. Yeah, the PC is a little budget. That's totally fine. I mean, you're very young, so it's okay. But yeah, it's awesome that you at least can run some stuff. And then also, I love that you took the time to cable manage. I low-key think you should have flipped this around to where the black part is facing us. For 13 years old, I would probably say this is a 6.3 out of 10.
This is George. He's a 13-year-old that lives in the Netherlands, and his brother is Harry, and he inspired to build this setup from GutzyAiden and TechSource. He's trying to go pro in Fortnite, so that's what he built the setup for, and the PC specs are right here. He said we hope we enjoy his setup. Yo, wait, I kind of like this. A little console setup, no? Wait, this is kind of nice, yo. Monitor arm, the Xbox. I love the little personality here. I love the wall paint and the background. Oh, maybe this is old setup or something. No, oh wait, this is his brother's setup. Okay, wait, it's a dual. It's two brothers. Two brothers play together. I got it. Got it. So this is behind him, and this is his brother's setup. This is a really solid console setup, man. I mean, I like the older brother's setup for sure. Probably one of the best console setups I've seen in a long time. I love it, dude. The plant, the shelving, the personality in the setup, really, really nice. My opinion, I genuinely like this. I think I would give this a solid 8 out of 10. All right, this is Jason. He's a 13-year-old from Ohio, and he's still in school. His main games are Valorant and Fortnite, and he's always dreamed of having a nice place to game and relax. So he built this setup. Let's take a look. Okay. Come on now. What is up with people having full-blown couches in their rooms, man? Like, this is clean. Bro's got a movie theater. But looking at this setup, I mean, it's not bad. I think the cable management's pretty good. PC, what are those fans? What are those? Yo, what are those fans, dude? Damn. Overall though, I love this little setup here. I think it's very, very clean. I think the way that you did these little shelves with the lighting above them and stuff is very cool. Overall, honestly, very, very chill and minimal setup, dude. Would love to see more personality throughout the room. I would probably rate this a solid 8. Okay, I know this guy had more like PC specs and nothing about him, so we're just gonna kind of look at the setup here and just kind of give a little bit of ops, because he
gave info, but he gave the wrong info. Anyway, looking at this, I really love this setup, dude. When I saw this, I was like, this is really, really clean. I want to kind of replicate this if I can. I mean, it's so nice. I love how he organized the setup. It's just super nice. I love how the color pops on like the different backgrounds and things like that. It's really, really clean. Oh, but overall, this is a really nice setup. I'd probably give it like a solid 8 out of 10. I really like this one. This is Colby. He's a 14-year-old full-time student out of the United States, and his main games are Fortnite and the finals. He built a setup for casual browsing, gaming, and streaming, and it took him around 4 weeks to build this entire setup. And he started in the beginning of December, and he was able to afford his entire setup by selling trading cards throughout the holidays. His dad helped him build his gaming setup overall, and let's take a look. Honestly, I really like this. The only thing that I don't like is that it's a black and wood themed setup with a white PC case. Like, it just, the PC seems like an eyesore now because like you put all this time and effort to making this black theme work and then you just threw a white PC in it. And I think that's like, I think it kind of killed the vibe of what you were going through. Like, I see some of the white here, right? Like, it's okay, but overall, I love the room. I love the idea. I think there could be more personality on the wall to the right and maybe to the left a little, but the cable management could be a little better as well. Maybe just a raceway underneath there would fix it. The PC also looks pretty clean, but I would have loved to see a lot more black components here. Very, very clean. I love your placement of your things on your desk, like the Echo Show 5. The mic arm is pretty good positioning too. The speakers are good. The only thing that kind of kills it for me is the white PC case and less personality, but yeah, I'd give this like a solid 8. This is Bennick's setup. He's a 14-year-old out of Washington. His main games is just the finals, and he built the setup spending a lot of time gaming and also just watching stuff that he wanted to watch. He voted the setup by birthdays and working in his neighborhood salons, and his dad helped him build the setup. Ooh, wait, this is kind of fire. Wait, this is kind of fire, yo. Love the little ITX PC. I love it. I love this. I really like this a lot, actually. PC case is nice. I think he took off the panels for us, but I'm assuming it's like the panels are on usually, but this is really, really nice. I would have loved to see like a shelf above this in some way with some more down lighting. If not, I would continue the panels up more. It seems like it's a little plain, but it's also really nice. The lighting's nice. The plant's nice. The room vibe is good. I think there's just lacking a lot of personality in my opinion. I mean, Jack can agree or not, but I really like this. I think it's a really nice setup, but I do think there could be a little bit more personality. Like, see how you have shells over here? Like, I would have loved to see more above the setup, you know, in itself, but very, very clean. This is a really nice setup for 14, dude. Honestly, I would give this a solid 8. This is North A9. He's a 15-year-old YouTuber and streamer. He built a setup for video games, streaming, editing, and mostly to have fun with friends. He used to play on an Xbox and an old TV, and now he built his very own setup. His main games are Fortnite and Minecraft, and he's inspired by GutzyAiden, Texors, and Vermax. All right, let's take a look. Wait, this is kind of nice. This is very nice, actually. For 15? Is he subscribed? Looking at this tire setup, though, I love the personality. I love that you put like family members and things like that, and then you also put some Legos up top of here. I would have recommended maybe just a wall raceway for these cables in general. I love that you did the way you did the setup, though. You have enough mouse pad room. The monitor mounts are really nice. I love how you did them on individual mounts. That's something that people don't really normally do, but I love when people do it. And the PC case is also really nice too. And I would have recommended maybe putting this power strip behind one of the Alex drawers, but overall, it's not terrible. I'm gonna give it a solid 8 out of 10, man. This is Toby. He's a 17-year-old, and this is his gaming setup. He built this setup by himself. It took him around 4 years to save up to make the setup. He mostly makes 3D renders and animation and plays games in his free time. Okay, this is actually really nice. I really like the wall panels with the lights in them. I think I've seen Lo do that before. Very, very clean. I love the shelf panels up top. Very, very clean as well. Love the how you wrap this in the white flowers and stuff. Really clean. I wish I would have seen more of the PC, but the PC looks pretty clean. I love how you put the light in there. Yeah, the flowers on the boom arm makes it look so clean. Like, I wish I would have seen a canvas up here though. I would have loved to see some sort of like thing just tie it all together, you know, like right in the center of the setup. But overall, it's clean, minimal, not a whole lot of personality, but I would love to see a little bit more. But I would give it like a solid 8 out of 10. This is Jack. He's a 15-year-old out of Alberta, and his main games are Valorant, Fortnite, and Destiny 2. He built the setup so he can play games with his friends and have a comfy and relaxing environment that he can work in as well. Took him around 7 months to build this setup, and let's take a look. Oh, snap. Okay. Wait, this is kind of fire. Wait, this is kind of nice. This is a vibe, but no mouse pad is crazy. Like, no mouse pad is kind of wild, but like this setup is very, very clean. I really love the wallpaper on this. What is that art called, chat? Like abstract mountains or something. I'm not sure. It's kind of cool. But overall, I love this setup. I love that you put a plan in here, and personality is pretty good. The lighting and the aesthetic is beautiful. I think it's amazing. The only thing I would recommend is a mouse pad of some sort. I'd also recommend somehow to get your PC off the desk, maybe down below or something, because it seems like it is very out of place. I do love where you put this mic arm. It fits actually perfectly right underneath here, right in front of you at a perfect angle. And I think there's another picture. Yeah, like it's so hidden that you guys probably didn't even seen it. Looks very, very clean. Also love the placement of the monitors. I think you did a great job with the personality above the setup too. And yeah, this is great. I would give this a solid 8.5. All right, this is Owen. He's a 15-year-old living in Ontario. He currently works for a staging company owned by a friend's mom along with tending school. His main games are Sea of Thieves, Fortnite, Forza Horizon 5, and it took him around 3 months to build this entire setup. Wait. This is kind of nice. Little budget setup. Wait. This is kind of clean. The only thing is we need to know if he's a subscriber because he's a winner, man. Looking at this though, I think I love this setup. I think I love how minimal it is for like a budget setup. You know, he's got like a Chromebook here. He's got the Xbox on the one side. It's all plugged into the same monitor, budget mic, you know, but it's all placed very well. And it does have a decent amount of personality. I mean, I look at this guy, you know, and I look at his shelves and I see he likes Batman. He likes Overwatch. He likes Razer products. He also likes hockey. You know, he's like actually pretty decent at hockey, it looks like too. And he was on the Panthers. Like, this is what I mean about personality. Like, if you have things that you can show off in your setup that you've kind of achieved or accomplished, or even just things about you, it's very good to know. Also, really like to see the KO manager underneath the desk. This is really nice, done very well. Keyboard and mouse combo, not terrible. Love to see this too. A little bit more personality up here. But the room at night is such a vibe. Like, look at this. Oh my gosh. Look how nice this is, man. At night, this is kind of a vibe. I would give this a solid 8.5 out of 10. This one is a Secrea. This is Secreta, a 16-year-old from Serbia. They mostly play survival and FPS games with friends, and they built the setup to play games with homies. They afforded this setup by birthday money and working 9 to 5. Say less. Let's take a look. Shit! Wait, this is actually kind of nice. I love the new color theme that you did on this, for sure. The orange around the pegboard is really, really helping it, for sure. I love that. The new mouse pad looks clean in this setup. I love the new keyboard. And bro, are you okay? You got 2 cups of coffee rolling? Damn, that's how I should be right now. Looking at this though, I think it's very, very clean. I love the white and orange aesthetic. I do think that the room is a little empty overall, like just the pegboard, right? I would love to see something above this setup, like, you know, some canvases and things like that. If you could paint these legs white though, you would see a massive like difference if you could paint these legs white somehow. But overall, very, very clean. KO management's clean as well. Pretty good setup. I think I love that you upgraded your case from like black to white here. I'd give it like a solid 8.5. This is Robbie. He's a 15-year-old from the UK, and he's been building a setup for 3 years now. Before the IKEA desk, he had an unsturdy L desk, and he likes the color red and white. So here are my 2 moods in my setup, and I'm repainting it to a lighter gray in the next couple weeks. He afforded the setup from Christmas and birthday money, and he built the setup all by himself other than his dad modifying his desk for him. The main games he plays is CSGO, Valorant, GTA, the finals, and Fortnite. And he mainly built this setup for gaming and schoolwork. All right, take a look. Wait, this is kind of nice, yo. So looking at the setup, I love how you like use this space really effectively. Like, it seems like it's a wall to a wall, you know, and it's like sunk in. So you really use your space really effectively, like this shelf up top. I love how you put the mini shelves in between and like kind of a nice little angle. And then on top of that, you ran a Govee Glide. The only thing I can give you actually that would help is see how this cable comes down this side. I would recommend Govee Glides. You can put this connector on either side. You don't have to do it on this side. You can do it on the other one. So what I'd recommend is pulling this cable down and putting it behind your PC so it's hidden. And then this cable won't go down. I really like how you encapsulated the whole setup. Like, this is very, very clean, dude. The way that you did this, like how it fit into the room, I think it's amazing. I love the little mini shelf built in. I love it. And then like a little speaker right there. I'd maybe get a raceway for that cable or something. But like looking at the setup overall, I love how you built it into this area. Also, another thing that could help you as well. See how it's like on individual mounts here, like this little mounting system that you have. I believe that these kind of suck in my opinion. I always recommend to do 2 individual mounts. If not, then cool. You can keep it the same way. It still works either way. But that would also allow you to move this PC more horizontal instead of diagonal, because I feel like you're going to hit this with your mouse pad a lot. So, but overall, dude, beautiful setup. I mean, this is really nice. Okay, I would rate this a solid 8.5. This is LeBred. He's a 15-year-old from Australia, and he's a full-time student. His main games are FPS games and MMORPGs. He mainly plays Valorant, Overwatch, Genshin Impact, and Honkai Star Rail. Okay. His main place in his bedroom, of course, to look amazing and have a cozy vibe. Took him around 1 year to assemble the whole thing, and here are some of his specs. We'll just go right into the setup. Okay, this is kind of a vibe. Dude, I think these window setups, I love these things. Especially when they have like one monitor, you know, it's not overdone, it's overlooking something. Like, look how beautiful like this sunset is behind his setup, man. Like that's incredible. And then the RGB kind of complements it, and it's a little bit rainy, you can see. Like, man, nice vibe. Look at that. Like, look at that vibe. The only thing that's lacking is this chair, right? Maybe a new chair would really help you out here. Yeah, honestly, cable management's not bad either. Although you mounted the power strip to the bottom of the desk, that's pretty good there. This is the gaming PC here. Could use a little bit of upgrades over time, but seems like it's pretty okay for the most part. And this is like the rest of the desk here. I loved like the live edge here. It's kind of clean. Also really like the keyboard, but the overall room and vibe, I really like it. I think the biggest thing holding this setup back is the RGB that's in the room. I feel like there needs to be a little bit more lighting to complement like your behind the desk lighting. I feel like there's, you know, like behind the desk, get some lighting, and then when you go to the right, there's like nothing. The desk is nice though. Really like it. And I also really love how you did the monitor mount. Like overall, I love the view. I think the view kind of carries the setup for the most part, but I love that you have some personality throughout it, like some posters and, you know, some flowers and plants and stuff like that. This to me is like a solid 8.5. This is the second time he's been on the show. He's 15 years old. He's in high school. He's located in Michigan, and his main game is Fortnite. He built the setup to do homework and play video games, and it's been a couple years since he built the setup. All right, say less. Ooh, wait, I remember this one. This was the one that was all messy last time. He's definitely upgraded a lot, for sure. Dude, I like this a lot. Wait, he made a lot of changes, dude. Before, it used to be super messy, and now it's like actually clean. Look how nice this is. Underneath the bed, this is clean. He's got some art on the wall. He's got, you know, some personality on the shelves too. PC's in a nice area. He's got enough mouse pad room. It's functional. Looking at it underneath the bed though is so sick. Keyboard and mouse combo matches, you know. Underneath the desk, cable management, one cable coming down, really clean. I also really love the personality throughout the whole room too. This is really clean. Dude, I love the vibe of this, man. If I was a kid, I would love under bed setup like this. I think it's like a solid, like, I would give it a solid, I think I'd give this a 9. This is Kairos Tech. They're a 14-year-old out of the US, and their main thing is school pretty much. Their main games are Fortnite and Rainbow Six Siege. They built this setup for gaming, tech, content creation, and streaming. Took them around 2 weeks to build this entire setup. Their dad helped them with their setup. So this is the best setup we have. Like, this is the best picture we have of the setup, if I'm being honest. I would have liked to see more of the setup, to be honest. But what do you guys think? I mean, I really do like how the lights go in between the setup. I also like the stacks on the left and right side of the setup. I think it's very, very clean. Cable management looks pretty decent for the most part. I love the blue. I love the blue and white theme. It's so clean. One of my favorite backgrounds too. There's too much blank space. I think you really need to fill these shelves. I know you're probably planning on doing that, but I really do think that the shelves look a little empty for the most part. Coasters are kind of a W. I like the white Stream Deck down there. Yeah, but overall, I think it's very, very solid. I'd recommend filling in those shelves, and overall, I'd probably give it a solid. I'm gonna give it a 9, actually. I'm feeling generous today. This is Cohen. He's a 14-year-old from Vancouver, and his main games are Fortnite and Hogwarts Legacy. He built the setup with the money he made from working, and he built the setup mostly by himself with the help of his dad. Here's some of the products in the setup, and let's take a look. Okay, it's a little plain, right? But this is really nice. Like, I love how you did the panels here. The lighting in the room just feels so natural. The lighting definitely carries. Like, let's be real, the lighting does definitely carry this, but I really think to improve this, you could add like a shelf above here, right? One long shelf. And then I would recommend maybe some like disc plates up top. The cable management and the way you built the setup, like, this is beautiful, man. The only thing I see is this one cable coming down. I wish you would have given me a picture like looking up. I do think that a lot of the room is empty on the walls, but it's okay because you have like a lot of this stuff over here that has like personality. So I would recommend like maybe a shelf, couple paintings, stuff like that, just to add just that little more personality. But overall, dude, this is really clean. You know, also what I would really love to see, and this might be like just a personal preference, but if you get more nanoleafs, I would love to see the nanoleaf just go all the way down here. Love this. I would give this a solid. This is Alexander, a 15-year-old from San Francisco, and he afforded the setup by working at a coffee shop. He's inspired by me and TechSource, and his main game is COD and Fortnite. He's been working on it since he was in the 6th grade, and he built the setup all by himself, but his dad did help him with the desk. W dad. Dude, I saw this from like just scrolling through, and I was like, I have to react to this one. Like, for 15 years old, the wallpaper, the way you built the setup, the mounts, the desk, the cable management, Like, this is beautiful. Looking at this whole setup, I mean, the attention to detail on this is incredible. Keyboard and mouse, very, very minimal and clean. PC looks very good as well. Looking at the left side, we've got like a little productivity setup here with, you know, a little pegboard behind it, some pens, a shelf, and then another little car shelf as well. One thing I'd recommend is actually flip this car around because it would match the painting. But overall, dude, beautiful setup. I mean, you were probably asking what this little like RGB light is. This is just the Gobi freeform thing. You can kind of put it in whatever you want, but I love that he just kind of stuck with this like lighter green with the blue. I think it's really clean, and it really tied the setup together. On the desk, you know, you got the Razer Viper Ultimate in white, and then also some Razer headphones with the white as well. Nice little clock that fits in there, and he was able to fit some nice cable sheathing over it in white, so it's hidden even more. Very insane setup for 15. I mean, this is beautiful. The only reason I wouldn't give it a 10 is like there is a little bit of the wall being empty, you know, like besides the monitors, like there's like this little shelf here, but I feel like there's a lot of open space. I definitely think it could be a little better, but overall, 9 out of 10. This is Cons. He's a 14-year-old out of Ohio. He afforded the setup for mowing lawns and starting a clothing business, and his main games are the Finals, Val, and Madden. He built the setup to play games and study for school, and it took him around 2 to 3 years to build the entire setup. Cable management's pretty on point for the most part. I think it's so nice how it like fits in between the wall. In my opinion, I would have put the Alex short on the left side. This is just my opinion. Maybe you did this because of the PC and you're scared of like having like it floating, you know? It seems awkward. Like it seems like you hit this a lot, right? So if it was on the left, at least you'd have more right on your room on your right. And maybe that's just me. I would have liked to see a little bit more in the actual setup itself, you know? Like it seems very bare, but it's also very clean and minimal. So I'd recommend like some paintings and canvases and stuff like that. The Juvie cans are nice, but I would recommend maybe a mini fridge behind you or something to keep those going, or maybe a small one on the desk. I would say it's a solid 9.
We're almost there, but the last 3 setups are my favorite.
This is Michael's setup. He's ready for it. He's already in the chat, dude. This is Michael. He is a editor, which is actually my editor. He mainly does video editing to afford this setup and some light gaming as well. Currently elite in Fortnite. Okay, had to flex on me. I know I'm diamond. Get out of here. Anyway, he's been building this setup since he moved into this house, so about 4 years now, and he has his own office aside from his bedroom. Here's some of his PC specs right here. Here's some of the things he has as well. And his dad did a lot of construction work in this office, from painting, mounting things, building desks, etc. It would not have been possible without his help. He's super appreciative of the time and energy put into this, and also I posted like 2 months ago, got flamed for my setup. So honestly, hopefully this one doesn't get bullied into oblivion. Bro gave me the grainiest photos I've ever seen in my life. Anyway, looking at the setup, I mean, I really like the aesthetic that you have kind of went for. I love this wall. I love the grass wall with the shelves and the light. It's got like a rustic vibe to it, which I really like. Keyboard, mouse pad combo. Fire. Love it. Also, love a little prove them wrong sticker. Hey, that's pretty clean. Love the PC as well. All blackout type of theme. Very, very clean. And overall, the room just looks really nice. I would give this a solid 9.5. This is Braden, a 13-year-old from New Hampshire, and his main games are Valorant, Fortnite, and Minecraft. He built the setup for schoolwork and to relax and play some video games. It took him around 3 years to get to this point where it is now, and his parents paid for a few things in the setup, and he doesn't have a job, so he saved up from birthdays and Christmas money to afford the rest of the setup. Okay, that's pretty badass, though. I love this. Okay, this is awesome. Okay, the cable management is like crazy, right? But this is badass. For 13, this is like really cool. I love this. The cables are kind of wild, though. I would really recommend some raceways, man. The fact that you taped every single one of these cables, I mean, more power to you. What even are those? I don't even know. They might be LifeX, but I'm not sure. But I love how you did the cloud ceiling. I love the nanoliths on the wall. I love how you did the shelves and the personality there. Little GoPro type beat here for a camera if you need it. 3D little printer, you know, little 3D printing action. For 13, man, this is actually really nice. I think you did an incredible job with the personality. I love the little glowing canvas on the wall. I love the lighting. I love the cloud ceiling. You did an incredible job. I love the color scheme. I would give this a solid 10, man. This is Yo Hami, also known as Yo. He wanted to share a bit of his custom gaming setup, which he's been working on the past 3 years. Lots of DIY stuff, and so with some other projects that are 3D printed. He can share the file STLs if you would like them. I've been seeing your setups and they look very well executed, clean, and lots of potential, especially for your young age. Please feel free to ask me any questions. Otherwise, he's a 39-year-old. Damn, he might be the oldest member in this server. No, unfortunately, you're not. He works in the healthcare field, working on building the setup slowly over the 3 years. There's somebody who's 46 in our Discord. That's the oldest person, I think. Here's everything he has in his setup. And wow, this is an incredible setup, man. I'm so excited to see this. What the F is this? This is incredible, dude. What is this? Dude, the custom work in this beast of a setup is insane. The custom PC, like the custom keyboard cases. I love the cable management too. Cable management's pretty good here. Love that. The lighting in the room is so badass. I love how you like implemented all the lighting and it looks very Spider-Man themed, you know? I also really like how you did a bunch of custom things here, like how the Stream Deck fits customly in between. The double ultra wide. What is this, dude? Tell me what you use this setup for. I would love to know what you use this big ass monitor, the Odyssey Arc for, and vertical. What do you use this for? And then on top of that, I love how he custom 3D printed gloves for things, so it looks like Iron Man's using them. So looking at the whole setup, I mean, look at this, dude. This is just incredible. I love how he built all the custom things, like this hand. The hands are really cool with Iron Man. I think he did a really cool job with that. The PC itself on this setup, where is it? This really cool. I love how it's custom painted to match the Iron Man theme. It's like an Iron Man themed setup inside of a Marvel one. So this is like the Spider-Man themed PC. I love this. I love how you did all the custom cables, the custom sleeving on the AIO. Really cool. Custom paint on the case as well. Keyboard custom cases. I don't know if you even use these or you painted them. Really insane. Dude, the Spider-Man figure in the corner with all the lighting on it too. And then the shelf here as well coming down. Like just looking at this, I love how you mounted your controllers on the wall too right here. You guys can't really see them because my camera, but it's really clean, man. All the keyboards here. Look at all that, dude. All the custom keyboard stands. This is by far one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen. The Spider-Man thing on the wall, the lights on the ceiling, all the cables are hidden. This is by far the best setup I've ever seen. Honestly, this is a 10. So this is William. He is 12 years old. He's a student out of Sweden, and his main game is Valorant, Minecraft, and Fortnite. His previous setup was just a crappy monitor and an Xbox One, and what inspired him to build his current setup is me, Fallen Foe, and Low. He afforded this setup by saving on birthdays and Christmases to afford everything in the setup. His future plans for the setup is upgrading the PC, specifically the GPU and power supply. Right off the bat, he has a shelf above the setup. He has Funko Pops about things he likes. He has shoes that he likes, candle he likes, you know. There's things about him that he likes. Also on the windowsill, we have a nice Lego set, so it shows that he plays Legos or builds them and enjoys them. On top of that, the PC looks really good as well. Also, thank you for supporting the mouse pads, and he's got the keyboard and mouse there, black and little hints of blue. You guys got to understand, 12 years old, that is insane. It's such an insane color scheme, black and white, very minimal. He's done his job and able to make it exactly how he wants. Cable management's good, personality is solid. I love the lights across the setup as well. Such a beautiful setup. I would probably say this is a solid 9.5 out of 10. This video is sponsored by GutzyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mouse pads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. So this is Kevin's setup. He's 17 years old and his occupation is he works part-time in retail. He's located out in New Jersey and his main games are Valorant, Apex, R6, and Osu, which is dope. He started building his setup as a passion project, it looks like, and he wanted to have a room that he could be comfortable in and express his personality, which is dope. It took him about 3 to 4 years to save up and build this setup. He afforded this setup from birthdays, Christmas money, and working retail, the retail job, he said. Who helped him build this setup? He did it all himself, so that's pretty cool. He's open to suggestions from chat and Aiden, but I really am not anywhere near completion yet. So right off of the bat, I mean, I just noticed how clean this was. Like, this was the image I saw, and I just was like, okay, I want to look deeper into the setup. I want to look deeper into this and see what personality he's got. I mean, I love just the pegboards to the Govee light bars to the amount of different animes and different personality he's got. I also love how like clean his desk is, and also cable management as well, from the setup on the right and the bed on the left, and then the art throughout the room. It's the same on the other side. Like, all of this is such a cozy, chill room, and I think it's like very solid for his age. Also, I love how minimal his keycaps are, and his, like, you know, his artisan pad with the G Pro Superlight. I think it looks so awesome. And then this is where I got really excited. ITX PC. I love seeing ITX builds in cases like this. I mean, ITX builds are so compact and they're super hard to build in, so it's so cool to see one that's like doing what I would want, you know. And also, I like your pegboard. It has a lot of personality. shows your drawing, shows, you know, your different glasses you wear and your style. Also love the Gobi light bars as well, and you cable management with a raceway, which is so cool. I feel like if this setup itself is beautiful, I would say this is a solid 8. The next setup is Paxton. He is 15 years old, out of Arizona. His occupation is a content creator, which is interesting. His main game is Modern Warfare 2 and Valorant. His previous setup was just a very bad desk and too many cables and no PC. So now he's kind of just doing this. What inspired him to build his current setup is he wanted something that he could work, game, and have nothing cluttered. So he wanted a very organized workspace, and I think he achieved that here so far. He built a setup for content creation and for work, and he built a setup about 2 months ago. It took him entirety of 2 days to build the entire setup. His brother helped him build his setup with the technical stuff, the cable management, etc. His future plans is to buy a camera, a Sony a6000 with a 16mm lens, which is dope, and then he wants to add another monitor for the setup. Man, this already looks super solid, so I'm really excited to take a look at what you got for us. Cable management, very, very solid, very impressive. Love the raceways in front. Love how you've mounted the power strip there as well. Yeah, so this double stack monitor, I just love how clean and clean this is. I also love the PC as well. All white build, white Asus Strix motherboard, and then also a 30, this looks like a 3060 maybe. It's so awesome. But overall, I'd probably rate this a 7.5. Here is the next setup by Valentin. He's 17 and he's a student and a small content creator out of Germany. His main games are Valorant and Minecraft, and his previous setup was just a really bad PC setup with cheap peripherals. What inspired him to build his current setup right now is TechSource, GutzyAiden, and Low, so thank you. And what he built his setup for is content creation and streaming. He built the setup about 2 months ago, and it took him about 2 years to build this exact setup in the way he wanted it. He afforded his setup by streaming and delivering newspaper, which is an interesting job. I think he's doing a lot of this for the Christmas theme with the green, orange, and then red, and then, you know, stuff like that. But I think normally it's blue and white. I love where your camera is. It's like nice and minimal in between both monitors. The plants kind of go in between, and then you've like put the plants in really solid spots as well. But yeah, overall, I love this setup. If the color scheme was all normal, I would say it's probably a 7.5. The next setup is by Sam. Now this one has a lot of personality, so get ready. I love this setup off of the bat. He is 17 years old and his occupation is going to school to be an electrician. He's located in Norway and his main games are Modern Warfare 2 and Rocket League. His previous setup was just like an old TV and a PS4 that he wanted to get an actual space from. What inspired him to build his current setup is Setup Wars. He built the setup for gaming, work, and school, and he built the setup in August 2022. It took him about 5 to 6 years to save up and actually get the style for this setup. He afforded this setup by working in construction and other jobs over the summer breaks when he didn't have school for the electrician stuff, and his dad helped him order parts and a little bit was setting up some stuff in the gaming stuff. His future plans for the setup is to mount a light strip, get some better double-sided tape for hanging his power strips underneath the desk, and maybe just a different mouse pad. Off of the bat though, I just love this color scheme. I haven't seen this color scheme really used a lot recently. Nice little couch here as well. Got a white little GPU as well. So cool. Like from the theme to the area to the placing, it's so nice. But yeah, the craziest thing is he's flexing on y'all. Bro's just got an extra GPU on his desk. Straight up. I also like that where his mic placement is. I think it's great. And also I love this color scheme, man. I feel like this color scheme is one of my favorites that I've seen. On top of that, your PC looks really solid. I would say get some cable combs for your cables because they look a little scary, but other than that, everything else in your PC looks great. I would say this is probably a solid 7. I think he's 15 years old. He's a student out of Sri Lanka. And his main game is Fortnite and Warzone. His previous setup was just a PS4, and what inspired him to build his current setup is me and TechSource, which is dope. He uses his setup for gaming, racing, and productivity. He built the setup about 3 days ago. He said it's 2 days, so it took him about 2 days to put it all together and get it all put together. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. He afforded it set up by his savings and saving up over a couple years to get it, and no one else really helped him build this entire setup, and he did this by himself, so that's pretty cool. This is already really super solid. Like, let's take a look into this a little bit and get a little bit of a deeper dive. Laptop setup on the left, racing setup on the right, very run-of-the-mill, which is really cool. I've never seen a racing setup sim like this. It's really nice. I like to see that there's like all you have to do is like turn your chair and you're just right there. Like I feel like the usability of that is dope, and you can literally just turn your chair and you're racing, and then when you're ready to do some work, you just turn back. And I think that's such a unique way of doing things. Also, cable management is really solid, by the way. You've done a really good job of hiding your cables. I like to see more personality in this setup when it comes to shelves and maybe more things about you. But for cleanliness, cable management, and like working with what you had, you did a great job. Seems like the chat consensus is 6 out of 10. This is Dennis. He's a 13-year-old from Kansas. He bought his setup from birthday money, and his main game is Valorant. He built this setup to play games and study for school, which took him around a whole year to fully upgrade and add everything. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. What is this? Bro's got the toilet paper roll in the setup, bro. That's crazy. Look at the mouse pad. What in God's name is going on? He can take a shit without leaving the session. Respect. Okay, dude. Come on. Yo, I like the creativity in this setup, man. Look at his mic holder. Bro's got it taped to a light. Look at that. He's got the mic taped to the light, bro. I do like how you matched your wallpapers to the thing on the back, right? The speaker placement's okay, I guess. You know, it just seems very unuseful. Like, you could probably like move a speaker further right if you didn't have this random mic holder here. You know, you could put the speaker where your toilet paper is if you know, you got rid of that too. Looking at the cable management, dude, I can kind of see it from underneath here. Just get a raceway. It solve all your problems here. Overall, I would just recommend like take everything out and start over, reorganize, you know, re-cable manage, use some raceways. The PC looks good too, man. You got like a solid build going on. So, but overall, it's not bad. Okay, it's not bad. It just needs some work. It just needs some love. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably give it a solid 3, dude. I'll give it a solid 3. You know, you tried. You got a decent setup, a great foundation, good PC. I think you just need a little bit of love to the setup, man. Wyatt's setup. He's a 12-year-old out of Georgia. He's a student, and his main games are Red Dead Redemption 2 and Fortnite. He built the setup for fun, and he started a YouTube channel. It took him around a year and a half to get everything to where it is now. And he has an RK61 with an Atrix mouse. His monitors are Samsung ones. They'll upgrade soon. And he built this PC with his dad. Here's the specs of the PC. Looking off the rip here, I mean, shit. Okay, the cable management needs some work. A raceway would probably solve all your problems here. It's a very nice setup though, besides that. I mean, this could go, you know, like this could go. A lot of cables underneath. I would say cable management. Looking past the cable management, we got a really nice setup on our hands. Regardless of the cable management though, let's take a look. We got personality out the wazoo. Spider-Man in the middle, some lighting. The monitor backgrounds I really like, actually. I think it matches the setup a lot. Overall, I mean, it's not bad. You got a really solid foundation here, dude. The only thing I'd recommend is maybe mounting the monitors to a stand. I'd recommend getting 2 individual single ones and maybe doing one vertical, one horizontal, or both horizontal, but just make sure that they're more sturdy to the desk. But overall, I mean, it looks really nice, man. Like, this is just a beautiful setup. I really like this, man. Honestly, I would probably rate this like a solid 7, just because like the cable management's not there. It could have a little more personality, but it does have more personality than most setups that I see. For 12, it's a really solid setup. This is Nahat. He's a 13-year-old living in Vietnam. Mainly plays CSGO, GTA 5, and FIFA. Uses the setup mainly for schoolwork, coding, editing, and gaming. It took him around 3 years to save up and build everything. He afforded all this by selling a CSGO inventory on Lucky Money. Okay. If I'm honest, bro, I really want to see your CSGO inventory. I'm a big CSGO inventory nerd. Chat knows this. Honestly, I've never seen somebody use this. Yo, wait, this is kind of genius, yo. Bro doesn't want his bed to like take out the light, you know? So what he does is he makes like a portable pegboard, dude. They clamp to the side of the desk. That's actually sick. And it like cuts it off from like the rest of the thing, so he's got like a little mini wall next to him. And then looking at the rest of the room here, I like that actually a lot. The printer on top of the speaker is crazy. But the cable management is pretty good. You did pretty good like hiding the cables here. Looking at this side of the setup, I like this a lot, man. The only thing I'd recommend is maybe moving the PC a little farther to the right, you know, so you could have more mousepad room. The shelf is nice with the personality up top, and also the nanoleds are like perfect. And this is a really nice setup for like, you know, straight run of the mill, man. It's a 1 monitor setup, very clean, you know, like I actually really like this. I would rate this probably a solid 8, man. This is Max. He's a 12-year-old from California. His main games are Fortnite and Modern Warfare 2. He built this setup to stream, make content, play games, and some schoolwork. Bet. It took him around 2 years to build this setup, and here are his specs right here. So looking off the bat, I mean, it's just a nice white topo setup here. Got the GA topo. Okay. Also, the cable management is a little whack. I would like to see maybe mounting the power strip underneath the bottom of the desk. Looking at the back of the setup, a lot of cool posters in the back. Attack on Titan looks like Dragon Ball Z. You know, the keyboard and mouse, nice little budget option there. But looking at the whole setup, I mean, it's nice. I would say to change your lighting on your PC to white if you can. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's not bad. It could use a little bit more personality, right? But looking at the setup itself, I mean, at least you got some posters on the wall and you got things that you like, you know. Looking good. I would say this is a solid 7 out of 10. Really clean. Just get some better cable management and it will come out really clean. This is Ozomad setup. He's 13, but he turns 14 in October. He's from Australia, and he mainly plays Minecraft and Rocket League. He built a setup for schoolwork, playing video games, and content creation. Here's his YouTube. It took him around 1 year to build his setup, and here are his specs right here. He afforded his setup by chores around the house and helping his dad with some garage door installs. Is this a loft bed setup again, bro? Bro, we get surprisingly a good amount of these, bro. I love loft bed setups, dude. Really chill. You know, 2 monitor setup here. Just looking at it off the bat. Really good cable management. And then underneath the bed, I really like too. I think that the bed setup's cool. But what is this PC? What is that? It looks super odd shaped. I don't know. The mouse pad could use some work though. That mouse pad is tiny, brother. You have all this room too. You could add a nice little mouse pad in there. Some good lighting you can add is maybe some Gobi glides across the bottom. Also, maybe some more lighting underneath the desk, like going down and underneath the shelf. Adding a few of those things would make this setup just have a little bit more of that lighting. Now, personality-wise, it's kind of hard because there's not a whole lot of room in the setup to add things. You know, mount stuff on this wall here, this wall here. There's a lot of different areas you can like post a little bit of things. Okay, yeah. I see it now. It's a laptop. Yeah, it's a laptop behind there. Really clean too. If you wanted, you could make a third monitor by taking this laptop and then mounting it like I did in the Intel laptop video, and mounting it right here as the 4th monitor and running the cables behind the monitors like that. I think I would probably say it's like a solid, I would say like a solid 6 or 7 out of 10. I'm gonna go 7 out of 10. I really like these under bed setups. I really fuck with them. I think they're really cool. This is Elliot, a 13-year-old out of the United States. His occupation is chores, so he's a younger kid. His main games are Roblox and SP Rocket. Chat, I don't know what the hell SP Rocket is. Please inform me. Anyway, he built the setup to have better performance, and it took him around 1.5 years to 1.5 years to build this setup. And he afforded the setup by doing chores, hand-me-downs. Laptop monitor were hand-me-downs, as well as a microphone, keyboard, mouse, and boom arm. And he bought everything else with his own money. Looking at the setup, man, he's got a nice keyboard. And what the fuck is the mouse, yo? This mouse needs some work, man. Cable management's kind of rough around the edges, you know. I see you did try to like put some personality there, you know. I'd recommend decluttering, taking all the cables out, maybe mounting stuff underneath the bottom of the desk, stuff like that. It is a laptop setup. I think it's an Asus VivoBook. I'd recommend maybe over some time save up and get a PC, you know, add all that. But overall, I mean, you did what you could with, you know, the room and space you have. I'll give it to him, you know. He tried for what he had, you know. So I'd probably rate this a solid 3 out of 10. There's not really a way to add personality in this setup since it's in your living room. But yeah, it's you know, it's all right. It's all right. You know, it could use some work though. This is Dennis, a 16-year-old out of Arkansas, and his main game is Destiny 2 and Apex Legends. His previous setup was a PlayStation setup and a very small desk, and you can see that he's upgraded a lot since then. He built this setup mainly for gaming and schoolwork, and who inspired him to build this setup was me and Chris made their DIY videos. And his occupation is that he works for a local minor league baseball team. So Dennis's setup right off of the bat, I just love the personality and the way that that you went about this setup, from the lighting in the setup to the diffuse RGB on the desk and the organization. This is pretty insane, man. I love the shelves as well. You really stuck true to that blue theme that you have as well. And this is actually really nice setup. Cable management's really good as well. RGB looks good. PC's lifted off the carpet. That's amazing as well. The shelves and the personality is there. Also love the placement of this like the Xbox, the plant, everything just seems really aligned and really clean. I also like how you put the border around like the gloves and the Miller jersey. And I think you said in your submission that you're gonna put a little bit of like a mic arm and then some things like that. What I would recommend as well is maybe a raceway, like a wall raceway for the cables coming down here. Maybe getting a little bit longer cables, you know, making them go straight down. That way it kind of gets hidden below the desk. Other than that, man, there's really not a whole lot to say. I mean, you did a great job with cable management. Personality's on point, lighting's on point, and you also did this all unique since you did this custom lighting here. And honestly, I don't even know what to say to this, man. I think this is a solid 9.5 out of 10. I think this is an amazing setup. This is Gal, a 12-year-old out of Pennsylvania, and his main games are Rust, Roblox, and GTA. Wow, what a lineup. It took him about 2 years to build this entire setup, and his old setup was just an Xbox on a desk. Since he's 12 years old, he does not have a job, so he does chores to earn money for his setup. To build this gaming setup, he was inspired by TechSource, me, and Convol. And who helped him complete this setup is his dad built everything you see in the setup, and his mom gave him a lot of design ideas for it. W parents. Looking at this right off of the bat here, I mean, the mouse pad's super small, one of those knockoff Temu ones. I mean, overall, it's not a bad setup. I just feel like there's a lot of things that are just placed in the wrong spot. The biggest thing I think right now is that what could help the setup is not using one mount to hold both monitors. I did this in my Blau video, and I kind of explained why every monitor on its own stand. And the reason for this is that when you put them both on one stand, it creates this lean forward effect, and the ability of the whole setup becomes very bad. So I'd recommend maybe getting a second Vivo mount and putting one either vertically or just separating a little bit from the monitor, because it creates this like lean forward and it's too heavy to put both monitors on there, and it creates it to like be a little bit harsher. What I'd also recommend is a raceway that just goes right in between this monitor here to hide the cables from the monitor to the PC, because the PC's on the desk anyway. So honestly, you could just put all the wires together and put a raceway right here to the right, and it would be completely hidden. For personality's sake, I do like the shells. I think the pegboard's cool. I see the idea and the vision you're going for, but it does need a little bit better execution when it comes to like maybe adding more stuff in the other sides of the walls. I feel like everything's kind of condensed to one area. I would have done 2 thinner pegboards on this wall like this, and I would have maybe made one longer shelf and one shorter shelf just to make it like look kind of cool. But what you did with this works as well. I just think it needs more to it. And honestly, I mean, it's a great setup. I'd probably rate this a solid, I'm gonna rate it a solid 6 out of 10. I think you did a great job. This is Jackson, a 13-year-old streamer located out of Michigan. His main game is Apex Legends, and he also streams it. His previous setup was just an Xbox One S and an old TV, so he's upgraded a lot since then. He finished this build around February of this year, and it's taken him around a whole year to build this setup. He afforded this setup by mowing lawns and from his parents giving him money on Christmas and birthdays. Off of the bat, I'm just kind of noticing everything everywhere. If I'm honest, it seems very cluttered in a way. Like, just looking at it straight up, people say these Signum racks work, but in actuality, they really don't. I hate these things for cable management. I think they're one of the worst things ever invented. I think they suck. The best one I recommend is in my Amazon store link in the description. But looking at everything in the setup, I mean, it's got a good vibe going for it. You've got a really solid space to work with. I think you just need to declutter and then reorganize and also redesign. I like the hexes on the wall, but part of me thinks that it would have been better to stop like halfway through and then connect it to the other half of this wall right here. I like what you did on the shelves on the left side. I somehow wish that there was implemented more in the setup itself, but it's not a huge deal. I think you did a great job for majority of it. Yeah, so I'd probably rate this a solid 6 out of 10 again. I think this is Joseph, an 18-year-old video editor out of Estonia. The main games he plays is Valorant and Overwatch. What inspired him to build this setup better is that he got into a professional tier 2 team for Overwatch, which inspired him to play better and also improve his setup. He mainly built the setup though for esports and video editing. He built the setup entirely by himself. What's even funnier about this is he's editing this video right now. So this is my editor's setup. It's kind of funny because I don't know how you're playing this, dude. I don't even know what what you're doing. I do like the shelves and the personality you added with all the boxes and things you like. I think you need a bigger desk, and I think you need to declutter and maybe like organize where your PC goes. I do like the shelf with the PC, but I think having the IO shield face this way without any raceways or anything makes your PC just look like so much wires everywhere, like your cable management, like what is going on here? Maybe you could move your monitor over left more, make this monitor more like there as well, like kind of push it back more toward the computer, because also you're getting your half a corner of your mouse pad gone just from this, and you're hitting your monitor probably when you go to flick, like you boom boom, you know what I'm saying? So then I'd also recommend me moving this plant out of there. It has no purpose, it's behind the monitor, no purpose there. First, part of me just thinks you need to redo the whole setup with the room you have, because you have a really good space. I think you just need a bigger desk, or like, but yeah, overall it's not a bad setup, it just needs a lot of work, a lot of help. Also, I don't know why the hell you're using whatever the hell that is. Get that off your desk. That's a terrible keyboard. Nah, I'm joking. But yeah, overall I think you did a great job, man. I mean, I think it could use some work. I'm gonna give it a solid 5 out of 10. I don't know, maybe if this video gets 1 million likes or something, I'll go rebuild this setup. Who knows?
YouTube, do your thing. Please get this video to 1 million likes. I really need this setup redone.
Some mouse pads in the setups in this video are my own company, GutzyAiden.com. So if you like what you see, check out the description down below, and let's get back to the video. This is Sam, a 14-year-old out of the Netherlands, and his main games are Fortnite and Minecraft. His old setup was just a PlayStation with a TV, so he's upgraded a lot since then. His main source of inspiration for the setup is TechSource, me, and Casp. He afforded this setup by birthdays and working. His future plan is to buy a new PC, put a light on his poster, and add more personality. Next up is Sam. Ooh, I'm already liking this. So Sam's setup is kind of what built one of those slant rooms that goes down, and I love these rooms. I think they always do so insane, like some insane setups out of them. I love the shelf above the setup. I think that's a genius idea. Cable management's okay. It's not the best. Like from this angle, I don't like that you can see all of this, but you're kind of limited to the space you have, if I'm honest. But I do like that there's a laptop setup here. I'm assuming this is like a productivity setup, or like your brother or someone plays on it or something like that. You did a great job. The room looks really nice. I like this a lot. The only thing I would have recommended was to make some sort of shelf below your setup and put the PC down there, since there's really not a point to have it on the desk. And then that way you could get a bigger mouse pad that you could use or whatever. And if you don't need this laptop set up like this, if you don't need it practically like that, then I'd honestly recommend just making a docking station for your laptop to go in the main setup if it's yours, unless you want it separated like this. Some people need that for the workflow, but I'd recommend maybe just like centering the setup since you have all this space. Yeah, overall though, I think this is a great setup. It has a lot of personality. I love what you're doing with this space. I think honestly I would probably rate this a solid 7.5 out of 10. This is Vision, a 14-year-old student out of England. His main game is Minecraft, and his previous setup was very basic. Who inspired him to build the setup was TechSource, me, and various TikTokers. He finished building the setup in 2022, but it took him around 4 years to build this entire setup. He afforded this setup by birthdays, Christmases, and his 3D printing business. And here is the last setup of today. This is Vision's setup. I think the V that he built is really unique. I think it's kind of cool that he like did the hexagon panels on his own. The PC needs to go more to the right of the setup. The cable manager underneath the desk isn't the best. Yeah, it could honestly, one thing that could fix this is 2 raceways or 3 raceways right underneath the bottom of this, and just stuff the cables in, or just do 1 long raceway underneath. This would literally save you like from seeing all these cables, and it would be better for the setup itself. I'd also recommend maybe moving this monitor a little closer, because usually when we like a lot of streamers and stuff like that separate the middle of the monitor right here because they're putting a camera there, or that's like the best angle for a camera. In this case, since you only have the microphone, you could still bring the monitor over more. And I think you could honestly get away with maybe putting your mic arm on the right side over your mouth, or on the left side over your mouth instead of right there. Honestly, really nice, clean looking build. I would recommend, like, if you're looking to get more fans, maybe some more fans along the top for, you know, some other for airflow, maybe some fans along in the bottom slot and the back slot back there. But what I'd rate this setup out of 10, honestly, 7 out of 10. We're getting into Jackson's setup. He is 23 years old. His occupation is political science and liberty. He's located in Arkansas, and his main game is Fortnite. And his previous setup was just the same layout, just a lot less gear and lights. What inspired him to build his current gaming setup is he watched a bunch of YouTube videos and wanted it to be functionally capable of anything he wanted to do for schoolwork, gaming, and some political work. He started in March of 2021, and it took about over a year to get the setup where he's at. He afforded his setup by working in the government and selling some old stuff on eBay. His dad helped him with part of the setup, and his future plans are to get some more different aesthetically pleasing things for his setup. Starting off with Jackson's setup, man, this is beautiful. Off the rip, he's got one of my mouse pads, so thank you for supporting. My boy's got the sticker on his Oculus, so that's dope. I love this red and white setup off the rip. We're seeing some beautiful lighting on this shelving, you know, some Scream horror movie people in there. Also, he's got like 2 little shelves here for his speakers that are mounted obviously right above his monitor, which is a beautiful thing to do so you can hide the cables. So we've got 2 controllers on the left, a little stand there, a little acrylic stand with the 2 speakers on the left and right. So this is his keyboard and mouse combo. For productivity, he's got the MX Master. For gaming, he's got the G Pro Superlight, which is awesome. And on top of that, I love this aesthetic of the PC. This white and undertones red build. I would say overall, I would give this a 7.5 out of 10. Looks great. The aesthetics are there. Jackson, thank you so much for submitting. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. All right. So this is David's setup. He is 14 years old and he's located in Portland, Oregon. His main game is Rocket League, and his previous setup was just all black, no lighting and nothing on the walls, just a black PC and black everything. What inspired him to build his current setup is he watched a lot of YouTube videos and instantly started searching up for more gaming setup transformation. Looking over the year, I managed to get new specs for a computer, gear, and many things other, and he built the setup for gaming, editing, and schoolwork. It took him about 3 years to get to this point in total, and he's very happy with where he's at. His brother helped him build this setup, and his future plans for his setup is to buy a new desk, maybe a gray countertop with some alloy shores. Let's go take a look. So off the rip, I just love the way that he built this. The room has so much potential, like the wood slated wall, and then we've got like the pegboard with the lights behind it, the guitars on the wall with the clock, and then the leaves on that. It's beautiful. But overall, I love the way that you did this like aesthetically pleasing thing with your guitars, which I was telling people actually to get these. He has decent keyboard management from what I can see, and overall this is great. I mean, this is keyboard management here, and this setup and the way that he has like everything put in his setup for 14 years old, I would say this is probably an 8. Thank you, David, for submitting. We'll go on to the next setup here. The next one is Harifi. Harifi, I hope I said your name right. This is a beautiful setup. Okay, man, off the rip, we're just brought in and taken in by this setup. He is 22. His occupation is a photographer / graphic designer and content creator. He's located in Indonesia, and his favorite game is Halo MCC and Halo Infinite. His previous setup was just, you know, a laptop setup that he made with a LG monitor, and he took many inspirations for his own setup, and then he moved into the new apartment at the start of 2022 and began to execute what the setup he's been dreaming of. His inspiration is watched many setup shows and drove me into building my own. Since my own occupation makes me sit in front of a computer the whole time, it'd be cool to have a decent setup and working space. I gotta admit, having a decent and cozy working space boosts my working performance. He built a setup again for muted consumption, playing games rarely, and also some dope productivity. This year he's been slowly improving on his setup, and honestly it took him about 9 months to reach this point. He afforded it by using his own money, and he built his setup all by himself. And his next upgrade is a PC and stuff like that. So off the rip, man, this is absolutely beautiful. I love the way that you have this laid out. I love this wood and orange undertone, like where the speakers are mounted, the symmetry of the monitors, from all the details, everything is insane. Off this rip, man, I love this beautiful wood and light aesthetic you've got going on. The natural light from the window, the placement of the mic and the speakers, the placement of the monitors, and the symmetry of the setup. Like, man, you cannot get better than this. On top of that, I think this setup is also a vertical standing desk, which is impressive to make it look clean as well. His cable management is beautiful with these like see-through cable raceways as well, and he's rocking a glorious Model O and a custom keyboard with some orange and black undertones with the wood. And this is him standing there. Dope, man. He's also got some softbox lighting here in the top left, and I love what you did with this little area. Like, it's a built-in wood area with like a little shelf in there to hold your gimbals and your keyboards and little extra things there. Love the lighting on the side. Like, dude, this apartment, wherever you live, this apartment is beautiful, by the way. Like for this to be your first place to move out to, that is awesome. This is a beautiful setup, oh man. How do I gotta get like you, my boy? This is awesome. From the aesthetics of the setup to the execution, to the color theme and the palette you're on, to the way you've put everything, man, this is damn near a 10 out of 10. Thank you again for submitting. Looks beautiful. The next one is by Casper. Now, Casper is 13 years old. His occupation is actually working on a farm in Norway. His main game is Fortnite, and his previous setup was a cheap gaming laptop and a budget keyboard and mouse. What inspired him to build his current gaming setup is Vermax and a couple other YouTubers. He built a setup for gaming and YouTube, and he started building his setup in 2019. He afforded this setup by working on his dad's farm, and he built it by himself. He wants to add a couple monitors and a new wireless headset. All right, let's go take a look. He's running a Blue Yeti on the right side, which I like. Running a dual monitor setup with the Firewatch little area there. Also, thank you for supporting the mouse pads. Right here, he's got like a G Pro Superlight, and it looks like I want to say it's like a RK61 or something like that. Looks pretty interesting. He also is running a SteelSeries headset as well. Here's his cable management behind his monitors, which is cool. His keyboard and mouse combo, and his cable management's not awful. Also got some plants and a candle as well. PC's looking great with a 3070, which is awesome. Overall, I mean, this is very generic but beautiful for a younger guy. Bro is only 13 years old, chat. What are we thinking? Yeah, I love to see this aesthetic with the plants and the way that he utilizes color theme. I would rate this probably I want to say a 7 out of 10. A 7 out of 10 would be awesome for 13 years old. I mean, this is beautiful. All right, we're moving on to the last setup. This is Mason's setup right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. So he is 13. He's located in Florida. His main game is Valorant and Apex. His previous setup was just a console setup, and what inspired him to build his current setup now is that he had friends with nice setups, so I took inspiration from YouTube and them, and my setup is now better than theirs. Always love to see that. How long did it take to build his setup? About a month, and he afforded his setup by Christmas, birthdays, and selling water to golfers on a golf course in my neighborhood. Resourceful. Love it. Who helped build his setup? His best friend and me built the PC. He knows about tech more than I do, so I did everything by myself. So like the setup himself, he did by himself, but his friend helped him build the PC. That's awesome. He'd also like to add some shelves and some extra decorations so the walls aren't so plain. Yeah, I would agree. Off the rip, I just appreciate you supporting the mouse pads. Again, I can't thank you guys enough. Seeing so many of you guys that have a mouse pad of mine, like, it just makes me so happy inside, man. You know, like, it just makes me feel great. So thank you guys for doing that. So yeah, off the rip, he's got this blue and white setup, little plain area on the right with a few different miscellaneous things. On top of that, he's got a nice little mic on the right with the PC, dual monitor setup, one stacked, one horizontal. For 13 years old, man, this is beautiful. I would say this is a solid 6 for a 13-year-old that just built his setup. Like, man, this has a lot of potential, a lot of empty wall space, a lot of great potential here, and you've done a really great job of putting what you had. This setup right here isn't bad. I mean, it's a single monitor setup, you know, just a game PC, and I'm assuming this is more for productivity and some light gaming. It's not bad. I love the Stress M7B and DT90 Pro. Maybe he's some sort of streamer or podcast person or YouTube person even. Honestly, it's not bad. I think he did a really good job at just putting a setup there and making it happen. I think he's got some really good organization. I feel like the only thing he could change is if you wanted to put the PC on the floor, you would have more organization skills with this, because then you can maybe go ultra wide if you're more productivity, or, you know, you could just have more room on your desk per se. I think it's really solid, man. I think you did a really good job. My recommendation here would be just basically don't put the PC on the desk, because it's not like something that you need to really show off per se. It's not insane. It's not like an insane PC, like water cooled or anything that you need to show off. So I would say just put that on the floor and you would get a lot more room this way. And it's not bad. I would say it's probably a 7 or a 6 maybe. Trying to get into streaming. Yeah, if you want to get into streaming, then I'd maybe do another monitor and maybe mount them, or however you want to do that. Maybe mount it to the wall or mount it to the desk. However, yeah, super clean, man. Thank you for supporting, and thank you for submitting. Lucas's setup, man. What is this, man? What is this? Bro's got the lotion on hand, dude. But seriously, this setup isn't bad. It has a lot of potential. It's just right now, I feel like it doesn't have what it needs to succeed, right? Like, if you're just playing Valorant or just playing a single game, then I would say, like, you know, it's not bad for that. But for personality and things like that, I feel like, you know, some simple posters, some decluttering, things like that could really help this out. And maybe even just a new desk even. This desk is like really, like, it's intricate. Like, it's got like one level up here, a level down here, a level down here, a whole right side. Like, it's just way too much. So if you don't need this desk, I would say throw this out or make some sort of different desk that you can get just to make it like look more clean, I would say. But if you want to keep the desk it is now, then I would just say like cable manage it by running the cables down this like metal bar or whatever it is and zip tied them to it. So like at least it'll like look somewhat not that cluttered. And then from there, I would say maybe get some sort of headphone hanger like underneath this side of the desk, or you know, some way to hang it on this right or left side. And other than that, if you're just playing games, that'll fit really well. I think it's not bad. Yeah, it just needs some more personality to it. It's just kind of like very bland and plain. We're moving on to Scaldress, man. Okay, chat. You see this? You see this mouse pad? Dude. Okay, dude. Okay, Scaldress. Okay, man. Around April Fools, I released this as a joke and I gave it away in a stream. Scaldress was one of the winners. There's only 7 of them. Oh my god, bro. Anyway, for the actual setup though, I mean, the red theme you got going is really great. I think your PC and your double monitors and everything and the way you have it mounted is really nice. Obviously, the mouse pad is just interesting because it doesn't go well with the setup at all. It's just like, it's just me standing there with my ass bent over. The color scheme, if it's red, I mean, the mouse pad doesn't really fit, but other than that, like, KO management's on point. The setup's nice, and I think you did a really good job with the space you had. I mean, it's very minimal and clean. It's not bad. I think it's very generic. Love the mouse pad and everything. There's not really a clear, concise color scheme or anything. I mean, you're running blue and then like rainbow and then like pink up here and then like, you know, yellow on your mouse and then red on your mouse pad and then like gray. Like there's just colors everywhere. I'm assuming you do something with music because you got like some sort of music thing here. But the color schemes aren't really unique. It's like not really there. But for the most part, it's not bad. I think it just needs some more cable management too. Like as you can see here, all the cables go down right to the floor. I'm assuming there's something like that. But yeah, honestly, Blake, it's not bad. It just needs some help. I think the biggest thing is cable management and then getting a color scheme down. What I like to do, and I like to help people with color schemes, go with neutral setup colors. An example is mine, right? Wood, right? Wood and white. Everything else on top of my desk can be changed. So if you ever want to change your color scheme, right? You make a foundation color. For me, it's wood and white, okay? Now, the wall is white. The wood is like, you know, that wood color. And then my Alex drawers are white. So I usually stick to a blue setup, but if I ever wanted to, I can make any of these colors red or blue, and you can change your color setup whenever you want. Try to make a setup that has very neutral colors that you can change your setup at any time. Change the keyboard, change the keycaps, change the mouse pad, whenever you want. And the more you do that, the better. So yeah, thank you for submitting that setup. Thunder Games, before and after. Before and after. I love this. I think the aesthetic's great. This is really clean from this to this. This is really nice. The after looks sick, man. But this is really clean. I think this really has a lot of potential even further. I mean, the before and after, I mean, damn, dude. Like from this to this, like, shush. I think the biggest thing that I would even say is just a little bit of cables here, but other than that, man, I mean, I love this little border you built out with like the 3D panels and the lights in them and stuff. I think you did a really, really good job with that. The way that you know, changed it from this to this, like, wow, dude, an impressive change. I love it gives a whole different vibe and aesthetic to your room that I think really stands out. You did an insane job, man. Thank you so much for submitting. What is this? Bro's PC's on carpet. Your desk isn't bad, okay? And I understand that you have like a daughter coming on the way. That's fine. Congrats on that, by the way. But you could actually make this really easily. What I would recommend is getting like some sort of like little, like the $7 tables at IKEA. They have like a $7 table. I don't know what it's called. It's got like it's basically a $7 table. You could literally just get a black version of it, stick it right here, put the PC on that. So it's not on the carpet, because you don't want your PC on carpet in case of, you know, static electricity, and you don't want anything to get messed up in there. From there, I'm assuming majority of these cables, your controller and your headset, right? So if you get like the little $7 table, put that on there, put the headset there. So then I would just say, like, you know, when you're done with your Xbox controller, just wound it up and put it on the desk, and then maybe get like some sort of couple dollar headphone hanger and put it like on the side of this desk or whatever. And just those 3 things would literally clean up your entire setup and make it super minimal. But no, honestly, the biggest advice I would give is get something for this PC to sit on. And then, you know, put your cable, like put your controller on the desk, and then get a headphone hanger. Those 3 things would really help it out. But honestly, not bad. Brandon's setup isn't bad. I think that where your water jugs are, if there's room to put your PC here, I feel like that's where you should put it. Move this monitor more to the right, but maybe your Nintendo Switch can stay where the PC is, but move the PC here instead, because now you have, I don't know if it's deep enough, but maybe get some sort of thing to extend it and just like put it here, because I feel like that would help a lot of your cable management as well. The left is just cable management like city, but I think just putting the PC on the right side instead would kind of clean up this area. If you need a bigger desk, you can do that too, but overall it's not bad. I think all you need is just some better organization skills with the setup. For one, this shelf isn't centered with the desk. It's kind of like slightly off to the right, so I would say if you're gonna get the shelf, maybe get a longer shelf or center this with this monitor and then take this PC and put it to the right and try to organize it somehow, maybe in this back corner, put all the cables there. The desk is very interesting. It looks very old, so if you do want to upgrade, then that would be a perfect opportunity to start over with your setup. But in the meantime, I think this area right here is solid for your PC. I would move the lamp maybe on the left side, and honestly, it doesn't look bad. It just, with a couple organization skills and some more symmetry, the setup could be really solid. I would say it's probably like a 5 or a 6, maybe even a 4.
His main occupation is school, and his main games are Minecraft, Roblox, COD, Modern Warfare 2019, and Fortnite. He built the setup to have fun with his friends, listen to music, and watch videos, and it took him around 3 years to build and save up for this setup. He also made money for this setup by selling Pokemon cards at school, also making money from Christmas and birthdays. He built the setup all by himself, and here are the specs right here. From what I can tell, it looks like a 2-monitor setup here. Not the best, but I think you can clean up and declutter and maybe add some more personality than you already have. I do like the shelves up top for sure. Cable management definitely could be a little better. Yeah, I would say since you have like this big board in the middle, just mount everything to the back of this and it would fix itself. But yeah, overall it's not bad. I think that it could use some work though, for sure. Maybe some decluttering, some organization. From what I can see, it's not terrible, but I would give it probably a solid 5.5. I wish I could have seen more about the setup, because again, like, you know, Queso was jumping jack. Queso was doing jumping jacks next door. This is Braden. He's a 13-year-old out of Louisiana. He makes YouTube videos, he edits, and he also streams. He tends to play a lot of Valorant, but also plays other games like Minecraft, Fortnite, COD, and Roblox. And he built the setup to have a cool and nice place to chill, make videos, and play games. He started building this setup around February 2020, so about 3 years or so. And here are the specs and everything that he has built so far. He afforded the setup through allowance, birthday money, and Christmas money, and his dad helped him build majority of the setup. What inspired him to build this setup was me, Maddie K, TechSource, and Vermax. I know the cable management is terrible, but that is not one of my main focuses while building it. Oh no. No, man, no. Oh, it's so clean. It's so good before that, dude. Oh my gosh. Overall, I really do like the theme and the color scheme you're going for. The only thing I would really recommend is the cable management from what I'm seeing. The personality is clean. I like how you put a lot of the lighting here. The lighting shines really good too. At least he's honest, yeah. I think the biggest thing is you don't even have to be good at cable management, bro. You could just mount a raceway underneath, put all the cables in there, and then that's it. You know? Like, you could literally just put a nice raceway right underneath, stash all the cables in there, and then you're done. You don't even have to, like, organize them. People think you have to be, like, super organized with all your cables. You really don't have to. You can just throw everything in there and be done. You know, you don't have to focus that. It's really nice. Like, the color scheme you kept throughout the whole setup is really nice. I also like the little the Valorant knife is really cool on the stand. The PC with the lighting and everything looks great as well. Keyboard and mouse and everything look good. Is that my mouse pad? I think it is. Today's sponsor is actually me, GutzyAiden.com. There are some setups in this video that use my mouse pads, and if you like something you see, they're actually 20% off of 36x18s right now on GutzyAiden.com. Now back to the video. I would probably give this a solid 7.5, maybe 8 out of 10. I really like this. I think that the vibe is really there. I think you could add a little bit more about him in this setup, but it's very clean for sure. All right, this is Amadi's setup. He's a 15-year-old and he's from Sweden. He plays Fortnite and Call of Duty sometimes. Built a setup from many content creators and he just wanted to have a clean workplace. How he afforded this setup was trading, dropshipping, and he also studies in school. And he financed the setup through earnings from dropshipping and trading, with the funds provided by both me and my family. W. That's really cool. His mom assisted him, assassinated, damn, What am I saying? His mom assisted him in building this setup, and that's pretty much everything that is there for the info. So looking at this, I mean, I really like the way this is going, man. I think that this is a vibe, and I think over time you'll keep building it up and making it better. The only thing I'd recommend is maybe to get this main monitor off the desk and maybe raise it a little higher. Overall, I really like the room, and this wall has mad potential. I would eventually maybe come up with something for this wall to be more designed. Also, maybe a bigger mouse pad too. Maybe it's time to do that. But this wall is so blank that I feel like it's a perfect opportunity to add all kinds of different personality. Like you could do like a 3-piece like big art section. You could do like a shelf. You could do like slats if you wanted. There's just so much potential with this wall, and I think you're doing a good job of like building the setup itself. But I'm really excited for when you build the actual wall too. Cable management could be a little better. Obviously, maybe 1 or 2 raceways could really help this out. I would say it's probably a solid 6 out of 10. I would love to see more personality throughout the whole room, if I'm completely honest. But overall, it's not bad. This is Luca. He's a 13-year-old, almost turning 14 in April. He's an 8th grade student, and he does house and yard work for money for this setup. He lives in the northern US, and he built the setup for gaming and hopefully content creation soon. He started building it in the setup of Christmas 2022, and he did chores and started his lawn mowing business, and me and my dad built it together. W. Looking at this, though, I really think you guys did a great job. Like, just looking at the first initial images, this has a lot of personality, and I think this is really good at what you're building. For 13, this is pretty good. Like, the cable management, really solid. This is also really nice as well. Pre-built could be a little better. You can upgrade over time, but I really like the personality in the setup. I think that the shelves, the way you put them, is actually really solid. I think it's a solid, like, 7, and that's being a little bit gracious. I think the personality carries the setup. The personality and lighting carry the setup for sure. But I definitely think you should build the functionality a little better. And what I mean by this is maybe make one long desk instead of an L shape. Everybody got the idea last year to start making L-shaped desks because they were better. But if I'm being completely honest, chat, people that build the L-shaped desk, they don't give enough on one side. Now, it's different if you have one long desk, right? You have one long desk and then you do another long desk. But when you have one that's like short and short, it'd be better just to put one long setup. Because if you do the L shape, you only want to do that if you have long on both sides. If you don't have long on both sides, then it's just going to look like this. You know? This is Ollie. He's a 14-year-old out of Oregon. Main games are Rocket League, Geometry Dash, and it took him around 10 months to get it where it's at. He paid for the setup all by himself from summer jobs and helping his parents, and he built everything by himself. Okay, wait. Okay, I like this picture. Okay, bro. Yeah, we let him cook too much. Bro, what is Bud doing? Bro? He's got the grippers out, dude. All right. So looking at this setup, I mean, the cable management could be better, obviously, right? But it seems like it's a budget setup, so it seems like you just kind of threw everything. If it were me, I would say this wall's a little plain, and I'd love to see you add more. But I'm assuming you're in your saving for your PC arc, so I can't like complain. But overall, I mean, this is not a bad setup for 14. I mean, you got the Xbox for games. The Xbox Series S is a really good Xbox. I mean, it's a good console. You can still play keyboard and mouse, but you also have a laptop, so you can play maybe some games there or something. But overall, I mean, you did a pretty good job. I mean, this is a really nice aesthetically, and the desk itself is good. It's nice and big. You can probably put a PC on it later on. You did really good with the foundation, but yeah, I would say cable management is one of the big issues for me, and also like how plain the wall is. But for 14, this is really nice. I would give it a solid 6. I think I agree with chat. This is Brad. He's 14 and he's from the UK. He doesn't have any main games at the moment, but he plays a lot of GTA. He built it for gaming and productivity. Took him around a month to get it where it's at now, but he's had the PC for around 3 years and he just stopped using it for a while. All right. He afforded this setup by selling old stuff he didn't need and helping family with work, and he built it all by himself. Okay, cool. A lot of things I'm planning on upgrading, like a new PC, GutzyAiden mousepad, another 27-inch monitor, and adding some wall mounts. Okay, yeah. So then looking at this whole setup, I mean, I'd like to see the PC there. I think, honestly, the layout of the setup is good. I like how you stuck your PS5 kind of right underneath there. That's a good spot for it. Everything that you did in this setup is right. It just, I think the wall mounts would help a lot. Cable management could be a little better, but you did your best for the most part. PC could have some upgrades, but you still have a decent PC, it looks like. The personality is a little lacking, for sure.
Personality is lacking a little bit, but I'm assuming you're gonna mount some of these monitors and stuff. So what I'd recommend is if you're keeping this theme like this, I would recommend to mount one monitor straight on, and I'd recommend to mount another monitor further to the right, because right now the way that you have it set up, you kind of like have to look directly at each screen. You know, you have to go like this, and it's kind of weird and awkward. So to combat that, you need to mount each monitor one straight on and one kind of to the side, or one above or something like that. One above would probably be the best for this. Yeah, I'd probably give it a solid 6. Foundation is good. All you need is more personality and maybe some reorganization. My setup used to be a couch and TV setup about 3 years ago, before I got my first gaming desk and first quote unquote setup. I noticed on Tech Talk and Lockdown, and I got inspired for some Tech Talkers and setups. And Setup Wars also helped me with a lot of inspirations for my setup. I bought my first ever PC by fishing crabs with my dad, and we sold them. That's an interesting profession. I've done this for a couple of years now, and every time we sell, we earn about $100 to $150. So I'm planning on getting a third monitor, and I'm actually getting a mini fridge as well for the setup tomorrow. I also plan on adding some Manolese and Gobi glides in the near future. Also, probably some vertical mounting my GPU. I use my setup to watch your streams, watch YouTube, make content for my TikTok as well, and play games with my friends. Wow, for 14, this is already great. So let's take a look through the pictures here. Wow, this is really nice. For 14, this is crazy. Overall, I really love the aesthetic of the setup you've got going on. There's a few things I would change though. For the most part, you've done a great job. The lighting, the aesthetics, the cable management, a lot of it is great. I don't think it's a 10, and there's a few reasons why. It's a great setup. You've done a great job for your age. I love your hard work ethic, and on top of that, you've done a really great job. But the one thing I would say is, again, you're obviously, your chair is one, a red chair and a purple setup. I mean, not much you can really do about that, but over time, if you save up, you could swap out the chair. I love the shelves and the personality you've got going, but I feel like this shelf right here isn't centered with the setup. I just feel like the symmetry of the setup gets really thrown off when there's this extra spot that's just like open with nothing in it, and it's like you got this entire setup. It looks insanely good, and then this shelf just doesn't reach the entire way. So either you could get a longer shelf or center this one, and I think it would make this setup look a lot better. If I were to rate this setup, I would say this is 9 out of 10. You wanted to create a setup that was clean. It was also just a happy place for me to unwind. I also wanted to have a project while I saved up for a PC. I like it set up like this. Is very clean, and I worked with the layout of my room. I forwarded this setup by working in a concession stand for volleyball tournament. My future plans is to get a desk shelf and a new desk mat. Look how clean this Xbox setup is. Like, come on, bro's 13. This is insane for a 13-year-old. The aesthetic, the way that he built this setup out for a console setup, this is insane. I love the way that this looks. I love the wood with the orange and blue hints, accents to the entire setup. You know, I think you did an insane job. Like, just the aesthetic you got going on, I really love, from the plants and the light wood. And then on top of that, your frames for your pictures match. You have a pegboard that matches the same color of the wood. Like, the attention to detail in this setup is insane. Obviously, I love the little keycap set as well. I think you did a great job. The mouse pad, yes, could use an upgrade. You know where to go. But I like, do I even dare say this is a 10 out of 10? I mean, like, the cable management isn't the best, you know, like, it's not like insane, but like the minimalism on this setup is insane. Like, attention to detail, like the way that you did everything, like, I just can't find anything wrong with it. I love it. The only thing I could complain about is this black hue, but I know that they don't make them in the same wood. The black accents with this works. The cables would be the only thing that I would say, like, I would complain about, but you did a great job hiding them behind your monitor too. You know what make this even cleaner is if you mounted this monitor, which I don't know if you can do. You're also 13, but for 13, this is an incredible setup, man. You did a great job. Do not think that you did bad in any way, but I love this setup, bro. You did a great job. Overall, you did a great job. I think I love the aesthetic wood with the blue and the orange. I think just complement the setup very well. Like, this just looks insane. Even wrapping your Xbox a different color, maybe some orange and blue, like maybe this, you know, like, would look nice on the Xbox. But for the most part, you're trying to build a PC. So for this setup, I would probably rate this a 9.9. The only 0.1 I would take away would be for this cable management. It's not even that bad. First setup was ugly. LDS was one monitor, first gen Xbox. My setup is currently like this since what Aiden and I were able to come up with. GutzyAiden sponsored the build with the majority of the PC setup as well, while I've been off work and home more. Plans of the future including adding more wall art and upgrading some PC components. This is it. So this is it's actually my cousin's setup. I think Joey's setup is like perfect. I know you guys can see it from this side, but this is like a waist underneath. The cable management's really organized. It doesn't look as organized as it is, but it is. Again, you know, we have his Astro on the left side with his headset hanger here, and then like his controller hanger here as well, and then the cable goes across because he plays as a cable. And overall, I think it's really good. Like the cable management, you guys can see like we have a raceway there, a hub here for plugging in different stuff, and then also, you know, different things like that. I think Joey's setup's really great. What do you guys think, chat? If you guys were to rate this 1 out of 10, what do you guys think? I mean, for the most part, for his setup and like his aesthetic he's building, I feel like he's done a great job. Solid 8. Yeah, I think it's a solid 8 or 9. The only thing that I would recommend is this wall just feels a little empty, which he knows that. I think he's gonna put like shelves or some different wall art and stuff like that. In my opinion, I would rate this probably an 8.5 or yeah, an 8.5 out of 10. I could have done a little bit better with the cable management below the monitors as well. But for the most part, I love the aesthetic he's got going on, and I think he did a great job. I started my setup when I was around 13 to 14 years old. It was really plain and pretty bad in general. I saw the potential in my setup looking at videos on YouTube, so I decided it was time to upgrade and start putting in some work on my setup. The way I afforded this stuff, I was going to work with my dad over the summer on weekends. My plan for the future is to buy a bigger desk, like a Salgen countertop or some Alex drawers, and get the Topo white mouse pad, which I'm actually rocking. First impressions, I really like this setup right off the rip. Ooh, a little bit of cable management, okay. But overall, like, this is pretty nice. I love the aesthetic of the PC already. Like you said, you needed a new desk, so I'm not gonna rip you a new one for that. Yes, you do need a new desk. Your desk is on life support. You do need a desk. So yeah, that'll be an upgrade you'll probably get soon. But what I will say is your aesthetic isn't bad. It's just the symmetry. So like the 2 speakers and then the 2 plants just don't aesthetically fit there. It just feels a little off and crammed and cluttered. Like the clock is nice, but like putting both of these plants there just feel out of place. So what I'd recommend is maybe removing these 2 plants and centering the clock with the monitor and centering both of these speakers left and right. That way it doesn't feel over the top. Obviously, when you get your new desk, you could probably center this all. So I'm not going to dock you on that, but I think maybe spacing this out just a little bit more and centering this with the first monitor might help the symmetry of the wall. You said you're in between color schemes, so I'm not going to like hold you to that, but when you get the new mouse pad, I would love to see a black and white contrasty setup on this. All the lights changed from purple to white. I think would look insane, especially since your PC is all black and white, which that was good future proofing. So yeah, I think you did a great job. Besides the cable management, like you said, you're going to get a new desk, so I wouldn't go through and cable manage everything quite yet. Maybe get a new power strip as well. When you go to a new cable manage, get a very longer, a way longer one and stuff like that. But when you get your new setup, then you can cable manage this a lot. Some things I would recommend is watching my cable management video where I go through like all the products you should buy and things you should and shouldn't buy, because I feel like it has a lot of advice in it. I think you did a really good job of showing personality as well. Like, you know, we can see you play soccer and we see, you know, different stuff like that. You like Disney in some way. And then on top of that, you're a winner. All GutzyAiden viewers are winners, just letting you know. In my opinion, I would say this is a solid 7. I think it's got usability. It's great. The only thing that holds the setup back is the setup, like the actual desk itself. And overall, I think that you did a great job for what the space you had. You just need a new desk. Once you get the new desk, I feel like it's going to open up your setup a lot.
Holy shit. My name is Gage, or GTPCs on social media. I'm 14 years old and I made some tech content. I get sponsorship deals as my source of income. I'm located in Texas and I don't game much, but when I do, it's Fortnite or Rainbow Six Siege. I afforded this setup from advertising, reviewing tech products on TikTok, and I built all this setup with my dad, who helped me put together my Alex drawers, my shelf, and the stuff above the setup.
Holy shit. This is beautiful.
This is beautiful for 14. Love the shelf on the right with the keyboards. Oh my gosh, 14, man.
So looking at the setup, right,
the theme he has going is very impressive. I love how it's kind of like off-white and stuff, but it's got like some nice hype beast culture in it. But I love how he built like this kind of like thing around it. You know what I'm saying? Like one side's controllers, one side's keyboards. I do also think if you can do something with like up top of here, like some plants or something like that. And I think you should also get one more controller so you can make these even. I can't even complain. Keyboard and mouse combo looks really nice. The PC looks beautiful.
He has a better setup than me, chat. Like, But yeah, overall, dude, I think it's insane. You did a really good job with this. I would rate this a 10 out of 10. I'm gonna give it a 10 out of 10. I think it's beautiful. This is Card DTM. He's a 15-year-old out of the UK, and he's a student. His main game is Fortnite, COD, Minecraft, Swami's AOT fan game, and that's his main games he plays. The setup took him around 9 months to get all the money for it, approximately 1,200 pounds. He afforded this through birthdays, Christmases, jobs like cleaning cars, working for his grandpa as well. Okay, looking at the setup, it's just mad cluttered. How much schoolwork are they making you do? Is this really how much paper they give you? Is this how much they waste in school? Man, we got technology now. Put it on a Google Doc. Get rid of all that shit. Looking at this though, I really do like the shelf in the middle. I think it's kind of cool that you showed all kinds of different personality through that, but it definitely needs some decluttering for sure. I would have liked to see some things hung up on the walls more, like this sword, the swords and stuff. It looks cool as hell. Why don't you put that on the wall? Excuse me. Also, the cable management here could be a little bit better, and overall I would probably give this a solid 6. This is David. He's a 13-year-old and he just moved to Maryland a few weeks ago. I saved up money for the past 5 years to come to this, and here are the specs as well and things he uses. So looking at the setup, the lights, I don't know what you're doing with the lights. All right, the RGB's gotta go. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what is even going on here? But looking at the whole setup, I mean, it has a lot of potential. I love the panels on the back of the wall here. I just think the LEDs you did were kind of corny, and they don't really serve any purpose. The PC's built actually really well. Overall, I do think you should get rid of the RGBs and maybe do something a little bit more like the Govee lights maybe. I also think that maybe moving this monitor slightly down to where the bezel is hidden would be better too. But overall, I mean, it's not bad at all. I think this is a really solid setup. I think that the cable management does need work. It has a really solid foundation, but until everything's fixed, in my opinion, I would probably give it a solid 5.5. All right, this is Gio. He's a 23-year-old college student from Florida, and his main games are Apex Legends, Overwatch 2, Modern Warfare 3, Warzone 2, and GTA. He also sometimes plays FIFA on his Xbox as well. He built a setup for gaming and schoolwork, and he started building his setup last September to get it to where it's at now. All the hexagons are made out of cardboard. Ooh, okay. His mom and his girlfriend got him some things for the setup, and other than that, that's the stuff I bought. Wait, this is kind of cooking. Okay, the cable management is a little messed up. So looking at the setup as a whole, when I look at this, I'm like, wow. The color scheme, the way you did the monitors, the way you mounted them, the speaker placement, the lighting on the left. I love how you did this around the little mini pegboard with the controllers. And I do think your cable management's kind of bad, but in the most part, you could actually just get one big raceway. You put one of them on there and it hides like 90% of your cables. Peripherals look good. The lighting looks good in it as well. And then looking at the shelves, I think I love the personality, the plants, the way you did custom made these hexagon panels and stuff. I would probably rate this a solid 8.5. This is Diaxali. He's a 14-year-old student out of the Netherlands, and he mainly uses the setup for homework, Epic Games, and Minecraft with friends. This took around 4 years to build. It's probably around $2,200. Except for mounting the monitor arm, I did by myself, and it took around 7 to 10 hours to build everything. This is a beautiful setup, dude. Cable management's beautiful. The speaker placement's decent. Love how you put the laptop on the right side so it's hidden. What a beautiful setup. For 14, you guys can't even complain. This is beautiful, man. The plant is perfectly placed. The only thing I can complain about is the mouse pad, bro. -1. Just joking. I'm just joking, Ed. I'm just joking. I'm gonna give it a 9. The only thing I don't like about it is the chair and more personality. But overall, like, this is beautiful and clean, minimal. It's nice. This is Toast. He's a 14-year-old and he lives in Canada. His main games are Minecraft, Roblox, and COD. He built the setup by himself and he was inspired by GutzyAiden. Oh, damn, bro. Thank you, man. Makes you feel all warm inside. His specs are all this stuff. You can take a look at it if you'd like. And let's take a look at the setup itself. What a beautiful PC too. Oh my goodness. A slight productivity setup on the left side or on the right side. Okay. So looking at it, I mean, there's not a single cable in sight. This is just one of the best setups I've seen here. This is such a clean setup, man. Holy. Water cooled, insanely nice. Love the fans. Love how you did this. So one thing I'd recommend is maybe if you want a microphone, I think you might use the Astro, so you don't really like care about it that much, but maybe some sort of microphone. The keyboard and mouse, you could change it up. Mouse pad is really small, actually. I would recommend just a bigger mouse pad. Even the bed's made perfect. It's really clean. I'm gonna give it a solid 9 out of 10. I think it's good. I do want to see more personality though. This is Osman, a 14-year-old out of Australia. The land down under. Right now, he's in school. He does occasionally go out with my dad to install and service garage doors. W. His main game is Rocket League, and he built the setup because he wanted a place to chill and make content for YouTube. It took him around 1 year to get to where it's at now, and he plans to keep adding to it, and he's currently building a PC, and it isn't complete yet. Okay. His dad built the loft bed and assisted with some other things as well in the setup. Okay. Looking at this, it's so close to being done, man. See, that would just make me so mad, bro. If I had a PC like this damn beautiful already, and I'm like, I just can't use it, that'd be the biggest blue ball ever, bro. I do love how you put the monitor mounts like this. I love the cable management too. I love how you cut holes to fit the cables through. Beautiful idea. Really nice, actually. Also love the little mini shelf on the left, and underneath the loft is really clean. I would recommend some more lighting underneath this. Like if you could get some Govee, like the Govee rope lights and stuff like that, maybe putting it across and underneath the bed just to light up the bottom would be really, really cool. But yeah, overall, I think this is a beautiful setup for what it's worth. And once your PC's done, it'll look even better. So I would probably give it a solid 7.5. It's really nice. It's clean. It's a really good, beautiful setup. This is Matan. He's a 15-year-old from Israel, and he started building this setup for 3 years, and he will upgrade it again in a few months. He's been playing Fortnite, Valorant, and Rocket League, and he's been building the setup from his birthday money and saving up from the holidays. He has to order RGB strips and a new monitor light bar. He wants to upgrade his chair to a new one as well. PC looks good from the first glance. Honestly, looks pretty good. I think the one thing I would say though is like, yeah, I just question why you put the power strip on the right side of the Alex drawer. That was my only concern, is why did you put this over here when you could have like kind of put this right above this, and then all these cables would be like right next to each other. You could have mounted it like above this Signum rack and then made it a little bit more clean. Also, I feel like you do feel a little cluttered. This PC seems like it'd be better on the floor, if I'm being completely honest with you. Maybe on the floor, or move the desk off a little bit of the wall and put it in between. Overall, it's a decent setup. I'd probably give it a solid 6.5 out of 10. I think there's more personality to be made, and also decluttering, like basically reorganization of the setup, would help out a lot.
He's 13 years old, and his occupation is chores, raking, and shoveling driveways. He's located out in New York, and his main games are Rocket League and Fortnite. What inspired him to build this current setup is my videos and wanting to create content on YouTube, and he built a setup for gaming, schoolwork, and content creation. He built this setup after Christmas, and it took him about 3 years to save up for everything you see in the setup. What are some of the brand names of his setup? He's got Govee lights, his PC's an HP Pavilion, and he's running a Keychron V1 keyboard, Glorious Model O, and Creative Pedal speakers, which you guys can see here. Cable management is tidy. We'll like to see a Raceway. Not a huge deal though. Love it. It's a very, very solid start. What do you guys think about this out of 10? I think this is personally like a solid 6. Or no, a solid 7 out of 10, I would say. This video is sponsored by GutzyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mousepads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. Next one is Michael's setup. He is 13 years old, and he has no occupation, but he's also located in Florida. His main games are Modern Warfare 2 and Rocket League. PC has an i7 3700K and a 4080. He's also running the Fractal Design Meshify 2 in white, and he's running his first monitor at 1440p with 70 hertz, vertical monitor at 240 hertz. What helped him build the setup is YouTube and learning how to build a PC from there. The setup overall out of 10. What do you guys think? Yeah, I would say it's just a solid 7. I mean, it's really, really clean, you know? This is Dominic's setup. He's 14 years old, and he wants to do unboxing videos to grow his TikTok. He's located out of Las Vegas, and his main game is COD. His previous setup was ran by an Xbox One and a small TV, and what inspired him to build his current setup is Matty K. He built the setup like a year ago, and it took him about 1 to 2 years to save up and get everything in this setup. Future plans with this setup is to inspire people to do more stuff and unboxing videos. I mean, this is such a sick setup for, 14 years old. This is really cool. Yeah, I love this, man. Already off the bat, I love the wall panels. Also, I love the pedals in between. Like, the theme on this setup is beautiful. For 14 years old, this is probably one of the best themed setups I've ever seen. David's setup. Now, he's 16 years old. He's a student working out of a warehouse in the summertime, and he's located out of Canada, on Ontario. His main games are Modern Warfare 2, Forza Horizon 5, and GTA. What inspired him to build his setup is to create a space where he'd be able to relax, make a good time, and also do some homework or edit videos and photos. His keyboard is a GMMK Pro, also a KBD Fans Tiger 80, and a Razer Viper Ultimate, which is docked on his desk here. For audio, he's running a Behringer UMC22 and a UM2. He's also running a DM1 Dynamite for microphone and preamp. And then his displays are an Asus ROG 49, which is at the top. His main monitor is a Dell S2522, which is a 240 hertz monitor. His side monitor is an Acer 32-inch that he only uses for pretty much Discord and Spotify. His PC specs as well, Ryzen 7 5800X and a 3070. I love the monitors. I love the layout you're kind of working with here as well. In my opinion, I think this is a solid 7.5. Next setup is by Gabriel. He is 14 years old and he is a student and he works as a butcher. He's located in Australia and his main games are Valorant, Rocket League, and Call of Duty Warzone. What inspired him to build this current setup is Low, Tech Source, and me. And he built the setup for gaming, homework, and studying. He built the setup in 2020 and it took him about 2.5 years to save up and build everything. The PC is in the case Be Quiet Pure 500D, running a 2070 and an i7-9700K. Has a 850 watt gold power supply and 8 gigs of RAM. And then his keyboard is an EPOMaker TH80 with a G Pro Superlight in white. And then his mousepad is by the Mousepad company. Also, let's take a look at the cable management. Cable management is very close to being like perfect. Just these few cables could be pressed up a little bit. I love this. I think this is really, really solid. So looks like we got a winner in our chat. I'm sure he subscribed because winners are subscribers, just saying. But overall, the setup looks great. I mean, you've done a great job at your age, man. Mr. Rory. He's 17 years old and he's a part-time worker at a store. He's from New Zealand and his main game is Warzone 2 and Fortnite. What inspired him to build his current setup is Cath and Slush. And he built the setup primarily for gaming, but he also uses it for school, which is media class involves editing and making short films. He built the setup in early 2022 and gathering parts for the last 3 years. It took him about a year to build this entire setup and he afforded the setup by saving up from half his paycheck for each week. Really clean. Right off of the bat, I like the blue and white color theme. I like that he put the G Fuel that matches the same, like the Raging Gummy Fish, like the thing kind of looks like it matches the theme as well, which is kind of cool. I also like your mic placement too. I forgot to say that, but I really like your mic placement. Overall, 6.5, 7. I would personally rate this like a 6.5. This is Preston's setup. Now he is 14 years old and he does not have an occupation. He's located out of Michigan and his main game is Fortnite. Previous setup was a smaller desk and a really bad laptop, and then he upgraded to a PC, so it was time to change everything. What inspired him to build his current setup is watching my videos of other setups, and his brother has a setup as well. So his PC specs is an RX 462 gig by Gigabyte, Intel i5 6400 2.7 gigahertz, a RAM 16 gigabytes, and his PSU is a Thermaltake 500 watt, as well with a motherboard that is an ECS LGA 1151. And then if we look at the keyboard and mouse, he's running a Red Dragon Fizz keyboard, and then the mouse is the Razer Death Adder in white. He afforded this setup by doing neighborhood jobs, saving up money from Christmas and birthdays. Let's take a look at everything. I mean, overall, this is really nice. I mean, chat, we can remember again, he's 14 years old. So I really do love this under bed setup here. I think he's done a great job. Also, cable management could be a little better. You know, that's kind of thought about, but I think overall, I'd probably say like a 7 out of 10. All right, this is Juan. He is 14 years old and his occupation is school. He's located out of the United States and his main game is Apex Legends. What inspired him to build his current setup is friends and GutzyAiden. He built a setup for gaming and editing. It took him 3 months to build this entire setup and save up for it. So let's go ahead and take a look at his keyboard and mouse here. He's running a Corsair K70 Mark II and the Corsair headset and a Model Low. The rest of the wall. He afforded the setup by saving up, and his uncle helped him build a PC and he did the rest. Love the bed, by the way. Let's take a look at the room. I mean, I love the bed, like with the Gobi light on the wall. Love that. I think it's really unique. Also, I love the foam plus the panels. I think it's very interesting. I also like how you cut it out around your shelf and then put lighting up there. Maybe a smaller keyboard too, because you have no room on your desk at all. I think personally, this is probably like maybe, I want to say like a 6.5. Chat's kind of on the same thought as me. This is Carter. He's from Georgia. He's in 8th grade at an amazing school, and I hope you rate my setup at least a 4 out of 10. One downside is I use an Xbox and my main game is Call of Duty. I built my setup because I love gaming with friends, and it's taken over a year to build this, and I love it. I use an Asus monitor, Razer mouse, and a Logitech keyboard. I afforded this by doing chores and work around the house, and I built my setup on my own. Okay, I don't think that Xbox setups are bad.
I think the Xbox setups have a lot of potential if they're done right. In this opinion, I feel like it's not bad. The setup is pretty decent. The only thing that I would recommend is cable management, which you literally have a bar you can hide it on. If you just cable manage a little bit, it'd be great. And for this Xbox setup, it's not bad. You got like a USB hub, you got like the whole mount. I think that's pretty cool. The controllers I would have liked to see in the actual charging thing, but overall it's actually pretty nice, dude. I mean, this is a pretty solid setup. There's not a lot of personality, which like is fine. I would say probably like I would give this a solid 6 out of 10. Not bad for just a year on chore money. I agree. Yeah. The cloud setup. He's a 13-year-old out of Minnesota, and his main game is Valorant and Fortnite. He built this setup because he wanted to do tech videos and also get more serious into YouTube. It took him around 2 to 3 years to build this setup, and here are some of the brand name stuff he uses in his setup. He afforded this setup by chores, saving money from birthdays and Christmases. Who helped him build the setup? Me and TechSource. All right, bet. The first thing I would notice is the laptop setup. I mean, it's not bad that you have a laptop, because that's fine. And I see you did attempt to cable manage on the left side, which is good. I would have said to mount the laptop maybe up behind one of the monitors or on the desk or just on the right side of this over here. That way it's not in the way. Right here, I mean, like you see all these cables coming down. You can mount them on the back of this and maybe run the laptop on the back of this in case. It's not bad. Overall, I think that moving that around would be your best option. I do like the mount for the mic placement. I also like the speaker placement. I think that's good too. The only problem about this monitor is how far right it is. I feel like you got like, you're playing your game and then you're like, you know, overall it's not bad, you know, and for your first, like one of your first setups, like this is pretty solid. You have enough space, your laptop, all that. You can build it up a little bit. It'll take a little time, but you definitely can build it up a little more. Overall, really clean. I would probably give it a solid 7. I think a 7 is great. I mean, looking at it from this angle, this is nice. And he also has personality in the setup. I love the little shells with the pegboard. It looks great. Yeah, I give it a solid 7. This is Halex. They were inspired by Aiden, TechSource, and Rug. I funded my setup through commissions and investments. They're in New Jersey. His primary game is that he participates in Rocket League and Minecraft and Valorant. It took him around 4 years to get everything he's built now. And here is some of the stuff he has is in his setup. And here are also his PC specs as well. You know, I kind of like it. The setup's in the perfect spot in this room for sure. The few things I notice is one, his keyboard is massive for zero reason. I would really recommend new keyboard and mouse, but other than that, your personality in the setup's great. I think you're an audio head, maybe. You have a lot of headphones. You have some cars in your setup, you know. You've got like a couple different things about yourself in there. There's a lot of good things here for sure. There's a lot of good things here. What do you guys think out of 10? The PC is probably not greatest, but it probably works, and that's great too. I think setup itself though could use some reorganization with speakers and where the mic placement is and stuff like that. Even the keyboard and mouse I think could be a little changed. So I'd probably give this a solid 7. I think this is a great setup. I just think that there's a lot of little things that could be changed for sure. This is Angus. He's a 14-year-old from Australia. He started saving for the setup when he was 12 years old, and he bought it when he was 14 by mowing lawns, saving birthday money, Christmas money, and I was too young to get a job. I use it for games such as Fortnite, Valorant, Overwatch 2, and I'm a content creator on TikTok. Make tech videos as well as streaming, and here's his Twitch right here. He also started to make YouTube videos as well. Here's pretty much his PC, 4070 i7, pretty good combo. Here's his monitor right here. Streaming equipment. Here's some things as well. Here's some peripherals as well. This looks incredible for 14. I mean, just look at the PC. Wow, dude. Keyboard and mouse combo, I really like. Rode mic is clean. KO management's impeccable. Wow. I really love the green in your PC with the white peripherals. I really love how you built just like such a cool backdrop with the lighting in there, the wood with the white mouse pad. It just looks so clean. Man, this is awesome. I think my favorite part about this setup is that the PC just looks so nice with how it fits in this setup is so nice, dude. I don't like how far away this monitor is, if I'm being completely honest. I understand why you did it, you know? It's probably for stream and you probably have a camera somewhere or something, but I definitely think like that monitor is a little too far away in my opinion. But I would love to see like you mount speakers on either side and bring that monitor in closer. But I think this is like really solid where you have it. You're at a really good state in the setup. I think now your next thing should be adding more personality throughout the room. If I'm being completely honest with you, I would say this is probably one of the best setups we got submitted, and I would give it a solid, I'm going to give it a 10. This is Gorlock. This is a 14-year-old gaming setup. His income was mainly from detailing cars and doing odd jobs. He usually plays Siege or hanging out in Discord with friends while I watch YouTube. Here's his specs right here, and he wants to get another monitor along with a bigger desk and a bigger mouse pad and an ergonomic chair. If you have any questions about the gear, just ask. Okay, say less. I mean, it's nice. Very clean little, you know, stealth setup. Cable management's not the greatest, but could be a little better. I think it's not bad. I think I like the idea of like it being very chill and like late night type of vibe. It's just kind of like chill. One thing I would have said though is I was gonna ask you why you mounted your power strip on this side instead of mounting it behind your Alex short. You know what I mean? Because then you only have one cable going over. Maybe there's not enough room, but I was gonna ask that. I like how chill it is. I like the theme he's going for. I would give it a solid, like, I'm gonna give it a solid like 6.5 out of 10. All right, this is Davin. He's a 24-year-old known for the best place to have the best snow on Earth. From the place to have the best snow on Earth, Colorado. He's a virtual data capturing agent. My setup is for work and gaming, and it took me over a little bit of a year to put it together. My main games are Overwatch, Madden, Fortnite, Spider-Man, Rocket League, and Row Company. I built my dual setup initially because my little bro and I were university students, and I wanted him to have somewhere to do schoolwork when I was either gaming on the left or working on the right. However, he recently moved and I decided to keep the dual setup because it's actually really nice having two separate spaces. Here are the specs right here. You can pause. He put everything on my own exception of my older brother gifting me a gaming ultra wide on the left. Shout out to him for helping me with the setup together too. Wow. What the holy shit. This is probably one of the best setups I've ever seen. Cable management's incredible. Just the setup itself, dude. This is like, what the hell? Like, and I love that you can like change different themes and stuff like that. I definitely think that the paintings up top are so cool. I love the clock. I love how you built it in. I love the lighting. I love how you just did all this. Like, it just looks so clean. And then he also just built a console setup too. Wow. Yo, rate the recliner, chat. That shit looks comfy, huh? That shit looks comfy. Bro, I feel like I could just sit there and play some games, you know, play some Spider-Man. You know, I feel like I could just sit there and you know, just sit there and play some Spider-Man and chill. But yeah, the cable management's one of the most impressive things. Like, being able to cable manage two setups like this and make it look clean in each area and have like an entire setup with, you know, this stuff is just crazy, man. You guys don't think this is a 10 out of 10? I definitely think this is a 10. It's got personality. It's got both setups. It's got organization. It's got cable management. It's got personality. Like, this is beautiful, man.
So I saw this setup and I thought it was incredible and I wanted to react to it. Drew, man, your setup is great. I love it. I think it's so funny that you put like different girls in your setup and stuff like that. The funny thing about this setup that I think is the most funny is that this guy, what age would you guys guess that this guy's setup is? Kudo was actually right. So he's 30, he's 31. I thought it was pretty funny that a 31-year-old had this insane like of a setup, you know? So it's kind of clean. This setup is really nice. I just want to say one thing though. It is a little cluttered in my opinion. He's got a work setup on his left side and then his gaming setup on the right, gaming and streaming. And honestly, the cable management's pretty good. For the most part, this setup is really aesthetically nice. I think a lot of the cable management's good as well. This is really, really cool. It's a fully collectible PC, which I've never really seen someone build all the parts and collect all the parts from Asus. It's so nice. So on top of that, he did a really great job of his entire setup. The only thing I just personally don't like is how cluttered it is. I just feel like overall, it just kind of clutters your desk space underneath your monitors. But if you don't care about it, then don't worry about it. But I love everything about the setup, from the chair to the whole entire room. Overall, I mean, there's not really much you can change. And if I were to rate this setup, I would probably say I'm going to go with an 8. I'm going to go with an 8.5. This is Jordan. I'm an educator in Texas. Okay. I also do Twitch. Perfect. Yeah. I keep grinding and finding ways to improve my productivity. I originally was in a 32-inch vertical monitor with a 24-inch main, but I set it up vertical monitor to let chat monitor for Discord and Spotify. Let's go ahead and look through the pictures here. Welcome to class. I love it. Cable management's pretty good for the most part. Pretty solid. Also, I love his Stream Deck and his GoXLR. Oh, I didn't know you could change the icons. That's cool, bro. Wait, what? You can change the icons of the GoXLR? I really love what you did with the monitors, and your camera being the GoPro is really nice. I've never seen anyone really use their GoPro as like a stream camera, but it looks really good. I mean, I like how hidden it is. It's not like over the top. Interesting idea that you're using your GoPro and your top-down camera here. I also love that you have a pegboard with your keyboards and everything hidden down here. That's nice as well. You're using my mouse pad on the left side, but not on your gaming setup, man. What is that about? Come on, man. Anyway, but overall, man, I love the aesthetic you got going on. You've done a really great job, like keeping everything fluid through the entire setup. I think this setup is solid. Like, I don't have any complaints. Dude. I caught a glimpse of this in the forums and I had to show chat. This is one of the best setups I've seen, like, on the show so far. It's so clean. There's not a cable in sight. Man. The chair, yeah, the chair ruins it. That is for sure. You should get a white chair. But this is one of the best setups on this show. Jinnis, man, I know he's a 17-year-old kid from Germany and worked a lot doing different stuff. I read his notes, and this is insane. Like, he even wrapped his monitors to match the colors, right? And his PC build is like clean. And then on top of that, like his room in general, like the aesthetic, the lights, the way that his desk lines up, everything, just like, that's just, it's crazy. Oh wait, I need to move my camera a little bit so you guys can see the whole thing. Like, look at that. Like, look how clean this is, man. Like, this is nuts. Chat, if we were to give a 1 out of 10 for Mr. McGinnis, what do you guys think? What do you guys think in the chat? I would say this is almost a solid 9.5. The only thing it throws it off for me is the mouse pad and the chair. If you really like that mouse pad, I don't want to like, you know, say, oh, you know, buy mine. But I feel like a white topo in this setup would complete this like, you know what I'm saying? Or a topo ice, like, you know what I'm saying? Chef's kiss. But it honestly is really, really good. And regardless of those two things that throw it off, everything else is great in this setup, man. So Zonye, I think I hope I said your name right. This is his setup. The reason I picked this setup to look at is for 13, this setup is incredible, man. Like, I was building Legos at 13 still, man. All right. This setup is insane. Like, I barely even had an Xbox at 13, let alone this entire setup like this. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, I think you did a great job. This is really, really nice. I really like what you did with the entire setup. The cable management, for the most part, is decent. You don't see it from the top of the setup, and this monitor hides it. The only thing is the monitor mounting could be a little better. If you see like this monitor mount way up here and this monitor mount over here, it just seems really wonky. And I think that might be because you're a little bit younger and you're learning still how to mount stuff, but that's okay. I would lower this monitor a little bit so it's like on an equal playing field. Unless you like it like this, then leave it. But I feel like you should lower this a little bit so it's like a little bit more even with your other monitors. And overall, I mean, you didn't do a bad job. I mean, like, there's nothing for me to really complain about besides the monitor placement. The vibes of the setup are great, and the lighting's great too. And I also like that you got a little mini fridge too. Yeah, I just don't like this monitor being this high. That's just my opinion. I would also get more panels to cut out in between to not have this gap in the wall, because you have like your panels here, right? But here too, like you could cut out some panels and put them across, or just raise these ones up and put them here. It'd make this look a lot better in my opinion. And I would also scoot the desk a little bit off the wall so this RGB can glow a little higher. I feel like it's really clearly close to the wall, so it just doesn't like give that glow effect. But overall, dude, this is nice. Like, think about this. 13 years old, and this guy is like out here building this incredible setup, man. That's pretty dope. Moving on to Noah. So he's age 15. He used to have a massive PC that had a GTX 970 i7 980X with 12 gigabytes RAM. It's quite old, but it still did the job, averaging 100 FPS on Fortnite. I set up like this because my main monitor is used for gaming, 165 hertz, and the other one is for Discord, Google, and YouTube, etc. I afforded it by going around my neighborhood, washing cars and mowing lawns until I got 1K, and I bought an entire new PC, excluding a GPU. Plans for the future: better GPU, streamer cables inside the PC, and floating triple monitor setup. Okay. This is really clean. I really like the wall behind the setup. I think the wall behind it just makes the setup pop. It's very clean too for a young kid. I mean, this is nice, you know? There's not really advice I would give you, because I mean, the advice that I would give you would be not really that useful. because again, like your setup is already perfect the way it is. Like I don't think that you should change anything unless you want to upgrade, like you said, your GPU and different stuff like that. I think it's perfect for what you're doing. You're just gaming and also using Google and you know, homework or whatever. And I think this fits this area really well. The mouse pad's tiny. Yeah, that's the only thing I would say is, I mean, if you really want to upgrade your mouse pad, you know where to go. But honestly, it looks great, man. I think you did a really good job. Personality wise, if you really want to like start adding stuff, maybe like some cool posters and stuff like that on this brick wall would be kind of clean. Overall though, I mean, it doesn't look bad. I think the wood looks fine. I think it's interesting. Some people may disagree with me, but I think the wood looks fine. I don't think it clashes too much. But for the most part, man, it's a great setup.
What? 14-year-old? Nah. Okay, obviously there's a few things that need to be changed, like this pegboard is hanging on for dear life. Cable management, yeah, I agree. Cable management is cool. Lighting behind the monitor needs to be fixed too. This is so cool though. Honestly, I like the floating plant too. That's gonna be dope when that's done. Such a dope setup though. Yeah, also you should bring this Alex Shore in more too, or get a bigger countertop. You know, one thing I would recommend, this PC's kind of massive, chat, right? Am I tripping on that? Low-key, I would think a better case, like a smaller case could be better. But overall, 14-year-old setup, chat, pretty insane. Pretty insane. I would say it's a solid 7 out of 10. I think that there's a lot of improvement to be made with this setup, a lot of cable management, organization, but really clean. And thank you also for sporting the mouse pads, dude. I appreciate that. Damn. I mean, it's not bad. I think the biggest thing is if these are wall mounted I would recommend to bring the desk out more so you have more room. Definitely more cable management, more personality. There's not really a whole lot to go off of this setup. Nice setup, really clean. I'm gonna rate this 6 out of 10. Oh dude, look at this beautiful setup, so sick. But yeah, overall this is a really nice setup. And the only recommendation I would give, bigger mouse pad, and honestly I would move the PC more to the right, a little bit away from this PC, like the monitors, because it seems like it's kind of like you're kind of snuffed in there. I'd rate this a solid 6 out of 10. Damn. Well, I work from home setup on the right and my gaming setup on the left. I wanted to separate the two. Not nearly perfect, but damn. Yo, that's sick as fuck. That's awesome. I love the surrounding that you did for both of them to put this like cool RGB in there. The one thing I would say is replace that RGB with the rope light by Govee. They make like this rope light that's already diffused, and you just put like the little things to hold it, and it looks so insane. Yeah, I would say also figure out a way to make this desk on the left not bow as much. You can see it's kind of like a U shape, but the right one looks fine. I don't know if it's just like the weight on this one. I really think this is a dope setup. I think you did a great job with the lighting. Yeah, maybe get a leg in the middle of the desk, or just get another countertop, maybe just replace it. So cool though. I love how you did the art and the shelving in the middle, like, and the clock in the center of it. I think you did a great job with that too. Like, that's beautiful. And then to have these like animes here, like, is that Aaron right there? I'd probably rate this a solid, I'm gonna go 9 out of 10. Dude, this setup has so much potential, man. But if you don't care to add cable management, I mean, that's fine. I think it's just a decluttering issue, man. A decluttering issue. It's like a nice colored setup. I think you have a lot of potential. I think the biggest thing is just decluttering and cable managing, but if you don't really care for that, then that's totally fine. You have such a good opportunity here. I would also recommend, if you don't use that nightstand that much, maybe putting your PC on the nightstand would also free up some more desk space too, because it seems like you're super limited on the space you have. So chat, what do you guys think about this setup? I mean, honestly, it's not bad. It's just, it needs some work, you know? Yeah, 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10. I would say 5. Yeah, I'd say a solid 5 out of 10. My new and old setup. Oh, that's the old one. Okay, I've seen the old one before. This is dope though. This looks awesome though. W personality looks really good. On a nice little laptop setup, chat. Love the monitor, love the wallpapers. The personality is there. The desk is there. It's not bad, man. Old setup, it's a big upgrade from the last setup for sure. Very big setup from the last one. A lot of good changes here, it seems. Very chillax setup type of thing. Like, there's not really it's really clean. Yeah, I think the biggest thing would just be maybe a laptop holder to maybe put it up a little higher if you care. I'd rate this probably a solid 7 out of 10. I like it. I think you did a good job. I think cable management could be a little better, but overall, really clean. Really clean. Looking at the setup already, I mean, I actually think you did a good job. It's not bad at all. Nice little chill blue and white setup. A wall art once he moves, so you know, right now it's not the biggest deal. It looked great. That I've actually never seen anybody buy a square mouse pad from me and use it, which is so sick that someone's doing that, because I know there are people that you like order them, but I don't really see a lot of people use them, and this is cool that I can see people using these. Some mouse pads in the setups in this video are my own company, GutzyAiden.com. So if you like what you see, check out the description down below, and let's get back to the video. PC's great as well. KO managed really well. The one thing I'd recommend, and I want to see people more switching away from this, is using 2 monitors on 1 stand. Chat, I can't tell you how many times I've sat at someone's setup that has these 2 monitors like this, and I'm swiping in Valorant, and my whole setup is earthquaking. Like, I got my monitor shaking and like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, overall, really good setup. I'd probably rate it a solid 6 out of 10. I mean, looking at the setup already, I think you did a great job with the personality of the setup. I don't know what these are. You can tell he's a big music person. Nice albums on the wall, massive speakers. PC looks nice. Really solid setup. I think he did a great job. I think the biggest thing would be maybe wall mounting this monitor, because this stand kind of intrudes on your mouse pad space. I would say this also is a 6 out of 10. Not a whole lot I could really say about it if you're using it for light gaming and you're not really using it that often. But one thing about productivity that I always know is productivity, you need to be productive in it. If you're uncomfortable or you can't work fast or you get distracted, this is not the setup for you. But yeah, looks good. But yeah, I would rate this a solid 6 out of 10. I like this a lot. Oh my gosh, this is clean. This is really nice. I would have liked to see the monitor mounted in some capacity, just because it seems like it takes up a lot of your mousepad space, but if it doesn't, not a huge deal. The one thing I also would have loved to see is the shelf kind of more mounted above the setup versus like kind of like off to the right. And this could be easily fixed by getting a better desk. I think this desk is kind of struggling a little bit, but overall, it's not bad. It's not like it's like the end of the world, end all be all type of thing. So from the vibes I'm getting it, is a graduate. She has makeup on the right side. I'm assuming this is a girl setup. I could be wrong. Could be a guy's. I'm gonna rate this a solid 7 out of 10. I think the biggest thing is KO management, mounting the monitor to the wall if you can. Looking at this setup here, I mean, nice little custom desk here for the boys. Love to see that. Also, I really like the yeah, the desk is really nice. I think it might be a sit stand desk, considering like the legs and what it looks like. It looks like it goes up and down. I really like that. 1 monitor setup, you know, a switch. PC on the floor. Yeah, you need to do something about that, especially with carpet. You do not want your PC on carpet like this. The main thing I would say, just get your PC off carpet, put it on a stand, put it on, you know, literally whatever. But the carpet might suffocate the PSU and, you know, might fry your PC. So I would definitely get it off the carpet, that's for sure. Overall, I love the aesthetic too. I think you did a great job with both the shelves and then the nanoliths in the middle. I think this is like a really clean setup. The only thing I'd really change is maybe your headset cable or whatever cable is right here on the bottom. I would maybe try to hide that underneath the desk in some way. But overall, I would probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. I really like it. I think the personality's there. KO management's pretty solid for the most part, and the lighting is great. Lexer. I'm a 13-year-old boy who posts on YouTube about 30K. They're catching up to me. I use this setup to edit, play games, and I started this about 4 years ago with the Nintendo Switch and old TV, and this is where it's at today. Damn. Oh my god. Oh my. Dude, I love this, dude. I love this setup, dude. I love the shelves. I think that you did a great job with the panels behind the setup, and also I love my mouse pad design with the blue and white. I think it just matches so well. The only thing I would recommend is maybe like a headphone stand or something like that. It just seems like it's kind of on the desk, but other than that, dude, perfect cable management, perfect aesthetic, and dude, there's really not much I can say. I mean, this is beautiful. So I would rate this, I'd probably rate this a solid 9 out of 10. I think it lacks a little personality. I mean, yeah, there's like some boxes you use up here, but there's not really anything about you per se. Just, you know, tech you already use. So I would recommend adding, you know, any sort of personality when it comes to this setup. Like Adam's setup, he's 14 years old, he's from Norway, and he submitted this about, I think it's like a couple months ago. This is one of the best setups because just the way he also, obviously he's very young, and just like the color scheme, some of the best, you know, peripherals as well. I mean, his cable management wasn't insane, but I really liked like that he really tried to make this setup insane. Like from his age being only 14 and being able to build a setup like this, I was very impressed. And it also took him 4 years to build this setup, so it's very impressive to me. I just think he did a really good job. The cables could be a little better, obviously, but yeah, it was really nice. I really like this setup from Adam. So at the end of this video, I'm also gonna rate our 1 through 6 what my favorite ones are. So we'll look through all of them, and then I'll rate my favorite one out of all of them, and that'll be like the setup of the year. But yeah, I think he did a great job building this. You know, obviously scale management could be a little better, but yeah, looks great. This video is sponsored by GutzyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the
setups in this video use our mouse pads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. Let's move on to the next setup here. Kaio's setup. Now this next setup is insane. So Kaio's setup got us one of our most viewed videos ever. This setup was insane. I just love the minimalism, the symmetry on this setup, from the ultra wide and that little 27-inch on the side, the PC build, the lighting. Like, this was one of the best setups of 2022. I really was impressed with just how minimal and clean it was. You know, it was very clean. I just look at like the attention to detail, from the speakers being white and then the controller in the middle to the PC build to, you know, the white peripherals, like, and then just the monitors and the glow behind them. It's just literally, you can't teach this. You can't teach this. The one thing though I was hesitant to give him a 10 on was because the chair was a different color, but it wasn't like white or anything. I'd like to see like a white and black chair in this, just because it looks so clean, or like a purple and black or something, just to see, like, just to have that extra matching level. But the lighting in this setup, just immaculate. I was very impressed, and I really love this colorway. Like, that was one of my favorites about this, is that he even took the time to make his monitor white on the bar and everything, that extra little setup there. And then on top of that, his PC is just beautiful. Like, the vertical mounted GPU, it was beautiful. Such a beautiful setup, like very, very sick. That was the second setup. That was Kaio's setup. We're gonna move on here to Matthew's setup. Matthew's setup was something different. I think Matthew is 12 years old, and when I saw this setup, I was like really impressed, just from the idea he had, from putting the light bar on the top, from the symmetry of both the monitor stack. Also, just the attention to detail was crazy. I was really impressed with, like, you know, like the symmetry, the way the monitors were. The only advice I ever gave him was to move this mic out of the way and move the monitor closer, but everything else besides cable management was really solid. Like, from every angle of the setup, you know, the cable management isn't a huge deal here, but just the plants and the aesthetic he's got going on was just, man, it was beautiful, man. Beautiful setup for 12 years old. Thank you for the mouse pad order, whoever ordered, thank you. But yeah, I was very impressed with his ability to make something look super clean like this. Also, his PC could use a little bit more room on his GPU. It's honestly super sick. Cable management is solid too. Chat, what would you guys rate this out of 10? I think 9 because no GutzyAiden mousepad. That is true. That is true. He did not get a GutzyAiden mousepad, which they're 20% off right now. Sorry. I have something in my throat, guys. But yeah, anyway, this is really great, man. I think the personality was the one thing I was griped about, is that the shelf just looks super plain, but for 12 years old, I mean, he's got all the essentials and he can start building some more personality to it. He did really good job, like just like the aesthetic of the light bar being there and the monitors and all of that. I was really impressed. All right, we're gonna move on to the next one. The next one is, I think he's in chat. This is Jesper's setup. Now, Jesper's setup was very impressive. You know, Jesper has been making content on TikTok and he's been working like hard to try to like afford his setup too. I just was really impressed with his work ethic at such a young age, and also he has a lot of personality. From his Funko Pops, you can see what kind of shows he likes, what kind of things he likes. Also his pegboard on the left side, the symmetry is pretty decent besides the shelf up top, which I recommended him to straighten out. And then on top of that, just like the plants and the symmetry between these as well. I was very impressed with everything that I saw here. And I also loved that he put like this like white thing with the lights behind it, just because it made the cable management thing glow really well. Man, the personality and like the whole room being able to see everything on the shelf and the posters above the bed, like from everything in this setup, I just was very impressed with what I saw. And also his PC build looks really nice, which I wish I had one of those white tricks cards. Yeah, this is one of the best setups I think we got submitted, especially since he's only like 14 or 15. The reason it's one of my favorites is just the wallpapers I really love, and also the color theme. It seems like it's like this pink and blue setup, but then you have the mix with the white and different aspects of like green with the plants and stuff. And then on top of that, you have like more Star Wars stuff to just show that you know, like Star Wars and different other things. And moving on to the next one. A lot of people criticized this setup. When I posted this setup, I got a lot of criticism in my comments because I said I didn't like how his desk was kind of cluttered. Everyone criticized me for that. I loved where he was headed, for sure. But the reason I put this for one of the best setups of the year is that this setup made so many people mad. And also, this setup was so controversial for some reason that people just commented, and it was one of the most pivotal times in my YouTube career. Other than that, though, I really loved his willing to work. He's only 14 as well. A lot of these setups are 14-year-olds, 12-year-olds, maybe, you know, 16-year-olds, all the way younger kids, just overall inspiring the youth to build better setups. And I just was really impressed with how he did this, and, you know, was able to afford this by working on his own. The kid's really young. He did a great job with his setup. I was very impressed. I just wish that there was a little bit less clutter underneath the monitors and more cable management. But yeah, thank you so much, Floos, for submitting this year. Appreciate you, gang. You're killing it. This one is Jackson's setup. Now, I was really impressed with Jackson's setup because this is a 23-year-old setup. And the reason I was super impressed with it was just because of how consistent he stayed with the color theme. My man built a white and red PC and made sure all the lights had a tad of red, kept it all white, all the cables were the same. Just how clean this was, I was really impressed. And on top of that, his fans have infinity mirrors. Come on now, it was insane. From everything else, if you were to cut that out from the bottom of the desk, from his Quest having a red cover on it, to having my GA sticker on there with the red adrenaline one, with my mouse pad, on top of that, keeping the Gobi glides red and white, and then on top of that, having all of his lights red and white and keeping everything consistent. Like, this was the most consistent color scheme I've seen. And on top of that, he has some other mouse pads that he had stored there, and his backpack was red too. Like, man, he was keeping every single thing consistent, from the lighting on his keyboard to the keycap set to the mouse pad to the everything in this setup. This was just so beautiful. Like, maybe it wasn't the best personality setup ever, like no shelves or anything like that, but, you know, we saw he likes horror movies. We saw that, you know, he plays a couple different consoles. He keeps even from his stream deck and his background on his Alexa. Like, I want to see vote your favorite setup. The winner of this will be the favorite setup of the entire year. So vote right, everybody. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5. Everybody, the setup of the year is Jesper. Jesper, you have the fan favorite setup of the entire year. How do you feel?
This is Elijah. He's a 14-year-old from North Carolina. His main games are Fortnite, Call of Duty, and Warzone 2. It took him around 2 to 4 years to build this setup, and he afforded this setup by working around the house with his family. All right. I don't know really what to classify this. I don't feel like it's a setup. I mean, it is, but it isn't, right? I feel like you could have done such a better job at just organizing the consoles. It being in front of your screen like that, I don't really like, if I'm honest. I would say what I would recommend is maybe getting like on the side of your dresser right here, pulling the dresser closer, putting both of the consoles up there and running the cables down and over, you know what I'm saying? And then you'd have more room, and then maybe you could even mount this TV to the wall right there too, and it would look a lot cleaner. But I really recommend cable managing this a little better overall, chat. I mean, what do you guys think? I don't know. If I'm honest, I would probably rate this pretty low. I'd probably say it's a 2.5 out of 10. I feel like he just plopped the TV on a table, put both the consoles in, and plugged it in. Like, there wasn't a lot of effort or thought into this. All right, this is David. He's a 15-year-old from Vietnam, but currently living in Australia. His main games are FIFA Online 4 and Crossfire Legend. It took him around 8 months to build this setup, and he afforded the setup by working in a restaurant and in a farm, and he built it all by himself. Cable management's really good. Mounted power strip here. Cables ran across a little raceway action. Honestly, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for a laptop setup, dude. You know what I'm saying, chat? It's pretty good for just a laptop setup. Like, it's very simple. It's nice. It's clean for a laptop setup. I think the only thing, obviously, it lacks is the personality on the wall, but it seems like he's not there for a long time. So it seems like he just kind of set this up and just made it to look like, you know, a temporary type of nice looking setup. But it gets the job done. I feel like you can game on this effectively. I feel like, you know, it's nice and straight to the point. I'd rate this a 7.5 out of 10. Honestly, I honestly think it'd be dope as a 7.5 out of 10. Looks good. Thank you, brother. This is Lusano. I hope I said your name right. This is Lusano. He's a 16-year-old living in the UK, but he's Argentinian. His main games are Rocket League, COD, and Fortnite, and it took him around 4 years to save up and build to this setup now. He afforded this by working for his parents, grandparents' business, and some birthday money. He built the setup all by himself, and here are some of the specs and the things he has. By the way, I know the cable management is bad. Sorry. It doesn't really bother me, though, as I'm always using my setup at night. Bro's got the grippers out. Calm down. Yo, bro's got the grippers out. Looking at the setup, I mean, yeah, it's not bad. I feel like this monitor takes up so much of your mouse pad room, but I mean, it's not that bad since you have the keyboard on that side. The only thing is just like, I feel like the monitors kind of overtake the desk. So a way to kind of fix this is maybe move the mic over to the left, get two individual monitor mounts, and then, you know, maybe back them up as far as you can. Being in front of a window, it might be kind of hard to mount anything, but yeah, I'd also run maybe one Alex drawer on one of the sides, because I've like a regular IKEA table is very unsturdy with just legs. Oh yeah, you already have one. Okay, I'm tripping. But I would recommend putting your PC on the Alex drawer side, because like this can cause bowing and stuff like that. Yeah, cable management can obviously be, you know, improved upon. It isn't terrible, but it could, you know, it could be better for sure. I would rate this probably a solid, I'd rate this probably a solid 5.6. Overall, it's not terrible, but it's not insane. So anyway, thank you for submitting. It looks good. 16-year-old, not bad. This is Burrows, a 16-year-old located out of the United States. He used to play Fortnite and Terraria, but now he mainly uses it for homework. He built the setup because he wanted a better gaming experience, and he built the PC in a day, but he's been upgrading his keyboard and mouse since then. He bought and sold in-game items for crypto to afford this setup, and he tried to minimize the amount of things needed on his desk, like excess cables and accessories. Here are the things that he has in his PC and everything like that. Is brother in the dining room? Brother, your setup is in the dining room. Brother, bro's specs are nice though. Yeah, bro got the setup without getting the setup. He has all the stuff to make a nice setup, but just is in the middle of his dining room. Oh, wait a minute, chat. We're not thinking what. He never has to leave his setup. His mommy brings him food. Dude, this is, wait, maybe this is 1,000 IQ play. He doesn't have to leave. Sorry for flaming you, bro. You've got the play on us. On a real note, the PC's actually very nice though. But overall, bro, I definitely think you gotta like in an all serious note, you definitely gotta move the monitor. Okay, you gotta move your setup back in your room or something. Okay, I would probably rate this like a solid 5 out of 10. I mean, it's like it's just a setup, you know, it's just a functional setup. I mean, at least you can play games. Let's be real, brother has better mouse pad room than the last setup we just saw. You know what I'm saying? This is Michael. He's a 14-year-old and he doesn't work anywhere. He lives in Eastern Pennsylvania. He plays Fortnite, some Rocket League, and Apex, and he built a setup so he could have a better performance on video games and also make it look cool. It took around 1 year to do it all, and he's still upgrading little things here and there, and he used GutzyAiden's mouse pad, NZXT, Amazon, Logitech, etc. Here's his PC specs right here. He has a 4K monitor? Damn, he has a better monitor than me. He afforded it by Christmas, birthdays, and other holidays, and no one helped him with the setup. Thank you. Looking at it, I mean, 2 monitor setup, PC, nice cable management, nice little shelf in the angle there. Nice setup, but the other guy wins. Okay, buddy, calm down. Cable management looks pretty good. The shelf has nice personality up there. The lighting in the room's pretty cool too. Chat, what do you guys think about this? This is actually pretty good. This is actually pretty good. See, I think it would be so cool in a corner like this to have like a Govy glide go like a curve here, you know? I think I've never seen anybody do that, like a Govy glide starting here, turning, and then being here and ending here. You know what I'm saying? I think it'd be really cool to do something like that. Okay, but he has to walk out to get food, bro. God, chat's never gonna let that guy go, man. Chat's never gonna forget about that guy, man. I would probably rate this an 8 out of 10 if I'm honest. I think it looks really good. What's going on with the mouse department here? Brother's got the EVA from Wall-E, bro. Nah, ain't no way, brother. This is Hank's setup. He's a 14-year-old from the Netherlands. He works in a store, and his main game is Warzone and Fortnite. He built the setup because he wanted a place to relax and play games, and it took him around 2 years to piece everything together. Here are his specs for his PC, keyboard and mouse, all the monitors, etc. And he afforded the setup by working his job and birthdays. His dad and his mom helped him build his setup. Right off the bat, I really like this setup, man. I think like the way that you built the background is so clean. So nice, dude. Like looking at like this image right here, I really like the light across the setup. It's really clean. I also think your cable management you did is really nice too. Also like the shelves on the left side, that looks good too. Yeah, but look at the whole room. I mean, they did a really good job of making this wall like really clean. Yeah, it looks so nice. The PC looks good too. I think you did a great job. Also, I really like the backgrounds matching the mouse pad and all of that. Yeah, it looks really clean. It's not a bad setup. I think you did a great job with designing the room. I really like the light in the middle. It looks really clean. I think you did a great job. I'd probably rate it a solid 9 out of 10. I think everything else is really solid though.
Okay, Kyle's setup looks amazing already. Currently going to school, become a mechanic, and he did this. So he did mechanic work to afford this setup. Geometry Dash. Okay, that's a W game. W game. All that for Geometry Dash is crazy though. Okay, cool. So he also was inspired by Instagram setups. Interesting. Okay, cool. Okay, previous setup, you know, pretty bad PC specs there. New PC looks awesome though. Oh my gosh. Look at the colors on that thing. It's amazing. I love everything on that PC. Okay, so his father helped him fund a few things in this setup. Interesting. Okay, this is giving me younger vibes, but older vibes as the setup. Oh gosh, we gotta guess. Okay. Oh, what do you guys think? How old do you guys think Kyle is? It's a really nice setup though. Like, oh my gosh. Chat's saying 17. So I'm gonna guess, my guess is 16. I'm locking in 16. Damn, dude. Oh, come on, man. Okay, we didn't win that one. All right, on to the next one. This is Brandon's setup. Oh my gosh. All right, a really nice setup off the rip. Okay, he's a student. Okay, and he makes extra cash while mowing lawns. Okay, old setup was a clunky laptop and 60 hertz monitor with a low desk. Okay, so he's basically rebuilt this whole setup now. So his current game is Modern Warfare 2. Okay, I'm thinking younger here. Skylong keyboard, a budget keyboard, and a budget mouse. So I'm assuming still like 15, 14. Thank you for saying that I'm your inspiration. That's awesome. Thank you. Honestly, it looks really solid. I love his black and white color scheme. It's amazing. PC looks pretty good too. Honestly, pretty nice looking PC. Chat, what are we thinking on this age? I kind of think he's like 14. Okay, my guess is 14. From everything we saw with mowing lawns, he's a student. It's probably sometime in middle school or maybe first year of high school. I'm gonna guess 14. That's my guess. Dang it, man. I was a year off. Dude, it's still insane. It's still an insane setup. Thank you so much, Brandon, for submitting that setup. Okay, so Sasha. This setup is still really nice. It did really well as a video idea. This one was really good. She's running a console setup as well and a PC. So student uses for setup for gaming, watching TV, and schoolwork. Previous setup was an M1 MacBook and 2 Dell monitors. So I like the racing sim as well. And also I love the stonks meter on top of the you know, up here. It looks like stonks. It looks really good. Sold the M1 MacBook. Kind of a smart decision if you want a gaming setup though. Also, the PC looks very similar to mine. If you guys remember my last PC build, this looks very similar to my PC. Woo! It works. Woo! It works. I'm gonna guess 14 with this setup. I think this has got to be a 14-year-old setup for sure. I'm gonna go 14. What? 12? Bro, for this being a 12-year-old setup, this is amazing. Wow, what an amazing setup. That's crazy for 12 years old. This is Mike's setup. Okay, let's take a look. From Germany. Okay, let's take a look. Rocket League is the main game he plays. Okay. Black and white setup here with a little yellow mouse pad for some reason. So he started off with a laptop and now he's got better upgraded stuff, it looks like. Inspiration is me and setup wars. Appreciate it. For schoolwork and gaming. Hey, I see the forum on the left. W. So schoolwork and gaming. That's cool. Yeah, I definitely like. I mean, this is a really nice Griffo combo. I don't really like the Apex 3 as much, but it's still a nice budget board, you know. Also, he saved birthday money and 7 months to build this setup. So I'm thinking very young here. I'm thinking like 12. PC also looks really insane, by the way, for this kind of budget setup. It looks really nice. Might want to upgrade your power supply over time though. Next planned, it would be a new GPU. Okay, you should get, if you get a new GPU, make sure to swap out 450 watt. But other than that, oh, what are we thinking? I've got to say, I gotta say it's like 12. Hey, let's go. Let's go, dude. Hey, okay, that was a pretty good guess based on the last one, but this is a really nice setup for 12. Good job. All right, the next setup is Lucas. He's out of Washington, United States. Okay, look, the setup looks awesome. Love the wallpapers. His main game is Fortnite and Valorant and COD. Okay, perfect. Inspiration is Tech Source and Bitwit. W creators. I built this setup in mid 2021. It took me about 2 years to get where it is now. Okay. Few upgrades in mind. Upgrading the next PC is a monitor mount and a couple different PC upgrades. Cool. So this is the PC he's got right here. I really like the vertical GPU mount. I like this a lot. PC looks really good though. It kind of looks like a 2070, I think. Gaming, streaming, and schoolwork. Okay, cool. Razer Viper Ultimate and a Ducky 1 Too Many. Cool. Kind of the run-of-the-mill combo for keyboard and mice. But what do you guys think for age-wise? I'm gonna guess. Oh, this is tough. I'm gonna guess 14. Damn it. Okay. Damn, nice try. Next one coming up. All right, this is Alan's setup. He was also in a previous episode. I don't remember his age either, but he afforded the setup by doing chores, and he uses the setup to play Overwatch. His main old setup was a laptop and an L-shaped desk, and my inspirations is Aiden on TikTok. Cool. Thank you. His dad helped him build the setup. Okay, cool. Gaming and schoolwork. W. I love to see that though. Next thing is upgrade cable manage and more storage in his PC. Okay, interesting. Oh, I love the personality on the wall. Chat. This setup is very, very nice, but I don't know how old he is. What are we thinking? Because like, to be fair, this is a really run-of-the-mill setup, but it looks really nice. I love all the personality on the shelves and the keyboards and stuff like that. It looks awesome. I almost think this, I want to lean toward he's 13 years old. I'm gonna go 13. 14 makes sense. Oh, dang. I didn't guess it right. Okay, next one. So this is Giovan from the Netherlands. Holy crap. Nice setup. I love this setup already. Uses it for music production and occasional gaming. Wow. Really clean, by the way. Previous setup was a PC with 3 monitors and he wanted to move something more interesting, more simple. Interesting. I afforded this setup by working at a sports shop. Okay. So what's the legal age to work in Netherlands? Interesting. Okay. Future upgrades is a plan and build another PC again, because this is a laptop setup. Oh man, we're already to the reveal. Man, I just love this setup already. I think that the green vibe is awesome. I love the placement of everything, but I would say probably 19 or 20. Oh man, I had a feeling it was older, but like, dang. Okay, on to the next one, man. Denny from Indonesia. Take a look. Wow, right off the bat, a lovely setup off of the rip here. He's a full-time game developer and he enjoys playing GTA 5. Love designing my room, so I decided to do the same for my setup. I've been working on this setup for about 4 years, consistently changing it. Interesting. Inspiration comes from minimalist setups. Cool. I only wish I had a bigger setup and I could add so much more. Interesting. That's a really cool way of looking at it. So looking at the setup, oh man, this gives me like 20s, maybe 25 vibes, because he's a game developer and he has to go to school for that. So I would assume he's like 25. I'm gonna go 25. That's my guess. I'm locking it in. 25. Dang. 28 is crazy. I did not even think that I had viewers that old. Joel. Okay, let's take a look. This is already looking insane. From Germany. Let's take a look. I'm a student and I use this setup for streaming, gaming, and content creation. Wow. My setup inspiration is mainly Setup Wars, Tech Source, and GutzyAiden. Thank you. My previous setup was a PS4 and just 1 monitor. Wow, huge upgrade here. I afforded the setup by saving up birthday money and Christmas money, so it makes me think he's a little younger. His dad helped him build this setup because he also enjoys building PCs. Love the Signum rack. Cable management is pretty solid. PC's looking a little outdated, but he can upgrade that over time. 3D sound panels and a newer PC. Cool. Oh man, what are we thinking? This is a really tough one, man. He seems younger. He definitely seems younger for sure. I'm gonna guess 14. And if that's a little too young, I think it's 16, but my guess is 14. Hey, yo, I got it right. Let's go, bro. All right, the last one is Elias. He's out of Norway here. He's a student in Norway enjoying playing Valorant. Valorant's a pretty good game. I can't lie. Setup inspiration is a minimalist setup that can get natural light. Okay, cool. Interesting. Running a G Pro Superlight, and I don't know what keyboard this is. Built this setup as an escape from school stress to play with some friends. Cool. That's a W. I like to see that. I've been building this setup since 2018. Okay, so that's been 5 years he's been building this setup. He afforded this setup by helping around my house. Okay, so he's still young. I'm gonna guess he's gotta be like 15 or 16. Maybe 17? No. He's gotta be like 15, right? 15 or 16? I'm gonna go 14, that's just a guess. Dang! dang. Okay. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty good setup for 14. I can't lie.
This is Sanders' setup. He's a 14-year-old out of Gothenburg. Main game is Valorant, and he's a casual player, so he switches around to a lot of different games. And he bought all the parts almost by himself. He also found a tabletop in his garage, earned money through mostly playing the violin in the city. What? Bro's playing the violin to get money for his setup. Yo, that's a kind of a W, though. I can't lie. In the future, he wants to buy a mouse pad that fits a green thing. Hit me up if you want to send me one. I mean, hey, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, yo, off the bat, very clean, bro. Like, the setup is literally made for this area, though, right? Am I right on that, chat? This setup looks like it just fits. The only thing I'm kind of curious on is the color scheme, because it's like you got a red mouse pad, which you said you're saving up to get a new one, but then your monitors are like a sunset theme, and then your PC's green, and then your keycaps are green. So it's like, it's not bad. It just seems very out of place. You know what I'm saying? But I will say your cable management is insane. Look at this cable management, chat. This is what I mean, bro. He's got better cable management than me right now. PC looks good. I mean, you're probably gonna be able to upgrade it over some time. Looks like your productive school setup. I actually like this setup too. I think it's cool that you have like a setup in front of the window too. Also love the shelves. Yeah, it looks awesome, bro. I'd recommend like a little like a 34-inch ultra wide. It would look clean as hell. I think it would look clean mounted right here, right in front of the window. It like literally fit the symmetry. It just needs a little bit more personality, and I think it would be like really solid. I think it's a solid 7 out of 10. Personality could use some work on the main setup. Cable management's immaculate. If I was going just off of like, you know, foundation wise, like how good of a foundation do you have, I'd go 10 out of 10. But there's like a bunch of little things that I would have added and like to make better, like the color scheme, the stuff on the walls, stuff like that. Yeah, overall solid 7 out of 10, man. This is fancy setup. He's 17 from the UK. He bought the setup entirely with his own money from working. It's taken him around 5 years to get to this point with no financial help from his parents, since he's always wanted to have a setup fully paid by himself. And he started with just a laptop for school, and now he's here. So looking at the cable management, it's okay. It's tidied, you know. It's not like immaculate, right? But it's not bad. It's just not immaculate. You know what I'm saying? But looking at the setup, I mean, it's got a shit ton of personality, kind of just all over the place. Like, we kind of just have to like zoom in and analyze. Like, he's got 2 shelves here. PC looks okay. It's all right. The only thing that I kind of feel about this setup is like, it doesn't have enough to it. I feel like there's too much personality, but not simple direction. Like, he doesn't have like a set theme. It's kind of just like everywhere. Like there's blue on the wall, and then there's like white and gray, and then there's like a blue car, and then there's like a red mic, and it's just like there's just like so much going on that I would recommend like decluttering like a lot of the stuff on the shelf you don't use, and then maybe recentering these shelves to above the monitors, and then moving the pegboards to the right instead, because I feel like everything on this one wall just seems way overkill, like way too much. And then also what you could do if you want is once you center these shelves, you could put Govee glides like on the bottom of the shelf, and it would make this setup look so nice. Like, you have like overhead lighting for your setup, you have like overhead lighting for the shelves individually, and it will look really, really clean. So I don't know, that's just a thought. Overall though, it's not a bad setup. You know, out of 10, I'd probably rate this a solid like 6.5 out of 10. There's a lot to build, a lot of potential on this setup for sure. Charlie is an 11-year-old. His main game is Fortnite, Roblox, Rocket League, and he might get Starfield. Okay. He built a setup for gaming, productivity, and schoolwork, and it took him around 6 months to build. Here are the specs right here. Here's the peripherals and monitors and stuff like that. So I mean it's not bad. I mean, for 11 years old, I mean, I can't say my setup was better, right? But the PC, man, what is going on here? I don't even know what's happening. Oh, this is the inside of the Mac case. Is the motherboard upside down with no GPU? Dude, this is crazy. Interesting. Cable management's okay. For this setup, it's not bad. Yo, but what is this goofy ass chair, man? Yo. I ain't trying to lay into him too hard. Bro's got the Ohio chair, man. That's crazy. That's where real gamers are born right there, man. Overall, has a lot of potential. I think for you being a young age and having a PC already, I mean, this is already a start, you know? I think the next steps is getting a bigger desk, a better PC, obviously. And then, you know, you could rock a 1 monitor setup. You don't need multiple monitors if you don't want to. It's not bad. I would say, in my opinion, this is probably like a solid 3.5 out of 10. Not trying to roast him too hard, but you know, there's really not a whole lot for me to rate here, you know? This is Ethan's setup. He's a 15-year-old out of the Philippines. He's a student, and his main games are Valorant and Minecraft.
He's been using a MacBook for 4 years, and then he just started building his setup now. He built everything on his own except for a PC, with his friend helped him out. So this is the setup right off of the, like, just straight up looking at it. I mean, it's not bad. The TV placement is questionable. Now, I don't know if you can remount this, but this is a questionable play to put the TV this low. Now, I don't know if it was there beforehand or not, but like, you have your mount pretty much stabbing your TV, bro. Like, that TV's got to go up. Looking at the setup, I mean, the cable management's not terrible. PC looks pretty good for the most part. Looks like it plays some games and stuff, you know? I love the personality in every part of the room besides the setup, man. Like, I feel like he's got personality on both sides of the room, but he's got, like, you know, it's split with his setup, and I feel like there's not enough, like, personality in the setup itself. I think you should maybe organize your setup a little bit more, move the TV up a little higher, or move the setup entirely and just leave the TV on the wall. Yeah, man, there's so much personality in the other parts of the room. I think you should try to incorporate it in the setup more. 5, yeah, I think it's a solid 5.5 out of 10. Everything else is really good, you know. It just needs a little bit of work, you know, and it'll be perfect, you know. This is a 12-year-old from Switzerland. His name is MySetup28. Okay. He built the setup in January, upgraded in August with a second monitor, and here are the PC specs right here. He's going to build a new setup soon with better specs. He's just basically listing what he's got here. Here's his monitors, here's his keyboard and mouse, here's this table, stuff like that. All right, let's take a look at Julian's setup. Looking at the colors, I mean, I love when people know how to use lighting to their advantage, man. Like, this looks beautiful, dude. Like, look at that. It's classy. It's got nice colors to it. You know, the backgrounds match. The only thing I would have recommended, obviously, is more personality in the setup. I mean, it is a very clean vibe, dude. The vibe here is great. I love the lighting. I love the cable management. You know, you did a really good job with that. I just think you got to add some more personality to it on the wall, because the wall looks great, you know? Like, the wall looks sick. Like, this whole wall, like, this whole area is, like, perfect for your setup, you know? Yeah, it just looks super clean. It just, the vibe is perfect. The lighting is super good. 12. Chat, this is a 12-year-old setup, man. How do y'all feel? I know all of y'all in chat are jealous of this 12-year-old right now. But yeah, man, I would rate this a solid 8 out of 10. Lighting's perfect. The only thing that's missing is personality, just a little more. Yeah, the lighting really carried this setup for sure. Chat, the lighting carried the setup, right? Am I tripping? But it's a really nice setup, man. I like it a lot, actually. It's very good. Very good setup, man. This is Ethan. He's 13 from Concord, New York, or not New York, North Carolina. He built this setup because he's seen a lot of other people have awesome setups, and he really wanted one for his own. He also needed this for editing videos. Here are all his specs and everything. He afforded it from 4 birthdays and mowing lawns a lot, which has a W. And his dad helped him setting up the PC monitor mounts and also wiring under the desk. And he basically made everything really neat. Okay. Nice little ultra wide, Johnny. Cable management looks okay. You know, it's not the best. I mean, it's there. Corsair 1 PC. I haven't really seen these in a setup like at all. The chair is crazy though. Bro's got the royalty chair. Y'all seeing this? It's pretty run of the mill, and it's not terrible. The full keyboard is not my favorite. Okay, I will say, you know, most people when they're starting out building setups, they don't realize that like you can get a smaller keyboard. You know what I mean? Also, the mouse pad room, you need a lot more mouse pad room for sure. Maybe wall mounting, you know, the monitors and stuff like that could help, and maybe moving the desk out more could help as well. But yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, dude. Like, it could use some work with the personality and the lighting too. It's not bad at all. It's pretty clean. The only thing I'd recommend is personality and better lighting. 6.5 out of 10. 6.5. 6.5. Damn. Chat's saying 6.5. That's locked in. 3 of y'all. Yeah, I would say 6.5 out of 10 too. I think that's a good rating from chat. Really nice setup, man. Thank you for submitting. I'm glad that you're grinding, man. 13-year-old, pretty insane setup. Just add some more personality and work on everything, man. Alrighty. Take a look at this. He's 19 years old, out of Germany. He's a student and a part-time editor. He mainly uses a setup for editing, writing, and gaming. I started building a setup last summer when he moved, so he's been upgrading it ever since, it seems. Took him around 2 months to build it and to where it's at now. He's inspired by TechSource, Renenberg P, and GutzyAiden to build it. I'm glad that I'm in there. He wants to add another monitor soon and a DSLR web. All right, so looking at the setup as a whole here, just love the overall vibe. It kind of gives productivity vibes to me. I also love the wall and the aesthetic here, like from the
from the two little mini shelves on the smaller part of the nano leaves. I love that. And then the two shelves, I think it just adds for a really nice aesthetic. And also I love this painting behind the monitors. I think it adds a lot. Also love how you kept the plant theme throughout the entire setup, right? Dark tones in the back and then light tones bringing up all the different plants in the setup, like here and here. The symmetry is great. You know, the little vines through the setup as well kind of just match, and it's really nice. But look at this. I mean, the console frame at the bottom, really nice. I also love all of the wire management as well. I think it's really nice. It looks really good. A 9, yeah, I'd probably rate it like a 9.8 or 9.9, maybe even a 10. I just love this setup, the theme, how everything's organized. It looks really nice. Stop. Too many times people submit to the show and don't have Windows active. And let's be real for a second. So many Windows keys are overpriced and a lot of the websites are scams. So who do you trust? Well, that's where today's sponsor comes in. SCD Key. This should be your one-stop shop for pretty much any Windows keys or even some game keys as well. All you have to do is go into a web browser and type in SCD Key or look in the description. Once you're on the site, you type in Windows in the search bar and click on the Windows you want. Then click Buy Now, and then in the promo code section, type SCGG and you'll get 25% off of your order. It's also important to note that if you buy a Windows 10 key, you get a free upgrade to Windows 11 as well. And it's also cheaper than Windows 11 by itself. All you have to do from there is choose your payment method, enter your activation code, and you're all set. The links will be in the description, and now back to the video. This is Leoni's setup. Oh, I like this already. Post tech content on TikTok. Main game is Warzone. Okay. Started building the setup around 1 year ago. Took him about a year to get where it's at now. That's awesome, bro. Use this setup for gaming, streaming, and working. Wow. He built the setup all by himself, which is that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive already. He built the setup for working. Nice. Just looking at the ultra wide and the monitor up top and it being in a corner setup, like usually this is like insane. Like just looking at the speakers on the left and right, symmetry there, I can't even complain. The only thing I would personally I don't like is the Alexa here, just because you know it just feels like it takes up so much room. I would have liked to see your Stream Deck and your beacon stuff right there instead, whereas I feel like the Alexa could have went somewhere else. Keyboard, little pegboard too. I really like this little touch. It's very subtle. It's not like massive, but it's very subtle, and I like that it's like just, you know, it fits. Like the cable management's good, you know, the monitors, everything like just fits in the right spot. I would say this is a 10. This has got to be a 10. There's not a cable in sight. Every single thing is just like beautiful in the setup. The next one is Joshua. He's 37 years old from Northern Colorado. He's a retired federal law enforcement agent. His main game is Red Dead Redemption, Ready or Not, and many more. Old setup has a pre-built PC by iBuyPower, so he's kind of upgraded since then. He started building this setup about 4 years ago. Damn. It's taken him about several years to get to where it's at now. Mainly uses the setup for content, YouTube, etc. Dude, I love this. The race sim that can just kind of roll up next to your setup is really nice. So what I like to see is this picture here. Cable management isn't like perfect. It's not going to be perfect in a floating setup. It's kind of hard to like really make it work. But for 37 years old, that's insane. This setup right here, I mean, is beautiful. I love all the art, all the things he's, you know, has about himself. I mean, like there's the mountains in Colorado, also the trucks and cars he drives, stuff like that. I love the personality in this setup. I think it could have been a little bit more clean throughout the room. Not a huge deal, but yeah, I also would get rid of the full-size keyboard. I think a 75 would actually be perfect for you. Yeah, but overall, I would say out of 10, I would probably say this is a solid, this is tough. I would probably say it's a solid like 7 out of 10. Yeah, I'd probably say it's a 7 out of 10. This is Jamie's setup. 33 years old from Colombia. I'm a system engineer and I mainly play Valorant. I was inspired by GutzyAiden and TechSource to build your entire setup. Use the setup for gaming and productivity. It took me around 3 years to build this entire setup fully. Built the setup all by himself, but this is beautiful. I mean, I want to go back to the wall for a second. This wall is beautiful. I have not seen this type of wall like this in a long time. Look at this. It's built over the wall like this, right? And then he has the Xbox, PS4 or PS5, and then the Switch mounted. And the cool thing is they ran the cable through the wall. Like, this is awesome. The only thing I would have liked to see on this
is to flip consoles the other way and have the cables run on the side you can't see it. I also love how you mounted all the controllers right underneath the TV, and then you have like an entertainment center with like, you know, your modem and everything like that. And then I also like the figurines on the shelf as well. So looking at the setup as a whole, I really like your positioning of everything. I like where the mic is. Would have liked to see it a little bit further over. Overall, I mean, this is a beautiful setup though. I think you did a great job. I also love the wall art too. I wish I would have seen more of that. I mean, there's not really much I can say about it. Personally, I really like the console area. I think the console area is like what sets it up for me. It's like really nice. A solid 7 or 8. Yeah, solid 7 or 8 for me. Great setup though. Moving on to David's setup. He's a 15-year-old from Chicago. He's a student and he mainly plays COD and Rocket League. He uses the setup for mainly school and gaming. His old setup was in a old setup video, but it's horrible, so he's upgraded it since then. It's taken him about 3 years to get it to where it's at this point. He built the setup mostly for himself. I would love to see more cable management right off the bat. He built the setup using Christmas and birthday money, so he's been upgrading. It's nice, but there's not a lot of personality to it. I would have liked to see more shelves, more things about you, which I know you've been saving up for like the mechanical stuff for your setup and stuff like that, which aesthetically it's nice, like it's very clean, but I'd like to see more like shelves and things that you like for yourself. Cable management, I would have liked to see just a little bit. I mean, I know you see the raceway there, but with the raceway, you should have basically flipped it around the other way so you don't see the cables as much. I'd probably say this is a 6 out of 10, in my opinion. Very down the middle, very around the middle, very minimal. The next setup is Ethan's setup. 19 years old from the United States. Okay. Is a student out of majoring in computer science. Okay. Mainly plays Stardew Valley and Sims 4. Okay. Old setup was a single monitor and had similar components, but just have been upgrading like more aesthetically. Nice. Started building the setup in 2022. Taking around 2 years to get to this point. Mainly uses the setup for college, gaming, and entertainment. Built the setup themselves, and then also her dad or his dad helped them with the desk. I mean, I love the nanoliths. I think there's also panels here from what I can see. You know, the plants, I love the aesthetic. I love all the little plants and the stuff like that. And then also like the monitors as well. I like how you kind of wrap them in white. I think that's really, really clean. Also like the white quadcast. I haven't seen a quadcast in white ever. Moving on to James's setup. He's 36 years old from Georgia. He's a freelance photographer, mainly plays Modern Warfare 2 and Diablo. He uses the setup for gaming, editing, photos as well. He started building the setup around mid 2020, so he's been upgrading since a couple years ago now. Taken about 2 years to get it to where it's at now. He's inspired by me and TechSource to build this setup, so that's great. Like to add more decorations and stuff like that for his setup, basically. I mean, you did a great job for the most part. I love the wallpapers. I love where you're headed. Yeah, I think definitely maybe, you know, something to declutter a lot of this stuff here. Yeah, I'd probably say it's a 6.5. I mean, I would like to see more personality out of the setup. Like, I like that you have the 2 paintings, but the organization and decluttering is going to be like a big factor in the setup. This is the last setup of the day. This is Shane. He's 27 years old from Maryland. He raps and tends cars as well as streaming on the streaming part-time. Main game is Warzone, and he uses the setup for gaming plus streaming. He started building this version of his setup in June 2022. It took around 3 to 4 months to put it all together. He'd like to get a 3rd monitor as well and a bigger desk soon. He did a really good job of just making it really clean and like there's not a lot of clutter. You know, he's got like the shelf, the white and black accents. But yeah, really, really clean. Thank you so much again for submitting. Yeah, I would say it's a solid, probably a solid 7.5 maybe. I would have liked to see a little bit more personality and more of the room. It looks great nonetheless. I really like everything you've built so far. A lot of potential for sure. This is Braden's setup. He's 14 years old, located out of Michigan, and he's been mowing lawns and looking for a real job in the meantime. His main game is Minecraft, Fortnite, and Roblox, and his previous setup was just an Xbox and a TV. What inspired him to build his current setup is me and TechSource, so thank you for that. He built the setup for schoolwork and gaming, and he built the setup in 2020 and started building it over the years. It's taken him around 3 years to build this entire setup himself. He afforded this gaming setup by mowing lawns, birthdays, and Christmas money. So right off the bat here, I mean, it's kind of a beautiful setup, like just a nice laptop setup, 1 monitor, you know, in front of a window. I love window setups. Laptop could use a stand. Also, what is your chair, bro? What is this? Bro's got a full ass sofa in there. But I love how you did the personality on the shelves.
Literally, like, that's so cool, man. Like, the shelves have, like, you know, some Lego stuff, some figurines. He's got a poster on the wall, like a lot of personality here, which is great. And then also the keyboard and mouse. I'm not sure what the mouse this is, but the keyboard looks cool too. But overall, I mean, this is a beautiful setup, man. Cable management's really good too. So overall, I would probably rate this, in my opinion, a 7 out of 10. This is Logan, a 14-year-old streamer and content creator out of Washington. His main game is Valorant, and he was inspired to build this gaming setup by me. He uses this setup for gaming, and he started building it in March of 2023. He afforded this setup by Christmas and birthday money. So looking at this setup right off of the rip, I honestly love the color scheme. I love this backgrounds. I actually used to use City Blues. This was a Steve wallpaper that's amazing. I love the color behind the monitors too. The only thing I would have liked to see is these panels go a little lower. Since you have nice lighting here, like, why not? You know what I mean? And I really like how you did the cable management too. Since the PC is so close, it looks really nice. Like, it looks really good. I also like the shelves too. Like, you have so much personality in this setup so far. And like, looking at like the PC, nice little PC by NZXT, it looks like. And then maybe extending these panels all the way down to the back side of the desk, and so that this light glows a little bit more and just makes it feel like a little bit more lit up. Because right here, this empty wall is making it darker, because like, since these are white panels, it'll glow a lot bigger, you know what I mean? It'll glow a lot brighter. And I think it's also because you don't have the white panels below. But just maybe 3 more panels or 4 more panels right here would make your setup pop so much more. Like, the cable management on the setup, you did a great job. I think you've been on the show sometime before. The cable management, you did an immaculate job, man. Like, I can't see a cable in sight besides the keyboard cable, and that's beautiful. But honestly, I love the setup, and I love the color scheme. So I would rate this a solid 7 out of 10. I really like it. This is Jack. He's an 11-year-old out of Illinois, and his main occupation is that he doesn't have one, but he does get a weekly allowance. His main game is a game called Teardown, and he watches TV and shows on his PC. His previous setup was a very cheap office setup, which very run-of-the-mill. He was inspired by content creators Lo, Vyoko, and myself. He built the setup to game, chill, and watch TV shows with his friends. He started building it in 2021, but took a break for a while, and then now it's taken him about 2 years to get it to where it's at now. And how he afforded this setup was he asked for the monitor, PC, and stuff for Christmas, and he kept asking for other parts to upgrade it over time. And his mommy also helped him build the desk. Holy cables, dude. Oh my gosh. Sorry, that was the first thing I noticed. But I love the plant theme you've got going on, the disc plate on the wall. I actually almost got that one too. I like how you fit green everywhere throughout your setup. But yeah, I really like your setup. I think it has a lot of potential to be more of a minimal setup, because the problem you have here is this drawer and also your cable management. Also, I think it'd be really cool to make some disc plates on the slanted wall. Just because you have such a cool space, I feel like you have one display here and that's like all the personality you have. I think it'd be really cool to maybe add some lighting or some paintings up top of here, like spaced out evenly. And then also I would maybe move the if you're not planning to add any more monitors, I would move the speakers more left and right, and then put a tall plant on the right side. I also like how you did the PC on the floor. I would recommend it in that setup, and this setup specifically. But looking at it like just like this, I really like the direction you're headed in. I know you've been saving up and you're doing well, so yeah, honestly, I love this. I think you're on the right track. I think cable management is like top priority though. I would probably rate this a solid 6 out of 10 just because the cable management and lack of personality. Everything else is great. Some mouse pads in the setups in this video are my own company, GutzyAiden.com. So if you like what you see, check out the description down below, and let's get back to the video. Next up, this is Dan's setup. He's a 13-year-old out of Canada, and he's just a student for now. His main games are Roblox, Fortnite, and GTA. His old setup was just an Xbox Series S hooked up to a TV. What inspired him to build this setup is me and other content creators, so again, I thank you. He built this setup for gaming and schoolwork, and he recently started building a setup around last July. He afforded this gaming setup by helping his family members and parents by doing favors for them. So we have Dan here, and this setup is amazing so far. So just looking right off the bat, the only thing I noticed obviously right off of the start of looking at this is the cables. Now, I haven't looked too deep in the setup, so I'll let you know more info when I look through. But I think like the setup itself is really nice. Wallpapers are great. PC's in a good spot. The mouse pad's big enough for whatever you probably want to do, but the cables, they need some help for sure. I like that you did use some creativity and tried to make the shoebox as a cable holder. I think you should also try to mount this power strip on the bottom of the desk and then run all the cables in a raceway below your setup. If you do that, it's like a lot of these cables out and just, you know, put them at the top of the setup, and it might make your setup look a lot better without all these cables. Also, the PC's kind of budget, but honestly, looks great. I think the best thing you could do is maybe get a side shelf for the PC. But yeah, if I were to rate this setup at the current state it's in, I'd probably give it a 6.5 out of 10. This is List Girl, a 20-year-old streamer out of Florida, and her main game is Modern Warfare 2. Her first setup was just simply boring, and she added so much since then. What inspired her to build this current setup and make it better was she's a streamer on Twitch and she streams every day. She built the setup to game, stream, and make some content as well. She started building this in December of 2022, and it's taken her about 6 months to the current state it's at now. And she had some help from her best friend and roommate with everything in the setup. So this is List Girl's setup, and looking at it off rip, I love what you're doing here. I think that the color scheme you've got going on, the panels on the wall, and then the plushies up top, the lighting on the wall here, the neon sign, gives a really good vibe to the setup. The only thing I don't like, and I don't know how you use it, maybe I'm just like weird, but you have a vertical monitor for a keyboard and mouse pad here when you have like your gaming console on the right. So I'm assuming, since you said you're a streamer, that you look at chat on the left and you have like OBS and chat. I don't know how you play like any sort of like game at all. The cable management is actually really nice, by the way. Cable management's great. I think you did a great job with that, like lining up all the cables and doing all of that. And then the PC looks immaculate too. The cables are nice. The color scheme's great too. And then also like the little figurines you got around your desk. It looks really nice. Also, the keyboard mouse combo is great too. You have a lot of cool aspects in this setup that I think not a lot of people have done. But I love the color scheme, and I think you did a great job with cable management and the personality as well. I'd probably rate this a solid 8 out of 10. It's great. Lastly, this is Hussein, a 16-year-old student out of Kuwait. His main game is Forza Horizon 5, and his previous setup was just a PS4 and an old TV. What inspired him to build this current setup is TechSource and I, so thank you. He built the setup for gaming, schoolwork, and watching content. And he started building the setup about a month ago. He afforded the setup by birthday money, prizes from his school, and grades from his parents. So looking at this setup, I mean, I love what I'm seeing here. The light bar and the painting matches the same size as the monitor, so it looks really clean. And then also on top of that, the PC looks good as well. I really like the plant in the bag. I think it's like unique, but the only thing I'm kind of upset while looking at this is this color scheme is really off. Like, it's all black and white, right? But then you got like a plant and a bag that don't even fit there, and then you got this like this lamp that's like chrome when you don't really have any chrome in your setup. So it's like very like off in some spots. The best thing I would recommend to do is maybe paint this white, maybe get like an actual pot for this plant or something. But the cable management's great as well. You did a great job with this for what you had. Awesome. And then like I like the little mini pegboard there as well. I think you could have added maybe a little bit more like personality like you have in the background over there. I really like what you're doing with this setup. I think you got a good like system going on. You're starting to make some good progress in this, and I like the sound bar below the monitor. It's very clean too. So I think honestly, looking at this setup, this is probably one of my favorites, just because like it's really clean and minimal. It's so cool. Like one monitor setups, mouse pad, keyboard, mouse, you know, like it's just bam right there. Sit down, play some games, hang out with some friends. It's like all in one. I would rate this a solid 8 out of 10.